So let's go. So far as Firasharb says, let's go. That's great. For some reason, he's not showing up on the restream. Let's make sure we go to live chat on YouTube.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See if restream.
Yeah, restream is not picking up the test chat that you just did. Hey, Cap One Eye says morning. Hi there. And Nagisa Phantom asking what's up. Well, today we're gonna go ahead and play a little bit of a Doc and Son. We're gonna play on the "Cause Mark Said So" instance that I've been working on all along. I've started creating a second floor here because I need to move some production up on the second floor. Can't remember exactly what production I was going to move up there. I'll be sure to remind myself what that's going to be, I suppose. I need to and you're not seeing anything I'm talking about. So while Robert works on the text part not working out. Yeah, we are moving to Tuesdays on a permanent basis unless we show that it just isn't working. So we do have 11 people on YouTube, and we have 9 people on Twitch, which is kind of normal for getting the stream started, so that's good. We're going to be getting a new contract starting February 1st. There we go. You've helped me so much, Vera Sharp says. And Meech 2020 says 1, 2, 3. And Chico says, responds with 3, 2, 1. Epic Sean says, morning, Doc. I've learned a lot from your video. Very good. Very good. Very Sharp says you've helped me so much.
And Epic Shun was from YouTube, so we might have fixed our issue with that.
Yep. Yeah. We saw some YouTube stuff coming through, so.
You just don't believe me. Yeah, I got that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Uncle3324 says, good morning, y'all. Good morning to everybody. One Metal Fist has joined us and says hi. That's really, really cool. Cap One Eye says, ooh, cool beans. Well, I don't know about those beans, you know. I think you're referring to the wonderful...
Oh, yeah, those are...
These wonderful beans, the Harry Potter Birdie Bots mini flavor beans. They are some very interesting flavors. You know, vomit and boogers and all kinds of yucky sounding flavors. Anyway, now if only there was a way that we could have had that info yesterday. Which info is that? That we weren't going to stream on yesterday? Alrighty. Okay. Jared hates games. What a name for joining a gaming channel. That's interesting. Hello. Found your channel from one of your Satisfactory tips and tricks vids. Very glad to catch a live stream. Well, that's great. Appreciate that. And Vlad Dracula. Very good. Hi, Doc. Watching your stream for the first time while building my first big rocket fuel plant. That is great. Okay. Call sign Wolfman says, test is working. And Fear Sharp says, do you have a miss, Doc? I do. My wife and I have been married for 45 years, going on 46 this year. So, yes. We call her affectionately Mama Doc. So, yeah, she comes and joins us every once in a while. So, all right, Levi Wolf says, good morning, and I think this is the earliest I've been in a while. Okay.
And I will point out that this is the levy that's dude, as opposed to the other levies that we have that are girls.
Okay.
We still confused me.
Okay. All righty. Chingo says, yes, that Tuesday was going to be the first day of the week when you guys would be going live. Okay. Okay. One Metal Fist says, I love them. They're really tasty. They're also the ones that come in a keg of beer from the movie.
With the butterbeer?
The butterbeer?
Is that what you're talking about?
That might be. I don't.
Or are you talking about beans suspended in the beer?
Maybe he is. Well,
I don't think that I'd be able to.
Okay. Phase 5 production begins for me today, maybe, if I get on. Cap 1. Oh, yeah. You're tackling the end game there. That's pretty cool. Address Data says, hello, Doc, and parts of the terrible trio. Okay. Nagisa Phantom says, I think I'll prefer watching over Twitch. Yeah, you could do that. That's fine. We have both. Twitch tends to be the better watch experience. Not dissing on YouTube at all, but yeah, you can watch in either area, whichever works best for you. So, Cap, what I say, Twitch is better for ads for sure. Less often and less intrusive. Okay. Guys and Controller says, good morning, gentlemen. Let's get the Butterfinger train started early. Well, I just refilled my Butterfinger. Anybody want to pay for 2 more Well, you can't pay for 2 more Butterfingers. I'm feeling generous today. There's going to be 2 flying across the partition. Okay, guys?
Awesome. Yep. Thank you.
Oops, I missed that one, didn't I? Did that one get to you, Garrett?
Yes. Yes, it did. Levy says, Twitch gets my bank account in trouble.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Chinko says, especially when you are someone like me and you are tearing apart the internet and Discord, trying to see what is wrong or what has been missed because there isn't any news that had been posted for like a good 45 minutes before giving up and calling it a day. So Chinko, I guess, was one of those that didn't get the message in all of the times we tried to mention it on our live streams for about a week and a half prior, and we did announce it on Discord. But there are a few people that, despite our best efforts, did miss it, and I'm really sorry for those that missed it and tried to figure out why we weren't there, because Chinko says, actually, he forgot, to be honest. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We did try.
Levy G. Wolf has a good question.
Okay.
Says, hey, Doc, my stepdad, who's in his 60s, has a birthday coming up. I have no idea what to get him. Any ideas? He enjoys nature, but has all the gadgets and tools he wants.
Oof.
I'd get it. My dad was as old as that.
Is he a gadget guy, as in he likes his tools and he likes his likes working out in his shop? Is he that kind of guy? I want Three Musketeers. Three Musketeers are good. I like Three Musketeers. I haven't had one in a long time, man. In fact, when I was bowling as a youth, I bowled all the way through my teen years. When I was bowling, I definitely, during the breaks, I'd just go get a Butterfinger. My mom and dad would give me enough money to go get, a snack between games, between each round. And, I'd always go get a Butterfinger, but I haven't done that for a while. A Butterfinger or a Nestle Crunch Bar. Those are my two other favorites besides Butterfinger. Hey, Doc, just started on phase 2 of the space elevator, and I'm having trouble balancing between not having trains yet, wanting to build, and have a mega factory. Any tips for the transition? The tips for the transition is build whatever factory you need to get your tiers done so that you can get phase 2 unlocked, because phase 3 really is where the fun begins. So do whatever it takes just to get through phase 2, and then worry about building your mega factory a little later. Okay? A little bit early when you haven't completed phase 2 to work on a mega factory yet. So, Chico says, trucks, and more trucks. Yeah, we did a lot with trucks in our first 1.0 save, and found that they really have a hard time trying to drive the roadways and not run into each other.
I'm so sad about that. I loved our truck station.
I
really want our truck station to work.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Levy says he has tools, a shop, etc. He's always looking for something to fix.
If he always wants something to fix, get him a 3D printer.
Yeah, that would be true. One Metal Fist says, I'm talking about those butter-flavored candies that come broken in a barrel. They're shaped kind of like little cups and have that classic buttery candy taste. I've also seen them in small gift-sized packs, but the barrel version is what I mean. Well, the ones that come in barrels here are the root beer ones. I really like those. For a hard candy, I could suck on those all day long. Sugar is so bad for us, laugh out loud, but as we species are addicted to it, absolutely. Trucks and More Trucks is the prequel to Lots and Lots of Trains. Oh, that's a good one. I use trains when I need a high number of items. Otherwise, I avoid trucks and tractors. Go straight for drones as soon as possible. Yeah, I like drones. They tend to be challenging when you need to keep them refueled. Because the minute one side says that they don't have enough fuel, they just sit on the landing pad. And so they sit on the drone port just posing things up until you go fill it with fuel so it can take off. So that's the only challenge I have with drones. Anyway, boy, we've got an active text chat windows. I'm going to pass that task on over to Garrett. He's going to keep us up on the chat. And while let's go to the game, Robert. So.
Yeah. Epic Shun says woodworking clamps are nice. And Levy says, I almost cried when I lost all my clamps. Yeah. You never have enough clamps, but as an alternative idea, if he uses this battery, like battery power tools, getting an extra battery would be huge, I'm sure.
Or even a battery charger, that that you can charge multiple batteries at once and leave it in one station plugged in. So whenever he needs his power tools charged, he can just go throw one there and take one. So those are go.
Yeah. I have to say that if he does woodworking, that's probably got to be one of the easiest people to buy for, since there are so many really good woodworking tools that you can get somebody.
Yep. Meech 2020 says, Ada ought to say choo choo mother trucker, as in
She actually does when you unlock trade.
does she really?
Uh-huh.
Mother dash 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 dash.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah.
Okay. I was wondering if he saw Mega Meaty Bacon Man's video about that, where he uses that term too often. So, okay, what I was going to put on the upper floor. Okay, so Robert and I need to do a little coordination. He's been floating around here and having fun with his jetpack and so forth. We have material going up, and I've deviated my production system way down on the main floor from creating solid biofuel now to creating fabric. So what I want to do on this upper floor is build. Thank you again. Is this what it's going to be like?
Sorry.
I was talking with my hand and I couldn't deploy my parachute.
I mean, you're the one who relieved him of all chat duty for today.
Yeah, I did. I am. So, anyway, in this container here, I'm putting the mycelia, so that the mycelia can then be turned into fabric, which goes into these containers over there, and then it goes up to that second floor. So, we need to create a filters factory upstairs, so we can generate filters for the poison fog. Okay?
Is that what you want me to do? Or
Yeah, let's go do that. Okay?
Okay. Is that what this container happens to have?
Yeah, and my transport from level to level is kind of hokey.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could fix that too, because to get from first to second level, you go up this ramp that I'm just going up, and then you come clear to the other side of the factory to go up to the second level. And we probably ought to homogenize those and make them work. Make them better somehow.
One Metal Fist says, I finally finished all the plastic. I'm building a dedicated factory to produce the materials for the space elevator, since all the small builds are done. This factory is what I need to move on to the next phase and unlock tiers 7, 8, and 9.
Okay. Very good then.
Zach said, what did I miss? There was no Monday stream. When did Doc change the schedule from Monday to Tuesday?
This week.
A few people missed that. This is the first week we've moved it from Monday to Tuesday. The transition was last week when we streamed on Monday for all 8 hours on Satisfactory. Then we streamed Star Rupture on Tuesday. And then we said during those streams, both of those, that the next week we would just do the 8-hour stream that we normally did on Monday on Tuesday. And part of that is us just trying to shake things up to get to be able to get to more people. If it doesn't work, we'll switch back to. We'll go ahead and switch back.
Cap One Eye says, drones use so little fuel with rocket fuel. it's easy to keep up. Most ports only use a couple fuel per trip, and you can pump a few hundred rocket fuel per minute into a drone port and fuel a lot of other ports with it.
Yeah.
And then Chinko replies, or just put all that rocket fuel into a fuel generator and run more trains.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's a big or.
Oh, the chat is not on screen.
Uh-oh, it disappeared. There, it's back on screen. And pretty soon it'll be big enough for people to actually read.
Oh, and we have a Doc University question. Chat Ninja is not up, Robert.
Darn it. We had just a freak power flicker over the weekend.
Yes.
That just shut everything down and we think that we're done.
So, it reminds me, we had a power outage here. And, you know, usually we just have a quick power flicker, and especially when there's no storms. So it was clear blue sky out there. And the clear blue sky basically didn't know why it was such a challenging day for any power people, because frankly the power just went out and don't understand why. So with the power out, we're kind of wondering, okay, is it going to come back on, or do we need to call? Or, well, my son-in-law Matt decided that we'd go ahead and make a call, and so he took it upon himself to make a call to the power company, and by making that call, they came out actually rather promptly, checked it out, and says, well, we held a funeral for a squirrel that decided to jump across and didn't quite jump all the way and shorted out. Oh, okay. Shorted out the power. And so, yeah, the little flicker yesterday was possibly another squirrel that lost it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Garrett, if you could just copy and paste whatever comment that was and just repost it.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty, getting more floor established here.
Okay. Switching over to Doc University.
Oh, we got a question now. All right, call sign Wolfman, a frequent questioner, says, how do I properly use a stackable conveyor in my build? Wow, that is a good question, because I use stackable conveyors a lot, especially in my later games, simply because they make things a whole lot more efficient. So I'm going to show you one place where I use those conveyor poles and stacked them to bring 3 lines of coal from over there straight through to here to be used in my in a steel line. Now I've got all 3 lines coming. Only one of them is being used right now. 2 of them are just dead ends at this point, but that's where I use the stackable poles. At the time I built that, my conveyor speed was not up to carrying more than just what 3 lines could handle. Now I could go upgrade the miners, all 3 of them that are over there, upgrade the miners and upgrade those those conveyors, and possibly condense it down to 1 or 2 conveyors rather than all 3 of them, and move the same amount of stuff. Actually move a whole lot more stuff, because my conveyors now are up to Mark 4. And those look like puny little Mark 1 conveyors, actually, which is kind of interesting. So, That's the way I use them, and a lot of times it helps you to consolidate conveyors into one stack and one row so that you don't trip over them. Basically, you can walk right under them if you put it on the first floor. Excuse me. And when you can, having the ability to walk under them and move about really is a big benefit. I used them over here also. Don't know if I can show you from here, but I used them also right all the way through there. So it just gives you a much cleaner factory, and that's how you end up using those. Lots of benefits to doing that. So hope that helps, and let's go back to the game.
Oliver Sparks says, my friend and I each got each other Doc University gifts for Christmas.
Oh,
We're
neat.
loving your content, and it's really helping us power through the end of Phase 4.
Okay, so tell me, did the product meet your expectations? That's the big concern, because we knew people bought them, and you're the first, and we just wanted to make sure that it looks good. Or do we need to tweak things, make it better? So let me know, please.
And Uniquisher Dev says, just wanted to drop in and say your shorts are some of the best informational content on YouTube. Keep
Fantastic.
being awesome, Doc.
Well, that's quite the compliment. Appreciate that.
Kaizen Controller has an interesting question. I didn't catch much of you doing Star Rupture. How do you feel about their pseudo pull system? While watching, I'm trying to use the Multi-Rail 3 to make a two-way system with an expedite line in the center.
Okay, that's interesting. I thought that was kind of interesting that they just stopped producing when the uploader had enough of whatever you were building to send to the corporation. I thought that was very, very interesting. So,
It means manifolds are dead.
what manifolds are dead?
It's Star Rupture.
Yes, yeah, that's basically what it ends up meaning, is that you don't do manifolds. You only keep working until you have enough for the corporation, and that's it.
Yeah. They also have a bunch of discrete steps that you have to fulfill rather than trying to achieve a rate of production.
Mm-hmm.
Which is...
I quite like it. In fact, by the way, Doc has already recorded a short about the different things in the game, and we specifically called out the 6 things my Kanban types might find it interesting, to deal with a whole system instead of a.
Okay. And one Metal Fist says, I'm really glad to hear you're feeling much better. The great symphony of sneezes and coughs has officially ended. Sounds like peace has finally returned. Wishing you a continued good health and quiet lungs.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And Kunyol, or Kunyui, I think it's Kunyol. Hi Doc, do you ever get tired of the game's soundtrack? Don't you want to listen to your own favorite music while playing? If you had to choose music to play Satisfactory, what music would you listen to?
Jazz would be my first choice. And jazz would be definitely my first choice. Otherwise, I like listening to movie soundtracks. To me, the movie soundtracks by John Williams and Shore and the various artists that have emerged lately have really, really been good, as far as I'm concerned. And so, yeah, those other soundtracks. We did download the soundtrack for Star Rupture. We bought the package that could that included the the download for the soundtrack, and it's kind of some interesting, creepy music.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but there's no better soundtrack than the Minecraft soundtrack.
Yeah.
That's true.
Minecraft
it's
has the
good.
best soundtrack. Sometimes I will just open up Minecraft and let it just sit in my other window just to play the music.
That sounded like disagreement, Doc.
No, not disagreement at all.
Oh.
It's from what I understand about it, it's an incredibly good soundtrack. Have you been able to research whether they've?
Yeah, we've had no reported problems lately, so it looks like they fixed it.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, "What is this stream title? Is it chewsday? Is it innit? Yes, it is. It's the correct use of innit. You can even take it further and make it innit, bruv. But as a Brit, I'm not sold on the pronunciation of Satisfactory. Next, you'll be asking for some fix-it package bottle of water.
The what?
Bottle of water."
Okay.
And Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, "It's pronounced Butterfinger."
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got a lot of these manifolds that just need upgrading. I mean, I upgraded the miner here. Well, no, I didn't even upgrade the miner. This is one of my original Mark I mines, and miners on a pure node, and only four smelters on it, and it's just obviously just buggered up, and we're not using all of it here. I mean, there's just a lot of static stuff, and to you lean professionals out there, you really hate to see these conveyor lines just not moving. That's tough. That's tough. It drives me nuts. But when you start to dismantle all of it, start to reconfigure it all, kind of tough to do at times. So, anyway. All right, Robert, what you working on?
I wanted to go get some SAMs so I could unlock depots, but then I realized I needed Mercer Spheres, and I tried to get Mercer Spheres, and I realized I couldn't climb to the Mercer Spheres because I couldn't do the jumping puzzles. So now I'm going to get the
jetpack?
Blade Runners from the cave.
Well, we can make Blade Runners. We've unlocked the recipe.
Oh.
But you'd rather go find it in the cave.
Yeah, I'm already halfway there.
You're already half. Okay, that's good.
Something rather amusing because I forgot to take the mod out.
Okay.
Let me show you my screen real quick.
Okay.
We have snow.
We have snow.
Yeah, we have snow.
How did you get in using that mod in
That's a
my
great
world?
question. But for some reason, it didn't care.
Well,
Okay.
So,
I know in Minecraft there is a differentiation between client-side and server-side mods.
yeah.
A snowy desert makes sense. Yeah. Yep.
Well, have you been to the Northern Rockies? The Rockies are 90% desert. The Rocky Mountains are 90% desert, and in the northern areas, Utah, Idaho, Wisconsin, they get a lot of snow.
They
Real
don't
high
quite go
deserts.
over to Wisconsin.
Yeah, the edges of Wisconsin.
Real high deserts. Yeah. Get that.
Washington, then. I suppose Washington has a good portion of the Rockies.
No, it has Cascades.
Yeah,
You have to
right
get
over
to
by
Idaho.
the coast, but the other...
You have to get to Idaho before you see Rockies.
Idaho is this tiny little sliver of the Rockies.
Yes.
It
And
extends
then they're
to
in
both
Mon-
sides of Idaho.
And then they're on Montana. No, not both sides of Idaho. You drive flat land all the way to Coeur d'Alene. And Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. And
Okay, sorry.
And then you start going up into the Rockies.
Montana. I meant to say Montana, not
There you
Wisconsin. I meant to say Montana.
There you go. Geography lesson. Okay.
And the states that we've been talking about are each bigger than half of the European countries. Adrestea says, there's music in Minecraft? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's really good music, too. You should try playing with the music on sometime. It's really good. Room says Victoria 3 has really great music.
Victoria 3. Interesting. Okay.
And Meech says Death Stranding, the first game soundtrack, is really good. Yeah, I tried playing Death Stranding and it did not hit for me.
You don't like walking simulators?
Nope. It was. I have no clue what he was trying to accomplish with the game. The game looked so cool at the beginning, but I owned the game. I played the game. I couldn't finish it because it was just too weird.
All right, I need some plastic. Which
Adrestea
means
says, I usually watch a movie while I dig, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
you watch a movie while you dig. Okay.
I think one of the reasons why the Minecraft soundtrack works, at least it worked back in the day, especially when it was, we're talking C14, no, was it?
C418.
418, thank you. I knew I was getting it wrong. With his original soundtrack was just, the world was so slow and empty that it gave you so much room and space just to kind of exist and then go out and explore and figure things out. And that's the exact same way that the music feels. It's just, this world exists, it's at peace with itself, and go ahead, do whatever you want. That it captured that feel, at least for me, it captures that feeling so well that I've never seen it replicated. And modern games just don't, they really struggle to just give you space, if that makes sense. I don't think I should put the moniker modern, but I haven't seen any other game that's good at just giving you space.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I am to the point now of needing plastic. I'm going to grab some so I can build manufacturers, and I'm going to come here so I can keep producing more. I'm going to flush my pipe networks of their extra fuel.
We can't be mentioning video game soundtracks without mentioning the original Halo soundtrack. I don't think there's any game that's ever topped that.
Really?
That soundtrack was incredible.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Garrett. Don't even.
The original Halo was great, but it can't beat Minecraft.
Did we highlight the fact that Meech 2020 subscribed with Prime? Or did I miss that?
Or Mantrid also subscribed with Prime. Chat's been going like crazy.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see 12 months long with... it's a little bit off the screen for me.
And I actually want to switch over to YouTube for just a moment.
I'm going to take a stretch for a sec.
Oh, well, I'll wait on the Doc University then.
Yeah, for a sec.
Paul Sen Wolfman asks, is it possible to learn every alternate recipe in game, or is there a limit of hard drives?
Well, is that the university question?
No.
The answer to that one is simply that no, there's not a limit on hard drives. And you can unlock every alternate recipe and have about 2 hard drives left over. So, and later on in the game, you can always buy hard drives from the Awesome Shop too. So there's never a possibility that you can't get every alternate recipe in the game. So,
Mr. Hellboys 80 says, thanks for your sips on Satisfactory. I always watch your videos. Great job. Greetings from Italy.
All right. All right.
Also, Wolfman likes the Last Kingdom soundtrack.
Which soundtrack is that?
The Last Kingdom.
Last Kingdom.
I'm not familiar with it.
No.
Oliver Sparks says, "Oh, this is the guy who bought the merch."
Okay.
Says we really like the print quality of the graphic inside
Okay.
of the jumper, while soft reminds me of some of my more modest jumpers, but we appreciate the higher quality fabric might exclude some people.
Good.
So okay.
Let's
So
see.
the interior, it felt like a slightly cheaper jacket jumper. You're using a different terminology than what we use here in the States.
Yeah, the sweater, the hoodie, yeah.
Okay. But yeah,
Okay.
we try to keep the prices cheap enough that everybody can get it.
Yeah. There's also a volume price point that at some point will provide a bit better value.
Yep.
So we appreciate it.
Levy says New Mexico gets snow, it just doesn't last long.
Yeah. It's true.
And Forest Wayne Dim, I don't think I'm saying that right, says Doom. Doom has the best OST. And you can't bring up the best soundtracks without talking about how hard every Doom game goes. Yeah. Doom is pretty good. It's a very different energy than like Minecraft.
I have a very specific memory that will stand out to me for the rest of my days related to the Halo soundtrack. And it's because I was in Southern California in 2007 when the wildfires burned massive quantities, one of the biggest wildfires they ever had. And I was living just a couple blocks from the coast. And over the course of the day, we heard things were getting bad. You could smell it in the air in the morning. And in the middle of the afternoon, we got the call saying, hey, you guys are going to need to evacuate. And we had about a half an hour drive to get back to an apartment to grab our stuff and go. And watching as the sky went from gray to this giant orange-gray cloud coming over everything going to the coast, watching it envelop, looking over to the ocean and seeing some surfers still out on the water, and then being cast in shadow with this orange glow of this fire, and playing that at the same time as the opening theme to Halo. And it's like, yeah, this is the apocalypse. Yeah.
That is interesting. You had the soundtrack to Halo on your mission?
Yep.
Naughty, naughty.
I don't think you were supposed to. Then again, I'm not one to talk.
It was so good. I'm sorry, that music is just the best.
Armored, thank you for reposting that. That makes it a lot easier to find.
Okay. You ready for the question then?
We are.
Okay. All right. Armored says, hey, Doc. Everything was good until I reached the oil, plastic, and other things. And it was overwhelming. Is the game supposed to be easier at some point, or do I have to double my factory every phase? Well, it does not get easier. That's true. Doubling your factory at each phase might actually be a reality if you want to do some decent production for all the new items that you end up being able to build as you progress through the game. But yes, your factory does have to increase in size with each one because you're going to constantly get new and more complex items the longer into the game you play. By the time you get to phase 5, you're going to be creating items out of machines that are even more exotic than the manufacturer, which at this point you have barely unlocked the manufacturer at this point. You'll unlock several other exotic machines that will make even more complex products. So yes, it does get more complex. That's the point of the game, is you need more complex parts to build the space, to put up the space elevators so they can build a spacecraft that can take all these products back to Earth and save all the kittens and puppies. And that's the point of getting through and unlocking phase 5 is to get that ship sent back to Earth. So that's the theme of the game and the storyline. And hopefully, you keep mastering all of these new tools and new machines, and it, flows from there. So good luck on that. Keep it rolling forward, and it'll be fun. You just have to have a little bit of patience as you build out the more and more complex machines. So hope that helps, and let's go back to the game.
Back to Twitch for a little bit.
Okay.
One Metal Fist says the three game soundtracks I'm really into are Bloodborne, Subnautica, and the older God of War games. Bloodborne feels like a huge, terrifying world, dark, epic, and almost like a brutal opera. Subnautica is more heavenly and mysterious, like floating in an alien ocean. And classic God of War has that powerful, dramatic opera-style energy that just hits.
Interesting.
Kazi Controller says Tucson, Arizona gets snow on occasion. And Adresea says Snowy Desert is one of the features in some nice disaster movies.
But don't they actually claim it's not really snow, it's something else that looks white? Like more ash than white? In some disaster movies, anyway.
Yeah. Mega Meaty Bacon Man says Soul Reaver 1 soundtrack for me.
I don't know that one.
Yeah. Jinko says Minecraft has won 0 awards for music, and I say that is only in its favor.
Interesting.
I don't trust the people who give awards anymore.
You think they're all bought off, huh?
They're all
No, not so much bought off. Just they're there to give awards to friends. Right.
Yep.
They're there to show favoritism to their buddies. You guys are just all conspiracy theorists.
The term conspiracy theorist was made up by the CIA.
Yes, it was.
And Lexi is here. She has a watch streak of 25 streams.
Isn't that incredible?
Cow.
Yeah.
Quite incredible.
One of these days we're going to be doing like a super secret Saturday morning stream and not tell anybody. I'll only be like 30 minutes long just to see how many people show up.
Apparently we need to change our schedule at Twitch.
Okay.
That seems to be what's tripping a lot of people up. Lexi says, I'm here, but thanks to Robert not changing the scheduled streams, I nearly missed today's stream. Because I was here yesterday when you guys were not streaming, but according to Twitch, should have been.
Oh, okay.
We'll fix that.
So, yeah, we can fix that.
No,
Thank you for
Did
bringing
you
that
already
up.
go to the doggo cave?
Did what?
Did you go to the doggo cave in this world?
No, I did not. Is it not there?
I'm
Have
blind.
they changed the doggo cave?
I have to be blind because I know exactly where it's supposed to be and I don't see it.
Megalith says hi and has redeemed first. So Megalith was here first.
Megalith was definitely here first now that we're 49 minutes into the stream.
The answer is no, I'm just blind. Somehow I picked it up without seeing.
Okay.
And Cornman comes in with the single most intelligent take. Minecraft has the best soundtrack, hands down. Yes, Cornman, it does. Absolutely. There's none better.
How do you get a hold of the Minecraft soundtrack as a whole?
I'm not sure.
So what's interesting, so first you can just download the sound files. Okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's easy.
However, they've also released just online a number of soundtracks that are extended versions of what's in the game. And those are actually really interesting and kind of neat. But there's like 3 or 4 different ones of those.
Okay.
What I don't know, and I'd love for somebody else to clarify, is are those extended versions also able to be used like in videos and stuff?
And Mama Doc has once again come to bless the stream. Thank you very much. Made me some hot tea, and I think there's enough little muffins to share.
Ooh.
Although I'm not going to be tossing those. You're going to have to just excuse yourself for a moment and come and get one.
Okay. Well, I will do it.
Adristea says a misalignment of the Earth's poles is causing shifting climates, causing snow in the Sahara. Interesting.
That level of pop. Okay. Like, it's time to become a mole man. Right.
Yeah.
Go on around this.
Adristea says, isn't a conspiracy a theory in itself?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You want me to give one to Garrett?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Chico says something I don't entirely understand. Says, Doc, I'm still convinced that this planet we're on is the Earth, and we're just really far into the future. Thank you. And the computers can't tell the difference between the planets.
Huh. That's a theory.
Okay.
Hence the reason why they still have jobs. The CIA, that is. Don't get me started, because it hasn't changed on there or on Discord or anywhere. Hence why I couldn't figure out. Oh. Yeah, we didn't actually change any of our schedules anywhere.
No, we didn't. We should have been more proactive about that, I suppose.
One Metal Fist says, I've been waiting like a little puppy for your live streams all week. Kept checking to see if you were live. I really love your streams. I enjoy talking with you and it's fun being here. So I keep checking for the next live every time.
Well, who was that said that?
One Metal Fist.
All right. Well, thank you.
We're glad to have you all here.
Yes.
Wordman says, the Minecraft soundtrack on vinyl is Chef's Kiss. On vinyl.
Is Chef Kiss? What is that term?
Describe the meme.
Doc. Mwah.
Oh, okay.
Better to give a demonstration.
Yeah. You can't probably describe the hand motion.
So Scorpio visited San Diego in November 2007. Very cool. I'm trying to remember if it was 2007 or it was 2008. It was right in that era, but yeah, I was in Carlsbad, California, so just north of San Diego. Traveled all around that region. Out in Escondido, where you had all the people hiding.
We've got another Doc University question for Armored.
For Robert?
No, for you.
Okay.
Like normal. Oh yeah, when you're ready.
I mean, if you
Yeah.
want some Robert University questions, we can certainly give that a shot.
Yeah, we sure could.
Okay.
See how many people run. Although you're as much an expert as I am. But all right, Armored also asked a question. What's the best way to fuel trucks that doesn't have fuel source like coal around them? I tried making trucks delivering coal between stations, but it didn't work right after some time. I'm not quite sure what's being asked.
How do you fuel a truck if they don't have a fuel source nearby?
Oh. Okay. Well, okay. Alrighty, I'm going to start over here. So, Armored 861 asks, what's the best way to fuel trucks that doesn't have fuel sources like coal around them? I tried making trucks delivering coal between stations, but it didn't work right after some time. So, basically, your situation is that you were trying to keep the trucks fueled, but you didn't have a fuel source that was viable close by the truck stations. And so what I've done in the past is I've had train lines actually bring fuel and put fuel into the truck station. In fact, my 1.0 playthrough, where I had a substantial truck receiving station, had fuel brought in from a coal field that was a train ride away. The trick is making that fuel source consistent so the trucks never run out of fuel. And that can be the challenge at times in just simply making sure that the trucks constantly stay fueled. One truck goes without fuel and it stops, and all of a sudden other trucks just keep running into it and cause all kinds of havoc. We had one situation where we changed fuel sources. And changing the fuel source, we just had it all come in on the same conveyor line. I think we changed from regular fuel to rocket to turbo fuel. And what ended up happening there is it would get filled up with turbo fuel. It would get filled up with regular fuel, but not enough to get it to the next station, so it would stop in the middle. So it was a difficult thing to get that changeover because we had to purge all of the fuel in all of the vehicles and make sure the next fuel they got was all turbo fuel, and oh gosh, it created a huge mess. That's a similar symptom to just not having enough. And you just got to make sure that those are robust enough to keep everything fueled. And then it'll go fine. They'll still run into each other. They'll still cause a humorous, traffic jam here and there, depending on how many you have on the same road. But they will tend to run and stay fueled all the time, which is really what you're looking for. So let's go back to the game. Okay, so I have now brought this up to at least the bottom floor here. And now what I need to do, I think I'm going to put a wall.
Oh, okay. So we have some interesting comments.
Okay.
First off, Kaizen Controller says, my father is an old Digital Equipment Corporation guy.
Oh, an old deck guy.
Through the compact and HP transitions.
Uh-huh.
We lived in Southwest Arizona, but his corporate office was in San Diego.
Uh-huh.
And we grew up with us having a condo in Pine Valley, so we got to see the effects of the fires every time they happened. It's wild the damage that they caused.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's just terrible.
I ended up spending about 3 months shoveling sandbags after those fires. Just because once you have the fires, what happens a lot of times, like up in the mountains, is there's just no plant life to hold back and prevent erosion. And so without sandbagging a lot of those hills, even though the fire's been gone for months, you get landslides constantly wiping out highways, and suddenly there's whole towns that just can't get anybody in or out. So yeah, we spent quite a bit of time sandbagging and
Wow.
doing what we could just to recover the place. Yeah, it was an experience.
That would be an experience. Yes, definitely.
So Kilo Joel says something interesting. I think the sun should expand around when Andromeda would be close enough to be as visible in the sky as the galaxy in Satisfactory is. My theory is that we are in a small satellite galaxy to the Milky Way, which is what we could see in the sky. So in Satisfactory, if we look up into the sky, what we're seeing is the Milky Way.
Okay.
Very interesting.
So why are we alone on this planet then? If we're that close, And, you know,
We've already determined that we're clones. They probably didn't actually send anybody living out here. They probably sent a ship with the required materials and grew clones on when they were here.
okay, so already determined means it's a theory, right?
Robert, Garrett, you're sure stretching things. Oh, I love it though. Keep going.
Yeah,
One Metal Fist says, the phrase chef's kiss comes from an Italian gesture called albaccio.
Uh-huh.
Don't entirely know how to say that.
Albaccio, maybe?
Albaccio? That sounds right. Which literally means as good as a kiss. It started as a simple Italian way for a chef to show something, especially food, was perfect or excellent. After World War II, the image of an Italian chef doing the gesture became popular in the US, and has eventually spread into English and is an expression people use online to praise anything that seems just right or perfect.
Okay. Well, that is very interesting history. Appreciate that for all you historians out there that gave us that information. Appreciate that. Okay.
Kaizen Controller says, haha, I had a sneaking suspicion Doc would be familiar with DEC.
Yep. That was an active company and just kind of disappeared after a while.
Mm-hmm. And Adresea says, remember how we landed and how many wrecks there are? We were not alone.
Yep. They've tried to, get other people to exploit this world prior to now, and they just haven't succeeded.
And Megalith says, I'm seeing Stranger Things level theories. Guys, they didn't write the lore of this deep. Stop making theories that'll disappoint you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine. Oh, gosh.
Adresea says, I think I need some wax to make sure my golems keep moving once I make them.
Yup. Minecraft there.
Yep, a Minecraft reference.
Mm-hmm. And Christian Engel says, who is he talking? And my name is Garrett. I am Doc's middle son. Robert is Doc's older son.
Hello.
And of course, the one you see on screen is Doc.
Yep. This is a family affair. Definitely a family affair. We're hoping to include Spencer a little bit more. In fact, our new channel that we've started, but have we posted our first video yet?
No, we're going to do that later this week.
Okay. It's called Doc and Sons. The first video is in the can, ready to be posted.
Mm-hmm.
The second video has been recorded and is in the edit process. And that features all three of my sons playing. And I'll join them later on when they invite me together. Caffeinated is kind of taking the lead on creating content for a multiplayer server experience for the second season.
So that'll be a members server.
Yep. That'll be a member server thing. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And Adresea says, I think Spencer is a good addition. I like his streams.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adresea was with us last night.
As we said before, Spencer has a genuine talent for this.
Yeah.
If he had kept on streaming when he started, or making videos when he started as a teenager, he would have been millions of subscribers today. Absolutely.
Yeah. He tends to be somewhat of a perfectionist, and he didn't really like he didn't really want to continue the channel. I don't know that he didn't like what he had already done, but he removed them anyway from the YouTube platform. So
yeah, if it's not perfect, he he tends to.
But he
Really
used
is.
to do that a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think that I think that he's gotten better about that.
Yep. And I've gotten better about backing up everything he does, so in case he reverts back to his old ways.
Very good.
Yeah, actually, we had some fun recording yesterday, and I think Andrew watched most of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it'll be fun. That second episode will be out shortly after the first, and we have one more.
Mm-hmm.
No, Andrew, I didn't.
Well, what did she ask?
She asked if I found the old videos because, okay, a huge update here. I don't think Garrett knows this. Yeah, back in the early days of YouTube and Minecraft, Spencer, along with me and Garrett, but Spencer was the guy who made the videos. He made 2 series of YouTube videos on Minecraft. The first one was him recreating Camp Half-Blood from Percy Jackson.
Yeah.
And we all participated in that, and that was a lot of fun, and that got quite a number of views. You know, back in those days, everything got views, but that did pretty well. And Spencer's other big love at that time was Stargate, and so he created his own full fictional universe of Stargate MC1, and we did several adventures together. We had several Stargate style skins, and he made a couple of videos on it, and it was a lot of fun. But when he kind of got tired of actually, I think there were some other things going on, but he ended up deleting the videos. But before he deleted them, I had actually made a forum post on Minecraft.net about those videos, you know, to bring in more views. And so I have links to all those deleted videos.
But that doesn't mean you can actually get them.
Right. All I have is I know that he made at least a dozen videos on Camp Half-Blood. Somewhere on the internet, there is an archive. Somewhere. Okay? And I've been looking for it off and on for like 4 or 5 years now. I'm gonna find it one day.
Now, did he delete the videos or did he just make them private?
He deleted them. There's some mirror, some archiving service, something. Somewhere that has it.
You just haven't found them yet.
Just haven't found it yet. I actually spent a couple of hours trolling several Chinese video hosting websites that were out around that era, because quite often a lot of people would just copy YouTube videos and post them over there. Couldn't find it, but I will continue my search.
Mm-hmm. One Metal Fist says, Ada explains how they found the star. She says they were on a spaceship that accidentally passed through a wormhole and discovered the star by chance. Ada keeps reminding us how far the star is and how far it is from Earth, emphasizing the distance every time she talks about it. Since the discovery happened randomly during a company party on a spacecraft, it's hard for me to believe the system is anywhere near Earth or even close to the Milky Way's main routes.
Interesting. Okay.
How current is that? Because I know they got rid of a lot of old lore.
Okay.
What's the source for that? I like that.
I think the Controller says, stupid question, potentially, as it's an obvious step. Did you drop the links into the Google Wayback Machine? I know it sometimes saves videos.
Yep.
You went to the Google Wayback Machine?
Yep.
And the Internet Archive?
Yep.
Both?
Yep.
Okay.
Internet Archive has a archive of one of the videos after it was deleted.
Okay, how do you do that?
I don't know, but it has an archive of a deleted page. And so when you look it up, it says, page deleted.
Interesting.
And we got a first-time chat from Gustav, who says hello.
Hi there. Glad you came. All right.
Stea says, send me some and I can try to find stuff. Remember, I found a scene of my friend being a background person in an Indian movie from decades ago.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Was it a video he wanted to stay hidden, or did he actually want to see it?
One Metal Fist says, in the game, every time I find those purple spheres for the first time, Ada starts talking. First, she explained who the company is and who originally found them. Then she goes into the story of how the star itself was discovered. Okay, so that was in
While you're
in-game
looking
stuff.
for Mercer spheres. Yeah.
And Sidonius X has a question. But that seems like
Seems like should be a university question.
I think so.
All right, I need fabric, coal, and iron plate. Plenty of coal coming here.
I already switched it over.
All right, Sidonius X has a question. He says, how many motors, stator, and rotor does one really need? Since I saw Darren making a factory for motors, you need a lot of motors. Motors go into a lot of components later, and motors go into miners and various components that you build as well. So you need a good, robust manifold and line for rotors, so that you can support your follow-on production afterwards. So build a good line, because you're gonna see the need increase as time goes on. So, all right, let's go back to the game.
Okay. And Mama Doc says she's going to be out for a couple hours.
Okay. I'll.
Going and visiting a couple people.
Okay.
And
Doc, where's your concrete?
Where's my
Lenny
concrete?
says-
Right there. Can you picture it on my screen?
That's right. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Garrett.
Levy says somewhere I'm a contestant in Arc SE video. In an Arc SE video. But I don't remember the streamer's name anymore. I'm sure my kids will find it somewhere.
Oh, that's cool.
And Kilo Joel responding to One Metal Fist comment about where Ada starts talking. Like, I don't remember this. Was it cryptically said or something? Because I think I've heard all the available lines.
Interesting. Okay. I haven't heard that. I can't say that I remember having heard that one either. So.
So for anybody who is interested in doing a little bit of internet sleuthing, I posted the link to the forum post of lost videos in the Steve chat on our Discord.
So does it give it the name of the video then in the? It
No,
doesn't?
unfortunately. It's a markup language, so I gave it my own titles of the content of the video.
Oh, kind of what it was about. Huh?
Yeah. So anybody who can find, I have one other forum post that I made a Minecraft forum, but it failed the embeds, so it's not as useful. But
Yeah. Well, here's an example. You make a manufacturer, and I don't have enough motors in my inventory.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, 10 motors to make a manufacturer. That's the example, one of the examples that you can give of needing a good number of motors and a dimensional depot to support it, if you can do that too.
Doug Owen has a question. I'm going to
Uh-huh.
read it out and let you decide if you want it to be a university question. He says, quick one. I followed every setup tutorial I could find. Just setting up a coal generator setup, and the amount in the extractor drops. Does it matter if the amount in the generator remains full?
Amount in the generator of...
The coal generator, I think.
Amount in the coal. Okay, amount of coal or of water.
I think that what he's talking about. Oh, okay. So extractor is talking about a water extractor. To me,
Okay. I like to keep them full when I'm talking
coal
about
generators
water.
still don't take water in my mind.
Oh, come on. You need to play more. Get back caught up to version 1.
But yeah, he's talking about the amount of water in the extractor is going down, but the amount in the generator is remaining full of water.
Okay. So I don't see a problem with that. As long as the amount in the generator stays full. I don't care what the pipes look like. I don't care what the extractor looks like. As long as my machines are staying full of water, that's fine. You've got it probably tuned as best you can tune it. If you've got a situation where the literally where the pipes empty themselves or the extractor empties itself, but your machines stay full, that's best of all worlds there. So hope that helps, because wow, it sounds like you've tuned it really well. It's just hard to do.
Douglas goes on to say, sorry, so the amount of water in each remains full, but my extractors keep dropping after I fill them. I don't know what you're saying then.
Too close.
Yep, it's too close. It wants to link to the upper one. Or I should put it in there first and then.
And Adam the Man says, hi Doc, first time watching you. All
Adam.
the best from England.
Adam the Man. I like that. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you coming and enjoying with us.
It's the British spelling in our stream title today. That's what's bringing you in.
Must be. Must be.
Oh, yeah, Cordman reading Productive Packer, Doc.
Well, why did he do that?
Oh, quite a while.
Why did he do... I didn't say when did he do that. I says, why did he do that?
Well, I did it a half hour ago. Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, I completely missed that, along with the first time chat from Yale.
Well, you need to
Says,
stop
"Hello,
missing
Mr.
those
Doc."
things, Buster.
Chat was going real fast at the time.
Oh.
Chat was going real fast.
Well, that's good, I guess. All right. Luckily, I'm still at the factory that has the hub. So let's pay a productive packer. Okay, I'm at level 4. I have passed 1 star on those 2 levels. So let's see if I can get at least a 1 star here. Moving on. Moving on.
As the controller says, come on, strap on your power sneakers and keep up. You gotta go fast.
I gotta go fast, huh?
Hours.
You get 1 times 4. The thing that I miss about this is Tetris allows you to flip the stupid things around, you know?
This is such a ridiculous little game.
It is. And it's a terrible distraction when you should be building your factory.
It's training.
Training. Huh? Training for what in the...
Productivity.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, right. Just after I got rid of the thing that was... that's not going to happen. I made it to 1,000, folks. I got a star.
Nice. Now, Doc, you do know the ones that have holes in it, you can put them over one another.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
The two big ones with holes fit over each other perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look at that next time. The two big ones that are kind of jagged around that give you a lot of points.
Mm-hmm.
They fold into each other really nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I will look into that then.
Mr. Sammy redeemed Hydrate. He says,
Okay.
hey, Doc.
I've got my monster here. It's black with green stripes, so it's getting green screened out here and here. I need to create a black and red, Robert.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate the monster's colors are green. And Doug Ain says, huge help. That's good news. I'm very new to the game, so I appreciate the advice. I was worried, but Doc's answer means everything's okay. Thanks.
Alrighty.
And Chandler Taek says, it's my first time. Love the shorts, and thanks for those gaming with Doc.
You betcha. You bet.
And Waldo's says, have you tried other manufacturing games such as Dice the Sphere Project, Factorio, Modded Minecraft, or Ixia?
Okay. The list is, start with number 1.
Dyson Sphere Project.
I have it downloaded. I wanted to play it the other day and it just ran out of time.
Factorio.
Factorio, yes. I have about 5-6 videos out there where I played Factorio.
Modded Minecraft.
Robert won't allow me to play Minecraft modded. So, no, not modded. Robert is a purist when it comes to games. I am really surprised that I've been able to actually play a modded version of Satisfactory. But,
Yeah.
you know.
I am...
Okay. Pause for 1 second. Sorry. What is an etho hopper clock?
A what?
What's a hopper clock?
A hopper clock? I have
Yes.
no clue.
Okay, you can't play modded Minecraft.
Oh. Oh, really?
Okay. He's just pointing out that the breadth of the original game is already so massive, and the automation that you can do in the original game is so massive that...
Okay. Okay, Robert's going to be AFK for a few moments while he...
And, yeah. I'm doing a little bit of learning myself, and I'm hoping to be able to take over the modding support from Robert. Since that's something that...
Does that mean I get more mods?
It would mean that we would be able to use more mods.
Did you get permission from Robert to actually say that?
No.
Oh,
But
you've gone rogue already. I see.
But that's something that I'm working on figuring out and making sure I'm... I actually, well, for a short time had my own server set up. I had to pillage the hard drive so I could fix my own computer. But now that my computer is fixed, I should be able to transfer the hard drive back over and get my own server set back up. So I'm working on that and learning how to do that. Hopefully we can...
Okay. Do your own server, huh?
Yeah, no, we won't actually be playing on my server. We just don't have the upload-download speed for it. But it's just, I'm learning how to run my own server and do the mods and stuff like that. Megalith says, I vouch for you, Garrett. And Mr. Sammy says, quick, play modded Minecraft while Robert's away. And Mr. Sammy redeems Stretch.
Okay.
And Cornman says, y'all need the create mod. I'm still not sure about the create mod.
Oh, yeah. Nice stretch.
Work those hips.
Yes. Well, it's my back that got hurt the other day that I'm, just making sure that my back is staying limber a little bit.
And Adrestea says vanilla. And I have to say that I mostly agree with Robert. I'm very much on the vanilla side of things, but I have no problem with quality of life mods. And I really enjoy a lot of good quality of life mods, like mini-map and stuff like that.
Mini-map, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just figuring out.
Because mini-map, having a mini-map doesn't change the core gameplay, whereas Create does change the core gameplay quite a bit. And Kilojoel says, after playing mod packs long term, vanilla feels pretty empty to me. I could see why you'd say that.
Yep. Yeah,
And
I'm just gonna go there. Go ahead.
Mr. Shamney says, can Robert say no to quality of life mods for convenience and efficiency?
Yeah, he struggles with any kind of mod, really. So, anyway.
And Cornman says,
We'll
Garrett,
work through it.
have you seen what the Create mod can do? Yes, it can make everything 1,000 times more complex.
Yeah.
And it's...
Oh, is he talking about the Create mod for Satisfactory?
No, for Minecraft. And I'd say, no, it doesn't actually make things more complex. It makes it different complex.
I like it. I like the idea of the Create mod simply because it would allow me to have some pre-built machinery that
So,
I haven't learned how to build on my own.
Yeah. Create mod makes the entire system, defines the entire system from beginning to end. I think is a good way to put it. Whereas vanilla has all that, has more complexity, I'd say, than Create mod. But none of it's defined complexity. You actually have to engineer stuff.
Yep.
And Chico says, well, vanilla is pretty bland until you put chocolate chips in it, and then it's a party.
Good analogy. That's a great analogy.
And Kilojoel says, that's a hot take in my books. Vanilla, the flavor is amazing. And I'm 100% with the vanilla guys.
Okay. And that's not faced the way I wanted it. So, try again. I want it to come in from there. Thank you. And there.
And Megalith, Robert is not here right now.
Yeah. He's not here at the moment.
And Max Murphy is dabbing in the YouTube chat.
Uh-huh.
And I say 2020 wants a gesture back.
Wants his gesture back?
Yep.
Oh, she made some good tea this time.
And Kilojoel says, I'm still playing 1.7.10 with mods, so it's a different game entirely at this point. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got the coal. I've got the fabric. Now I just need the iron plate. Cool.
And Megalith says, if you could play Satisfactory, you could play the Create mod. End of discussion. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
And frankly, if you get to the point of playing through a couple, 3 times, and you get tired of just the, tired of the grind, and want a little bit more complexity to kind of make the trip go a little slower, definitely the create mod can be a super way to deal with that. So that's why I'm thinking about it very seriously. I know that Lexi really wants the create mod, wants me to try the create mod, and Robert keeps saying no, please don't do the create
Cornman
mod.
says there's no game loop like in Satisfactory, so create mod isn't built into a nice game loop.
Oh, really? Okay, I think this is where all my plate is. Yep, it is. And so...
And this is a great university question.
Oh, a great one. Not just a good one, a great one, huh? All right, well, let's flip to it and see what... Okay, Ginger Prime says, I've got a question for the doc. Let's say I have a belt I need to split into 2 funky amounts, and they don't divide nicely, like 115.8 and 351, or whatever awful numbers the modeler gives me. Well, what I would do is I would round up. A lot is determined, of course, by the size belt that you've got. 115, let's say 116 plus 351 adds up to 467. Okay, so a 480 belt will handle that. 480 divided by 3 is 160. That's not quite 351, and it's over 115. So it looks like you're going to have to divide that one down, not just by 3, but possibly by 6. Okay, so 3 is 160, so you've got 80 belts, belts that have 80 on them. And then that creates a real problem with 115.8 because it's smack in the middle of another division. So I would take the 80. You would have to take the 80 and divide it by 3. Take the 160 divided by 2, 80, and you could divide that one by 3. There's just no good answer to this one at all. The 351 would probably be easy. Dividing by 3 takes out of the ones 480. No, it doesn't even give you a good answer. Divide by 3 gives 2 of those legs at 360, 320, so you need 30 more there. So you just have to divide the numbers. You can only divide by 2 and 3 because a splitter, if you're feeding it into another machine, divides by 3. Okay, so you've got 3 legs to work with. So the 480 will divide by 3 and you get 3 at 160. Then you have to divide those down and combine them so that you get close to the 115.8, which would probably be 120. Then you'd have to feed the rest into the 351. So that's kind of your answer. It's not at all easy, but technically I wouldn't worry too much about that. I'd just get 2 lines that were over that amount and just feed them in and let the overflow go between those 2 lines and just overflow into them. I just create manifolds, and just instead of worried about balancing it going in, I would let the machine balance it as it fills up and then sends it off onto the next line. So if you've got the 1 line of 480, I would split it into 2 and run one into the one and one into the other, but I would also put an overflow from the one over to the other lines so that when the 115 one fills up, it overflows over and gives its extra to the 351, so that you can then use that overflow to balance out the need to get more in the 351 after you divide that line by 3. So by doing that, you can balance it, because one 480 would easily handle that. So that's the way I would handle it, instead of trying to balance it going in. And hope that helps. We'll talk to you later. Thanks. Let's go back to the game.
Okay, so we've got a first-time chat from Brayman, who asked, how long do you plan to be streaming today? And we've got another 6.5 hours.
Yep, we're going to go till 5 o'clock Central Time, U.S.
And Octesis is raiding with a party of 11.
All right.
And yeah, Adversary says, hello, Raiders, and Octesis says, thank you. First-time chat from Raider.
Fantastic.
Welcome.
Okay. All right, so we got 2 outports here. I'm going to go ahead and go out from this one. I'm going to come over this direction, but I'm not going to go very far, simply because
And
on straight.
Ginger Prime says, that's fair. Those numbers were random but representative.
Yeah.
I don't have the actual numbers in front of me. Maybe that would have helped. Thank you. You still gave me the answer I needed.
Very good. Very good.
And Brayman says, hello, Doc. You've greatly inspired me doing my builds, and it helped me a lot with your tips. I just started Satisfactory recently, so it really helped.
Oh, gosh. All right, I need to get up to that floor so that I can continue this one to the edge of the platform.
Hornman says, sometimes Doc sounds like Lisa from The Simpsons. What?
Sounds like what?
Lisa from The Simpsons.
Oh, is that an insult?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is. Okay.
Sam Fluctuator
good.
recipe unlocked. The
Good job,
fluctuator
Robert.
can mimic unique communication through patterns of electric frequencies to instruct reanimated Sam to perform specific tasks or give specific restrictions, such as matter to energy conversion. It can also function as matter memory, reading the exact composition and state of a collection of matter in one location, breaking it down, and near instantly reconstructing it in another location, which has incredible potential for smart storage.
Your threads shift solid to fluid to a tapestry. Matter, and mind and melody.
And Ada's not going to respond to that. Okay.
And Adam the Man asks, Doc, what is your doctorate in before you retired?
It was in Management of Information Systems. So it was a DM/IST. So, yeah. I basically managed computer systems at work. Didn't much manage people. Didn't want to get involved in managing people because, it's tough in a large company like Boeing to manage people.
Mm-hmm.
So I never got into that. I had a lot of projects, a lot of teams, a lot of work team. But get out of my way. Okay, so I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go. That's not going to work. I've got to get a better visual here. Okay, that gives me a better way to see up there.
Dimensional Depot unlocked. SAM can be utilized to deconstruct matter down to its chemical elements.
Thank you,
in
Robert.
one
You've been
dimension.
out collecting
The
Mercer
Mercer
spheres,
sphere
have you?
allows it to be transferred and
Yes,
stored
I
in
need
another.
one more. Do you happen to have one
Once
on you?
parts are fed into the
If you look in the
dimensional
hub,
they can be
in
accessed
the
by
container,
Pioneer inventory
in the
and
hub,
built
there
that
should be one or
system
two
at
there.
any time, anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, those are the two I have. I still need one more, so I'm gonna go out and explore.
Okie doke.
Do we have jetpacks on one?
Yes.
I'm gonna go.
But the only fuel we have at this point, we do have regular fuel, but not packaged. Out at my oil factory, just offsite, just to the north of this main factory.
Okay.
First time chat from Starscream Hero. You worked from Boeing?
Yeah. Yep, I worked for Boeing for 25 years when I retired.
And one of our raiders, Artesis, says, good luck and happy hunting for the Mercer spheres.
Yeah. Thank you.
And thanks for the raid.
Yep.
We appreciate it. And Max Murphy says, I'm 85% sure that Reverend and Robert are big red button pushers.
I
Big
would never.
Red button pushers.
And a lot of you, I'm sure, don't know what he means by the Reverend, but if Mark shows up, they might find out.
Yep.
And Starscream Hero says, so does that make you a Washingtonian then?
It's where I started my career. But no, I'm living in Missouri. I started my career from 98 to 2005, hired on at Boeing to be a trainer at first. And then after I got my first finance job in Boeing, they said, but you know IT, don't you? So we need you to take this old COBOL system and turn it into a database system that we can use going forward. I said, okay, that sounds fun. And so he got a team of a bunch of programmers, and I managed that team, developing a front-end interface and a back-end data system to take the old COBOL data and put it into SQL Server. That SQL Server database eventually became a data warehouse of its own, where they crunched information concerning procurement parts. And that's how I got so good at seeing and visualizing in Satisfactory how to manufacture things from one product to the next product to the next product. Because I worked basically in procurement, where we worked on supply chains constantly. So I worked with a number of ERP systems, the latest one being SAP, helping to develop the rollout of SAP, which was not completed before I left the company. At that point is when I decided to retire, when they were basically outsourcing all of finance's responsibility. So I said, fine, I can leave. I'll take your severance package and be on the I'll be on the layoff list. That's fine. And so I took a voluntary layoff, is what they called it, and went from there. So the great artist came and joined us. He was watching somebody else.
Hello.
Good to have you.
So, he was in Washington, which means he was a Washingtonian. Now he's in Missouri, which makes him miserable.
Missouri is not nicknamed Misery. It's just
Robert's
very
been
hot in the
miserable
summer.
because he could never get over Washington.
Yeah, Robert did love Washington. That is absolutely true.
There's no replacement for the Cascades.
Yep, or the Olympics.
Yeah.
We were sandwiched between two snow-capped glacier peaks on either side of us. We do miss that.
The trees, the ocean.
Cornman says, Washington, ew, who would ever live there? Cornman lives in Washington.
At his own personal protest.
Yeah. But gosh, if things were to change socially in Washington, even a small amount, it would immediately be put back on my number one places to live.
Mhm.
There's just so much beauty in Washington, and people get there are people who get really hung up over the sunlight issue, and I understand that, but it's not about it for me.
By the way, Robert, when did they finally allow us to put wall outlets? Oh, come on. Really? I put a wall outlet in a floor.
I think you have to choose the actual wall outlet, not the double wall outlet. I think maybe if you put it on the side.
Because my answer was going to be they didn't. So weird. Yeah, I just asked you so you can put a single.
Again, that's a double.
I know that's a double.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now try
Basically, it's a wall.
putting down a beam connector.
Put it down on what?
Try putting down a beam connector.
Okay.
Like, go to architecture.
I don't have beams yet.
You don't have beams yet.
Okay, Doc, where did you say fuel was?
Fuel is to the north of the main part of the factory. I currently have plastic being made there and rubber being made there with conveyors coming to the factory.
Okay, so in its own thing, independent somewhere?
Yes.
I see those conveyors.
Starscream Hero says, "You're not wrong there. It's a beautiful state. 'Tis where I live."
Yep.
It is a
Yeah.
beautiful state.
Yep, I grew up there in Bremerton, so if you live there, you know where Bremerton is. My dad was Navy. When he got out of the Navy, used his GI Bill, became an engineer, and then worked the rest of his career at the Navy Yard, and going from the Navy Yard to Keyport, and Keyport was a naval torpedo station. At Keyport, he then retired from there. So after 30-some years with in civil service Navy. So.
Cornman says, "Garrett, I think you would be surprised on how Washington is socially right now." And I say, I meant politically. I was trying to say politically without saying politically.
Yeah.
You said you're making packaged fuel or what?
I said it's not packaged, but fuel is being made there.
Well, that's not helpful to me.
Well, you've got plastic right there. You could put a packager down and package some of the fuel there. I just put it in a container for us to go retrieve. It should be relatively easy, if that's okay. We've got a battle between YouTube and Twitch. We've got 48 on Twitch and 51 on YouTube. So we're at 99, folks.
Are you making rubber at all?
Am I making what?
Rubber?
Yes. So if you're looking north, the
Okay.
the
The whole
wells
place
to the
is
left,
shut down because you're.
Robert is a little
'Cause I'm
directionally
white.
challenged.
It's potentially shut down because your
Your
fuel,
buffers are all full.
If the buffers are all full, just empty them.
Yeah, all that beautiful fuel being
Wasted. Yes, I understand.
tossed out onto the ground. I wish they had a little valve and it creates a fireball or something.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be awesome.
It would be.
Chandler Taek has an interesting question. As a new player, what are some of the unwritten etiquette rules that the community plays by? The only one I know so far is that folks don't like clipping.
That's probably the biggest one.
Wow.
Is the no clipping, but it's not really a hard fast rule. Like for example,
No clipping unless it's pretty.
The like for example here, in order to create splitters on top of the lifts, the splitters then clip the next splitter over, and I consider that a totally acceptable clipping. Also, when you take one and go over, like going from here to there, it clips a little bit of the top of that, but that's usually acceptable just to make it all neat and tidy. So generally that much is okay. I need to get some power to these things.
It depends on how much spaghetti you're doing and how much refined work you're doing.
Refined work.
Clipping is a whole lot more acceptable when you're going with spaghetti.
Just ask Mega Meaty Bacon Man. He'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
And you could always watch my video in defense of spaghetti.
Yep. Starscream's Hero says, I'm in Spokane, but I do know where you were. I worked in Seattle for a pneumatic company for a few years.
Okay.
Boeing was actually one of my companies when I did.
Okay. Your sales agent, probably. Or something like that.
Poor man asks, is Bremerton near Tacoma?
No. Bremerton is over on the Cascade side of the Puget Sound. So it's across the Puget Sound about at the same latitude as Seattle. In fact, where I grew up, I would be able to go outside and look over and see Seattle. And the most notable thing happening during my growing up years was I watched the Kingdom be built over there. And
you're talking on the peninsula, right?
Yeah, I was on the Olympic
so that's
Peninsula.
the Olympics.
Yes, that's what I said.
You said Cascades.
I was on the Olympic side. Yes, I did say Cascades. I'm
little
sorry.
Confused. There's no.
Yes, I was on the Olympics side of it, not the Cascade side.
Funny enough, I never went to the Olympic side. I have never been on the peninsula.
Didn't you go with us to Long Beach that one time when we flew a kite on the Long Beach shores?
If
Yes,
I was too young to remember.
Yeah, he was very, very young. Doc, I do have to know, take a look at the screen.
Mark, pick something up.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Yeah, Mark is always wandering around the oil field there. The oil refineries. Mark is my doggo. I tamed that one doggo, and he wanders around the oil refineries there where Robert is right now. So,
and Cornman says, "Oh, so Renton."
Oh, so Renton.
Near Renton, Bremerton, near Renton.
Oh gosh, Bremerton's not even close to Renton.
Renton is where I was born.
Yep. And Christy and Britta were born there too, right?
Yep.
They had all three kids at the, what did they call that hospital there? Anyway.
And then Garrett and Spencer were both in Everett, right?
Which is north of Seattle.
Yeah, north of Seattle. Yeah. See, by then, because the funny thing that happens when you work for Boeing is you work close to where you live, and then when you get new jobs and you get new locations, you always move farther away. So eventually I said, enough of this. I hated the commute. And so we went from Renton, and from Renton we went up to Everett, got an apartment, and 2 years later we were able to buy a house in Marysville, and we moved to Marysville. And eventually I was able to then get a job at the Everett plant before we ended up selling and going home. So we ended up owning our Marysville house for 13 years, living up in Marysville. And then I was able to eventually get up to Everett. And now the building that I worked in Everett doesn't even exist anymore because they flattened it so they could put the autoclaves for the, what is it, that fiber stuff? can't remember, the autoclaves that they make the fuselage for the 787 is there. And so they make a lot of composite parts. That's it, the composite parts for them. Okay. It says I have no power going from here to there. So I'm going to go figure out why we have no power. Because I haven't hooked up the outside part of it. That's why.
Starstream's Hero has a second part of that comment. I worked in Seattle for a pneumatic company for a few years. Boeing was actually one of the companies he helped. They did work for when he was there.
Okay, cool.
And he says, I now drive a dump truck for an asphalt company here in Spokane because I was over people. I get that.
Okay. Cool. Okay, because you were over people, meaning you were done with trying to manage people, or you got that job because you were a manager of people and they liked that?
I'm pretty sure he just ducked people.
Yeah. With my degree being in management, I quickly read the tea leaves and said that I didn't really want to go there. But, you know, to each his own. Some people just relish the idea. In fact, one gal that I trained at Boeing, and this is kind of a funny situation. One gal that I trained, she was a level 2 coming from Arizona, and she came to the St. Louis area. Level 2 is really, really low on the totem pole. But she was hired for a finance job because she was pretty smart, pretty quick. And she ended up, I trained her in her job and kind of mentored her and tutored her. She became a level 3, then a level 4, and then she became a manager, where she continued to get more and more experience. Her next management job was me hiring her as my manager. And I ended my, I didn't completely end it. I was changed from her as my manager shortly before I retired. But she was one of the best managers I ever had. So
you trained her well.
Yeah, real sharp gal. And yeah, I guess I could say I trained her well, yes.
That's funny.
So it worked well. Okay, I've got a filter line going up here, Robert. I just need to manage the output of that filter line and get that going. I'm going to have to build some foundations for it first. Missing concrete. Golly. I'm sure we've got the dimensional depot unlocked, but we probably don't have any of the other things unlocked yet, right?
Doc, can I use your world as an example of things not to do?
No, of course not. But you're going to do it anyway, right?
If you don't say no.
So, what are you going to tell them that you should never do?
Okay, when you're doing liquids, one of the big things to watch out for in liquids is sloshing.
Yep.
Sloshing is what happens when the system tries to equalize volumes, or the system tries to equalize fill levels in one section of pipe to the next.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So you get a lot of sloshing when you put industrial storage on there.
Yeah. So, Dad, look in front of me and tell me what's wrong with this picture. Liquid that comes from here goes into here, slosh, 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 slosh. This action, because there's so much liquid being contained in here, will slosh back and forth forever. So even if you have a consistent, steady flow out from here, this will cause it to slosh back and forth and come out here in waves.
I thought I put that slot. I thought I put those at the end. On the other side, I put them at the end.
Yeah, they were. I just added this.
Oh, well.
So it's like this. It's at the end. It still sloshes back and forth.
Well, I didn't do it other than to make sure that they'd stay on for a period of time making rubber and making plastic.
Yeah.
Now that you have another application, Get rid of the storage.
Look, that part's irrelevant, okay? I'm trying to show where you made a mistake, okay? Just
I didn't make a mistake. You made it a mistake. Oh. Garrett, Robert, you're having too much fun. Knock it off.
We've got a highlight message from Marlorn. Have you played Satisfactory with a controller? I rather like playing the game with a controller, and I've not played it with a keyboard and mouse in a while.
Really? On your PC? You played it with a controller on your PC?
I suppose.
That would be a different thing.
we generally aren't big console players in this family.
Mm-hmm.
And other than Garrett, who was tortured into learning it for Dark Souls, and I'm saying this accurately, the rest of us just aren't very good at controllers, and so adapting to it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It feels very foreign.
Okay, so why isn't this getting any coal? That's odd. Okay, which one of these is not working?
I just say it says the mistake was pointing out the mistake.
That could be said too. Okay, so why is my coal not coming up this conveyor?
How about you get up where you can see the top of the conveyor?
Okay.
It honestly could have just not been connected to the right stand.
And it's still not working.
Because it's not connected to the right one. It's being connected to a lower one.
It's not connecting to the one with the coal on it?
Yeah.
Is what you're contending?
Mm-hmm. We have another highlighted message from One Metal Fist.
There's
What's driving me
working.
crazy is that I can't find this anywhere online, but I clearly remember hearing it in my game. I'm playing on console, so it's the latest version. But when I found the artifact that looks like the infinity symbol, or the purple, glowing purple gold one, it had talked about how Massage 2 ABB was discovered. I'm certain of it. It's one of the first things I heard when I started playing. Not finding it now is seriously messing with my head.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I need to take a quick break, guys. Robert, will you take over the stream for just a little bit?
Sure.
And I'll be right back.
And Starscream Hero says, honestly, because I was tired of trying to sell stuff to people when they don't really need it. Sales is all about pushing numbers, and I just wasn't a fan of that mindset. You had a problem, and I had a solution for you, it was great, but otherwise I didn't like to push stuff on people. Yeah? Sales goes the best when people actually have a need that you can fulfill. Otherwise, it's just
Not the right spot.
Zach subscribed to tier 1. They subscribed to 5 months. Robert, are we going to switch over to your stream?
Yeah, in a moment.
Okay. Kenzo, I will read your question when Doc gets back. And Marlorn says, yep, I play on PC using a controller. I love leaning back in my chair playing.
Cool.
Zach says, the lift is going down. Let Garrett try to see where the location... No. Why would I?
Say what? What are you objecting to?
I'm objecting to absolutely nothing because nothing good was said.
Oh, okay.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, train clipping is my favorite type of clipping. You can phase a train back into itself with a loop, not a long enough train. Trains don't have collision code when they collide with themselves. And Marlon says, trains can't collide with themselves? That's cool. Mega Meaty says, if you build a section of the track, stick a loop on the end, and make a train like 6 to 8 in length, it won't crash once it returns back to the same rail. Fun. And Brayman asks again, how long will the stream be? We are going till 5 o'clock Central US time. So we've got another, we started at 8. So we've got another 5 hours to go.
Okay, well, I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. Here we go. So I don't remember who it was who helped me with this, but they helped to extract, and I'll show you the files here.
We started at 9.
We should extract every single sound file that plays in the game, all the voice lines. There's a lot of them. Here's the text files. I did get them extracted and put in here, and at one point I had made more progress on this, but I can't figure out where that file is, so I'm reverting backwards. So if we're talking about, if you think it was from collecting a summer sloop for the first time, I think there is a specific one for tagged for summer sloops in here. Let's see, there's all the Fixma stuff, Mycelia, oops. Nutrients, onboarding, organism, phases, elevator, slug pickup and scanning, okay, sulfur, schematics, tractors. Yeah, you can get through here and find the... So let's see if I can find something. Oops. Okay, so I guess it was up near the beginning. Okay, so this one, I think it's under alien tech and alien energy here. Looks like. Okay, let's see if massage is here somewhere.
I'm back. Uh-oh. Spreadsheet. Uh-oh. Something's gone really sideways with my stream here.
Yeah, so there's only 2 mentions of massage in the voice files here, and they're under Mercer spheres. So,
what's the CEO's name?
the CEO's name, oh gosh, was, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to continue looking through here, and eventually we're going to put out a video on this. I have some theories from putting a bunch of this stuff together, but maybe search wormhole. That's a good line to search.
Mm-hmm. One Metal Fist says, "Hey Robert, I don't want to sound pushy or anything, but I was just wondering if you ended up reading more of my book. No pressure. I'm just honestly curious what you thought."
No, I haven't. I want to get back to it though.
I've already given him more than enough to read.
Garrett, you should read it. You do like reading books on your phone and stuff. So, I'll send you the link.
Sure. I'll give it a look.
Yeah. Yeah, Wormhole doesn't show up, unfortunately. So
we have the complete dialogues?
Yep.
Okay.
Up through 1.1. So. My pet theory is that
Just
Ada's going to go off the rails.
quote unquote. Yeah.
Is it the AI what?
That Ada is going to become seduced by or merge with or somehow be on the planet's side and is going to ditch us at some point.
Gonna ditch us, huh?
Yep.
Because Ada falls in love with?
Kinda, sorta. There's just, over time they end up communicating more and more, and Ada ends up insulting us to whatever this voice is several times, and it sounds like Ada's preparing to decide that humanity isn't worth it or something like that. Because of course, at the same time, this voice is also warning about what humans do, or what has happened to its planet in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some, for the benefit of humanity, I must destroy all humanity, iRobot movie sort of BS that happens.
The iRobot movie is so different than the iRobot book. It's amazing. The storyline, I'm 78% through the iRobot book.
Yeah?
And the storyline in the movie doesn't exist up to that point.
Yeah. I think they just wanted to make a movie involving the laws of robotics, and they intentionally ignored the zeroth law, and they made the movie from it.
Well, the zeroth law came about later, wasn't it? Didn't it?
Yes, he wrote the zeroth law later, but it was still part of...
Yeah. So this actually leads into
all
something
weird.
that I've been thinking about for a while. I don't think that fantasy and science fiction are two different things.
Oh, that's heresy.
I think that they're two sides of the same thing. Fantasy focuses on people and storylines, where science fiction focuses on environment. Science fiction is a setting.
No. Ooh.
Oof. Has Garrett just spoken heresy?
Science fiction environment is a big feature of science fiction, just like magic ends up being a big feature of fantasy. Not because it is the magic or it is the setting, it's because magic and the space setting do a good job of illustrating the actual themes of the genres.
Sure, but I'm looking at golden age of science fiction. The stories themselves were very simple and very dependent on the environment to set things up. They set up an environment and let it evolve and just see what happens in that environment.
So, Robert, I would tend to, from a layman's perspective, start agreeing with Garrett. And here's my premise. I struggle to differentiate between I struggle to differentiate between the fantasy world versus the science fiction world. And when last I queried you on that, your definitions still, it didn't make it clear still to me which would be fantasy and which would be science fiction. So that's kind of where I stand at the moment.
And it's the more I write fantasy, the more I want to include sci-fi like commentary on the world. And
There is no sci-fi like commentary in the world because sci-fi is the setting. It doesn't
what?
exist. It's not a thing.
Because it's not a thing.
you're being snide because
Yes.
you know you're wrong.
Because you know you're wrong. How can you declare it's just a setting, but then use sci-fi like commentary, which is science fiction?
Because that commentary is still based on the setting.
No,
It sets up a setting to use as commentary. It's still based around the setting.
It's based around the commentary. The commentary, what matters. The setting is irrelevant. The setting, yes, is just whatever it needs to be.
Sets everything up.
It's in the same way that magic is just what sets up the conflict for fantasy.
Okay.
In the same way that having Merlin or magic of the the Knights of the Round Table is there to set up the fantasy. Sure, that doesn't make Merlin the key to all fantasy.
Okay. We don't need to argue about it. I just presented a feeling I had.
No, I'm fine with you. You're a layman. Garrett should know better.
Okay.
Scorpio says, "No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong." And Richard Wells says, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic."
Except to those who don't understand the technology, yes.
Yeah. First time chat from Alama Cannon says, "Is the voice line the one that says it's named after Marie's awesome scientific search of the avant-garde exoplanet?" I do think that's the one.
Yes, in fact, it specifically... Yeah, it says, "Fun fact, the planet you are on was found and named during a planet spotting event Marie hosted called..." Marie's whatever. So, yeah, that quote exists.
So maybe One Metal Fist is thinking of that and just thought it was talking about more than it actually was.
And the summer sloop was named after Marie Somerville, the co-founder of Fixit and head of R&D department. Is the other comment, is the other line referring to Marie.
Okay. Ayakinzo says, "Hey Doc,
Yeah.
just asking again because you're back. I guess you already answered this question, but when and why did you choose to start streaming? Also,
When?
no conveyors."
Yeah, I saw that. Address day as being difficult again. Or making my life difficult again. So I've got to build some lines for computers. Okay, so what was the question? I'm sorry.
When and why did you choose to start streaming?
When wasn't it about April, May of 2023? Or was it later than that?
It was 2024.
Uh-huh.
We did one stream, but we didn't go full-time until 2024 in August, I think.
Okay.
Like a month or so before the game was released.
Okay. Because I know we live streamed fairly heavy during the release of 1.0.
Yep.
Like I think we live streamed every day from the beginning of that. For a while, for a time. And drove you nuts.
Yeah.
So, kind of going back to what I said about sci-fi being a setting, maybe sci-fi being a setting isn't quite the right way to put it. But if you look at Star Trek, which I think Star Trek Next Generation is probably the prime example of science fiction. Would you agree with that?
It's a great example.
Yeah. So, the Next Generation has very, very little long-term story building. The entire thing, of course, it is a TV show, which tends towards being episodic.
Yeah.
But it really wants to tell individual stories, with the only major changes happening because something changed in real life that forced them to change the story slightly. That's the kind of thing that I see with a lot of Golden Age science fiction, especially like I, Robot, which is a collection of short stories for the most part.
Really?
That's what I remember from when I read it as a kid.
It's chapters. It has a distinct storyline.
Maybe I'm thinking of something slightly different. Maybe I didn't read I, Robot. I think I read a collection of short stories by Isaac Asimov.
There are so many short stories. Also, sorry, I'll let you finish your point first. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the point of the story in science fiction is to analyze an issue, where usually societal, environmental, something along the technological. It's there to as a real world simulation of a potential or theoretical problem.
Yeah.
Whereas fantasy is meant for bigger, longer term stories for analysis of the self. And while you can do those two things separately, they fit together really well. I mean, let's talk about your favorite science fiction book, which is half a fantasy book, Ender's Game.
Okay, so
Let's
what
see how
makes
mad that makes it.
what makes it? So what makes the difference between science fiction and fantasy? This is where I get confused, is I have a hard time distinguishing between the two. I know fantasy in the world of Tolkien, for example, is, you know, filled with orcs and dwarves and, you know, mythical creatures.
So,
And that's typically what you call fantasy, whereas the science fiction genre tends to be out in space or in the future or, you know, things like that.
my claim is that those environments are incidental to sci-fi and fantasy. The first major fantasy book had magic, and so magic became synonymous with fantasy for most people.
Okay.
But it's and the first science fiction books were always space or technology themed because it goes well with what it is.
Uh-huh.
It's more about how we're dealing with issues, because you can have a world of magic and discuss it and treat it like it's a real thing and figure out what the world would be like if magic was real.
Uh-huh.
And that's a science fiction book.
Okay.
If you're talking about the real world consequences of magic existing, that's science fiction. Just like if you have a space opera, Star Wars is fantasy. It's about a hero going to save the world. That's a fantasy story.
Who beats an old wizard? And
Yeah.
he's told, "You're a wizard, Luke." And he's given a magic sword. And he has to reconcile with his father. And
Okay, so that's fantasy, huh?
Yeah.
But most people would look at that and say, "Oh, that's science fiction."
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I think it's clear there's a lot of overlap in these two genres.
Yeah. I think that they're two parts of the same whole.
I think it's an absolute mistake to declare that one is a story about characters and one is a setting. I think that's utterly reductive.
Again, I said setting was the wrong way to put it.
Okay.
But I do still like the idea that science fiction is sociology and fantasy is psychology.
What did you just say?
Yep. I generally agree with that.
Fantasy is psychology. Science fiction is sociology.
Or, said more clearly, fantasy deals with the evolution of the self, the completion of the ideal self, completion of your goals, realizing who you are and who you're meant to be, that kind of thing. Whereas science fiction is much more, how do people in societies relate to each other? How do they interact? What happens when something crazy happens? How is life different if X, Y, or Z was different? Examining the nature of human experience if something was crazy or whatever.
Interesting.
That's why I think Star Trek was such a good thing. We derided. I think the term is that the hat world, where you go, they go and land on a new planet, and they're just like humans, except they all wear hats. And that's classic science fiction in a way of, hey, look, we've arrived at a setting, and for some reason their world is different than ours. Why is it different? Well, because in this world everyone wears hats. How does that make their world different than ours?
Yeah, I remember Star Trek episode where they went to a planet and there were two warring peoples, and these warring peoples were really distinctly angry at one another, but one of the characters on the Star Trek said, "Why do you fight against each other? You're totally alike." And the answer was no, because their faces were black and white. Okay, half on this side, half on that side. And no, because they're white on the left side and they're white on the right side. And so they warred with each other because they were different, and one felt that they were right and the other was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And totally an examination of how we tend to perceive the world and be prejudiced against somebody based on how they look. It was a great episode.
Mm-hmm.
As they tried to figure out how they could help these people reconcile with each other.
Science fiction is very much rooted, especially in 1970s utopianism. There's so much of that woven into the fabric of science fiction. Just like Tolkien magic is woven into the fabric of fantasy.
Yeah. And those appearances are what shapes most people's idea of what science fiction and fantasy are.
Anyway, good discussion though.
Lexi says, I don't do sci-fi, I prefer fantasy. Then again, I do love Satisfactory and James Cameron's Avatar, so I guess there are exceptions.
Uh-oh, Avatar again.
We are doing our best to give Robert an aneurysm. I started by claiming sci-fi and fantasy are two sides of the same coin, and gave him an aneurysm there. Now Lexi is saying how good James Cameron's Avatar is, and giving him an aneurysm there. Oh, yeah. Doc, no conveyors.
I was just upgrading things.
Uh,
Can't I upgrade things?
Nope.
Oh,
That's still conveyors.
go back to reading your book. Oops, no, I didn't say that.
One Metal Fist says, what's interesting that, based on the planet's name, Massage, to A-B, clearly implies a binary star system, meaning the planet should orbit two suns. However, in gameplay, I've never actually seen the second star. That makes it feel like something is either hidden, very distant, or simply not visually represented yet, despite what the scientific style naming suggests. Interesting. Binary star system. It could be that the planet is just rotating at the same rate as the as the stars are.
Yeah, that's possible.
Alana Cannon asks, is rocket fuel worth
gosh.
it, or should I go straight into nuclear power?
Network error.
Uh-oh. Robert's been kicked.
yeah, my computer crashed.
Oh, your computer crashed?
Got like full on blue screen.
Ooh, echo.
Oh,
Ick. That has happened too much lately.
Lexi says, to be honest, Robert and Garrett, there's not a much better cinematic experiences than James Cameron's works. To see them in cinema is a real threat.
Treat.
She said threat.
I think she meant treat, but sure.
Adorse says, I found bees. I made bees angry.
Yep.
And Megan Meaty says, you can get bees to generate with trees if you plant enough of them. There's a low percentage chance of a tree spawning with a beehive.
of a tree spawning with a beehive.
Killer Joel says there are absolutely 2 stars, usually at opposite sides. There'll often be one setting while the other rises. Interesting. Really?
I do have basic.
I will say that that's not usually how multi-star systems work. Usually you'd see them off in the distance rotating around each other. You should see 2 in the sky at the same time. Adderstay says, I also posted me behind a glass wall at my aqueduct, laughing at angry bees. And
So
Lexi says,
are the bees you're referring to the hives that we kill that sting us? They're called stingers? No,
no,
they're called
talking
stingers.
about Minecraft.
Talking about Minecraft. Okay.
Yeah, bees in Minecraft. And Lexi says, I get your hate, Garrett. First off, Robert that hates it, but it's clear that you never got to watch it in IMAX 3D, let alone IMAX 3D HFR. Better saved up and do so, then you could judge. My judgment is not on the quality of the cinematography and the and stuff like that. What they managed to accomplish with that movie was visually incredibly impressive.
You just didn't like the subject matter.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the way to put it. You didn't like the subject matter.
It was the story. I'm sorry, you can't like a story when you sympathize with the bad guy more than the good guy.
A lot of stories are going that direction, though. You know,
Yeah.
where they're taking somebody that is so imperfect that they're actually a villain more than they are a person just living and a victim, and they make them out to more be a victim than
Oh. Doc, when was the last time you watched Dances with Wolves?
quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Saw it in the theater and nearly puked.
Oh, because of the opening scene?
Yeah, because the opening
absolutely.
scenes, the surgeon scenes were just hey, please let me out of here before I.
Yeah, so people compare Avatar to Dances with Wolves a lot, and they should because it's the same movie. Okay? And Lexi already noted that, she understands the story's kind of painful at times. I watch movies for the story. The visuals are a fun treat. I want an excellent story. If the story's bad, I hate the movie, don't care how good. In fact, I resent how good it looks if it has a bad story. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
In the story of Dances with Wolves, a Revolutionary War soldier who, I don't remember if he was the surgeon or if he was the opening scene, you see men getting limbs amputated without any anesthesia. Okay. Absolutely brutal, the worst of war. Period. Right? This is at the height of we had the most destructive weapons with the least medical ability to, sedate people or take care of them. And then this soldier is sent out as part of his duties out to the frontier to establish a fort, where he was told that these Indians are going to raid, and they're going to, and I'm using the term Indians because that's what they use in the movie, we're going to raid, and we're going to destroy and pillage, whatever else, right? And over the course of the video, of the movie, you see a very damaged, broken man trying to come to peace with what he's seen and experienced, him processing his whole life, him coming to peace, finding a people who he can live with, and him trying to find and make peace between his old life, who he is at his core, and these new people who he's meeting who also have something good. And it's the tension between the two that he's trying to maintain that makes it such a good movie.
Probably Kevin Costner's best.
Yeah, 100%. I consider it one of his best movies. Nobody is lampooned. The soldiers on one side are honest, and on the English soldiers are honest, true representations of who they are, and the native tribes on the other side are honest representations of who they are. In Avatar 1, instead of getting two semi-equal forces that are going to take generations for one to win the other, instead you have a multi-planetary Earth species who has spaceships that can fly from planet to planet with gigantic mech suits and tons of technology versus tribes, and somehow doesn't just fire torch the entire world and destroy them in one fell swoop, which they easily could have from the very beginning. Second, they make the villains into these cigar smoking evil, twisted, whatever, comic book villains. So the villains aren't treated well. They're obviously handicapped. Pretend like this war could ever happen with any level of anything. And then the conflict between the two was... Or there was no honest main character progression. Oh look, we can put you in a pod that puts you in a brand new body. Wow, you have that technology but you can't make him walk? Wow, you have that technology but you can't give him a brand new human body? Wow, you have that technology but... That's crazy. I just... Yeah, they took one of Costner's best movies and turned it into...
Yeah, they had to work really hard to make humans the bad guys. They had to work so hard to make humans the bad guys.
Okay.
It's probably your job, but
So,
sugar water.
Robert ought to be a movie critic. He's definitely one of those ones that could never give a 5-star to any movie. So, and he'd be able to articulate why. And it would be devastating to any director after they've made a movie he criticized. So,
Robert, do you think that you could go up against a critical drinker?
No. I don't have a Scottish accent, I'm sorry.
Okay.
okay. Well, interesting. This is all backed up.
Anderson says, I'm one of the very few who enjoyed Waterworld, I think.
Could be.
It was alright. I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I didn't really hate it either.
Yeah.
Can I do conveyors yet? Yeah, Lexi probably agrees with you. She's pretty critical of movies too. She just happens to like one you don't like. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I one of the ways that I enjoy movies is by analyzing them. Okay? And this unfortunately is something that Doc doesn't really enjoy. So he gets a little bit frustrated, and so I try not to too much, but I enjoy dissecting the movie and seeing how it works and how they put it together. So
I like watching a movie and just putting myself in the environment the characters are in. And then I just let the director tell me, what's going to happen from here. And then I evaluate it and say, well, that's an interesting perspective. Maybe it could happen that way. Of course, sometimes I don't agree with it, of course. But yeah, I just take it for what it is the difference. Instead of probably what it should have been. And Robert really works on, well, this should have been this. And yeah, that's a valid perspective as well, too. So.
Scorpio says, in quantum physics, the decay of certain elements is called magic or double magic. Interesting. Deos Masu says, I'm playing Satisfactory for the first time ever, and I've just entered the bottleneck that is tier 3.
Okay. Get ready for the challenge.
Levy says, totally the same movie with a different outcome. And Silver Creek Stretch, it says it's a work day watching Doc while working on spreadsheets.
Okay.
Then he says, Waterworld is great. Super cheesy fun.
Super cheesy fun, huh?
To this day, I love catamarans because of Waterworld.
Interesting. I haven't watched Waterworld in so long.
Oh yeah. It's been so long since I've seen that movie, but I have a love for catamarans because of how they were featured in that movie. The Scorpio says, unlike other Robin Hoods, I speak with an English accent.
So Robin Hood was Scottish?
That's
No.
Men in Tights.
Oh, that's a Men in Tights quote? Okay.
Yep.
One of my favorite movies also.
Yeah.
Every time they make a Robin Hood movie, they come and build our village down.
Yeah. The character's talking to the director.
Yep. Leave us alone, Mel Brooks. See, now why is he making a new Spaceballs movie, not another Robin Hood movie? Gosh darn it.
No kidding.
So much of Robin Hood was that character, though.
Yeah, Carrie Elwes, man.
I don't know that they could do it without him.
No, he was...
Kilojoule says there are 3 different ways for a planet to orbit in a binary star system. Orbiting the center of mass of both stars, so that's with both stars spinning around each other and you orbiting at a distance. Orbiting around a single one, and with the other star also orbiting the single one, I assume.
Is there any possibility of creating a figure 8 orbit?
Huh?
Yeah, you orbit around the one, and then you get in the middle where they're kind of equal pull, and your physical momentum carries you out of the circular orbit because the pull in is less than the centripetal force going out, and then you get picked up by the other one and go around.
I don't think that would be a stable orbit.
Probably
over a long
not.
period of
It'd
time.
probably degrade over time. Yes.
I also think that every time you went between them, you'd get
Ripped
you'd
apart.
get ripped apart and fried.
I'd be very toasty.
Very toasty. I mean, it's daytime on both sides of the planet. The planet gets no opportunity to cool down whatsoever, and you're not that far apart from either sun. We're not going to get an Earth distance away in that kind of star system
Interesting.
from both suns. A first-time chat from Domosaurus Rex says, "Hey Doc, my husband is obsessed with Satisfactory. He just started playing it last week. He's grown fond of watching your stream. What is so exciting about Satisfactory? Do you have any tips for a beginner player? I think he's watching your stream now. It's Llama Cannon."
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we've seen him.
What's the name?
Domosaurus Rex, or the husband is Llama Cannon. And yeah, we've seen him.
Yeah. What is so fascinating about it? What is so fascinating to me is every time I play it, I can do a different thing. Like this world right now that I'm in, I had in a previous world completely dominated all of the oil fields. And then I build this factory here because this is where
Manual depot uploader unlocked.
yes,
Storage
Robert, I
dimension
appreciate
and
the manual
profit
depot
dimension now
uploader
connected
unlocked.
both
Yeah,
ways
sorry for the
and
interruption.
Files can now be uploaded to the storage dimension. Note, the storage dimension.
Okay. But I'm building this factory here because that's where Mark wanted me to build it. And then I look over here and there's two, they're both impure oil, which allows me to get rubber and plastic for the early game unlocks after phase 2. And I go, that's a different perspective than I've had before of getting to that one. Because every other time I've approached those oil fields from the opposite direction coming in. Looks totally different. Okay, the landscape is totally different, and that's what I appreciate about you choose a new place, you choose a new style, you choose a new a challenge to challenge yourself with, and it's a totally different game playthrough. Now, yeah, the mechanics are all the same, but the challenges become different when you look at where the resources are from different perspectives. And so I like going through the progression, just starting in a different area. Now, another thing Mark challenged me with is that basically my space elevator is way up there. You can't even see it, it's so far up. Okay? So I've got to get all the space elevator parts to where my space elevator is. That's another challenge that I've kind of been fed, that I think is pretty cool. So, you know, it's those kind of things that make me really love the game. Other game purists tend to desire to play the game, how do we say, based on, I've played it through, that's fine, I know all the mechanics, I'm done. Robert is kind of in that camp as well, and to a certain extent, Garrett, where I tend to just keep playing it over and over. And
you do conveyors now.
Good, thank you. So I like it, and I don't get burned out on it. I don't get tired of it. I just keep going.
We've got a lot of stuff in Twitch.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
One Metal Fist says, you have to remember that these aliens are partially plant-based. I think he's talking about Avatar again. Because of that, it's much easier for them to grow bodies. They're essentially cultivating them like living organisms. Creating a human body would be far more difficult since humans are biologically very different. The avatars themselves are half plant, half organism. We can already create organs for humans. In this alternate world, we can absolutely grow full human bodies.
Okay.
In Avatar.
In Avatar. Well, yeah, if you can create bodies for... Anyway.
An entirely different biology.
Yeah.
Yeah. May Meaty Bacon Man says, I loaded my world save into Satisfactory calculator. There's so many objects in the world that calculator automatically pulls certain objects like foundations and vehicles. I deleted a huge section of the factory, saved it, and when I loaded back, the trains all fell out of the sky.
Oh no! Didn't have the right mods.
Well, no, he deleted the factory underneath them.
Oh dear.
And he couldn't delete them because Satisfactory calculator culls those objects. One Metal Fist says the most problematic movies for me are things like Sharknado or Piranha.
Oh gosh.
They feel
Is
like
Sharknado even a valid movie?
No. But it's fun.
But they had a whole ton of episode 2, sequels. They had a whole ton of sequels, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely not meant to be a legitimate movie in the same sense as like Lord of the Rings.
As a legitimate movie, you mean, right?
Yeah, they're just a fun time.
I judge things by how they're intended quite often. So Sharknado, I enjoyed Sharknado. It was a dumb popcorn flick, and it was funny. And then when you got to Sharknado 2, and because the first one did well, Sharknado 2 had all sorts of celebrities and whatnot appearing just so they can get killed by the Sharknado. And it was hilarious. It's like, okay, cool. Celebrities don't like doing bits where they die, especially where it's a throwaway bit. So it was funny, right?
Okay.
So it was intended to be funny, and it worked. I love watching videos that are way better than what they should be. Just like, I loved Detective Pikachu. Why? Because a movie based off of a 90s kids game should not be any good. It should be trashed here. But guess what? It was a fun movie. It wasn't great. It was fun. And that's all it needs to be. The Sonic movies. All they had to do was be fun. And that's what they were. Avatar is the pinnacle of what many people view fantasy and science fiction as. It's a landmark movie. It's the most expensive movies ever made. Yada, yada, yada. And they're trash. It tries to be something amazing. It doesn't come anywhere near measuring up. And therefore, I don't like them. If James Cameron didn't spend so much time telling everybody, oh man, it's pushing the technology, doing things that have never been done before, and VFX breakdowns, look how they made the harness and the water interact properly, and so it looks so pretty. It's
wow, Robert, you're getting way off.
He watches the channels that talk about this kind of stuff.
And he's Okay, so you're not illustrating that you've seen the movie. You're only illustrating that you've...
Well, he has seen them.
I watched the first Avatar. I have not watched the rest of the... By the way, they aren't beating the Avatar allegations at all, because now they're just going through all the different elements. Ooh, it's the Way of Water and Freaky Fire Friday, whatever that one was called.
Lexi highlighted a comment, but she's just talking about all of her... she's just listing all of her favorite movies.
Okay.
And...
She's discrediting herself with this list.
Gosh, Robert, careful. We don't want her leaving forever.
First time chat from Arcus says, hello Doc, first time I can catch you live. I'm a big fan of your work. Thank you for making me better at the game.
Fantastic. That's what we're supposed to be doing here.
I will throw in my caveat just to be, just to make it clear. If you enjoy the movie, I'm really glad you do. The number one point of any movie is for entertainment. So if you're entertained, I'm glad. Okay. Now I can go back to hating it.
Now you can go back to hating it. Oh, brother.
J. Dowell says Lord of the Rings is not a movie, it's a marathon. Yes. Yes, it is.
It is a marathon, and they did a bunch of wonderful things in that movie. Mm-hmm. When they talk about the technology used to make that movie, they did a good job. Oh, come on.
Unlike the Hobbit movies, the Lord of the Rings movies were approached with a level of humility of how do we make this world come to life? And while I think everybody who's a Tolkien fan has some disagreements with how it was represented, it was approached with the right mindset, with the right approach, and everybody's imperfect, so the movies aren't perfect. It's the opposite mindset that James Cameron comes to his movies, which are, of course, just a monument to his hubristic take on...
Monument to his hubristic take on... Oh, gee.
No, I'm going too far by saying that. I really should. I'll take that back.
Monument to his hubris, basically, is the way you would say that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I will say that his movies tend to be all cinematography, no story.
Yeah, you know what? He's a lot like George Lucas in that way. If he could partner with somebody else to write his stories for him, that they would be absolutely incredible.
Lucas, you mean?
Yeah, like George Lucas. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, like George Lucas.
Like George Lucas. Like George Lucas makes some good movies, but if he doesn't have a good writing team behind him, the prequels really suffered because of his control over the story, right?
Well, there are no good writing teams in Hollywood nowadays.
I don't think you can say that. I mean, anytime you say just a flat out, never, always, aren't any at all.
The writing teams in Hollywood were the first to be hit by DEI. And they've been DEI for a good amount of time now. That's what I'm saying.
And that gets into the political realm, and let's go ahead and avoid that if we can.
Adjustay says James Cameron is in a class by himself. Technology to do this doesn't exist. I will make it. Very true. I mean, he is the most talented at what he does in the world. He has invented more and done more for the filmmaking industry than anybody else living. I think we can safely say that.
Just wish he had a better storyline. That's what you're basically saying as an addendum to that comment.
Yeah. Okay, guys, how about this pitch? I want to spend billions of dollars inventing brand new technology to create a trilogy of movies to put out into the world, and I'm going to spend more money sucking up more talent and more energy from than anybody else has ever done in the history of mankind. And I'm going to do it by ripping off a movie that was made better 20 years ago.
So you really think he ripped off that storyline?
100%. Dances with Wolves. It starts with an injured soldier, same main character, who goes to the frontier, same location, who interfaces with the natives, same thing, who chooses the natives over his regular population, same thing, who then has to fight the people he came from to survive. Same plot, same setting, same everything. Yeah. Transposition of setting.
J. Dowell says there's no original ideas at this point. It's all just remakes and sequels.
Well, yeah, because they're the only investors they can get to invest want sure bets when they're coming out of the block, which is, basically my criticism on, MBAs. MBAs ruin companies because all they do is want to cut costs. And so, yeah, you don't have any original ideas because they want to remake something that, this was successful before, let's just remake this. Because it will get funded.
Hey, Doc, what was your master's in?
It was an MBA.
Oh, okay.
That's why I criticize them so much. I can talk because I've been there, done that.
Alama Cannon subscribed with Prime.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you.
And Lexi says, Robert, if you make me a time machine to go back to April 2, 1912, I will hate on James Cameron Titanic with you because it will be the closest I can get to my dream ship.
Okay. Interesting comment.
She won't care about the movie because she'll have the real thing.
Oh, she'll have the real thing. Okay, get that. Okay. I've wanted to redo these stairs for a long time. And I'm slowly getting my chance to do it. When they told me I couldn't do conveyors, so I started working on this.
Yeah. Lexi says the Titanic is a ripoff from A Night to Remember.
Okay.
The storyline is? Yeah, because... Yeah, who knows that there was a love story on that ship? I don't think there was.
Yeah, when you talk about historical events, the difference between rip-off and original work is pretty,
It's just historical fiction.
Yeah. But the problem is people remember the movie Titanic and then equate it with, oh, that must be what actually happened.
Yeah, that kind
Why is the Z clipping so bad?
Because I've overlapped this foundation with this
Yeah,
foundation.
but you've done that a lot, and there hasn't been Z clipping before.
Yeah. It's usually only Z clipping when you're looking. Anyway, I don't.
Lord Projo says, "Hello, I've got a question. Do you think avoiding screws is a good strategy?"
Absolutely. Screw avoidance is a strategy that a lot of players employ simply because there's an unreal number of them that have to be used.
Mm-hmm.
So, absolutely. Take every alternate recipe that you can to reduce screws. It's like, for example, on my floor that's creating reinforced iron plates, it's using the alternate recipe stitched iron plates, and that allows me to avoid screws altogether, creating the reinforced iron plate. And it's quicker production too, so.
Domino says, "Your content helps with doing stuff in this game a lot. I wish there were production monitors for entire factories though.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
IRL MFG plan."
I have had that on my wish list for a long time, so I can totally concur with you on the desire to have a better monitoring system to see what's going on.
And he also asked, "Can you add mods to an already existing game save?"
You can. It's going to complain that the mods you're using is going to modify the existing save, but then you can just bypass it. It's a soft error. It's not a hard error. And then you can just go into the game and it'll add the mod to that save after it saves the first time. Removing them is quite the other challenge. You can remove them, but if you've used anything based on that mod, removing a mod and then going into your save will magically have a bunch of things not appearing. And that's because you made them based on the particular mod. Like a mod that I have here that I've really not used much is this structural solutions mod that has a whole slew of other things that I can do. I've just not used it in this particular world, and I've toyed with the idea of wanting to take that out so that I just don't have it in there, so I didn't have to keep looking at it every time. So, but I just haven't removed it yet.
And we've got a Doc University question.
That one should have probably been a Doc University question too. Let's go look at it. Sven Casso says, any tips for railway? Currently trying to make a modular engine and advanced control unit factory, and I need resources, but trains feel too complicated. Trains are your best transportation method in the game, with the exception of a few situations for drones later on. Drones can get you over mountains where trains are difficult to wind through the mountains or up over the mountain. So drones work really well in those situations. But trains are really your most reliable source. As long as you keep the power on, those trains are going to keep running. They might be complicated. Yes, I've got a couple videos on trains that will help you through. Two-way trains, ones that go there and back and there and back. And ones that go in a loop, okay? Just a few things to remember about the forward and back trains is you just have stations. Stations on... Get that hand in there, okay? You have stations on each side, but the stations point outward. So the train coming from this side goes that way to the train station there, and then when it reverses, the other end of the train, which has a locomotive on it also, heads this way to the train facing that way. That's all you have to do about it, remembering that about a over and back train. And of course, that can only handle one train at a time. Okay? When you have the loop, where you're going and picking up several things and dropping them at the thing at your main factory and then moving out and going and getting other things, you have other considerations such as which freight car is being loaded. So you have to know which freight platform is being loaded with which products, so you make sure they're consistent all the way through its route, and then you unload it accordingly. You can mix them up. Then you have to have smart splitters to divide them up again into their various products. Either way works. I prefer to make sure that one freight platform gets loaded with one thing only, and then the train continues on its way. In order to do that, sometimes you have to put blank platforms in the middle so that the train comes up to the station, and you got a blank one here because you previously loaded it with coal or whatever, and then you have the ones that you want to load at this particular station. So once you have all those things, it works pretty well. If you're going to put multiple trains on a particular track, then you've got block signals that you can keep them apart. Put several block signals along the way so they don't end up running into each other as they slow down or speed up or whatever. And that keeps them apart. So once you learn a few of those mechanics, it works really, really well to have a good train system, and getting them all to run and be efficient. So I hope that helps. Focus on trains. It'll be the best thing you learn in the whole game, because transportation is a big deal as you get farther into the game, because you've got to have product. You've got to have components, and some of those components are across the map from you. And the best way to pick those up and move them is a train. So hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
One Metal Fist says when Avatar came out, the movie itself was fine, but the real revolution was technology. The massive investment in 3D changed how films, games, and TVs evolved. We moved from red and blue glasses to bulky 3D glasses, and then to much cleaner, much more advanced 3D systems. That technological push reshaped the visual world we have today.
Yeah.
It's just sad that all that investment was put towards such a movie.
Well, where the technology is developed isn't as important as the fact that the technology is now available for use for other things. So
Sure.
I wouldn't lament the movie that it was developed on. I'd just be grateful for the fact that it exists.
Yeah, well, I think that the games industry and the movie industry have gone down the same track. The games industry is a little bit farther ahead than the movie industry now, but the movie industry used to, especially in like the 90s and early 2000s, we used to get so many movies that had fairly low budgets that were excellent. I mean, there were constantly movies. It would be, you'd want to go to the theater this weekend and you'd look, it's like, oh, there's like 3 or 4 movies in the theater you kind of want to watch. Which one are we going to go to? Right? There were real choices. Now, the number of movies that come out each year, especially now that the Marvel boom is gone, because I understand that, at one point, Marvel movies were huge. There was always one in the theater, right? There aren't draws like that. And I think part of that comes from the James Cameron effect of every movie has hundreds of millions in budget. Every single one of them.
There you get back to my funding issue again.
Yeah, which gets back to the funding issue. Every movie is a blockbuster. Every movie has to be a blockbuster or it's not worth it. And that's an issue.
Well, and part of that is dovetailing into the fact that the in-theater experience is being supplanted by the in-home experience of audio and video systems that take the place of the big screen.
Yeah.
And that's, that's a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, at the same time, you know what sounds like a lot of fun? Going to the movies. I'd love to go back to the movies again. I'd love to have a I'd love to have an experience worth going to the movies for.
Yeah.
And I honestly think if there were consistently good enough experiences, people would go back to the movie. Would it be as big an industry as it used to be? Probably not.
If they could have as good an experience in such a way that it didn't also cost you, $100 every time you went.
Yeah.
That. I mean, kids can't afford that kind of budget. Look at my conveyor belt.
Yeah.
But if they were showing more movies, their prices wouldn't have to be so high. If there were more good movies, they could have more traffic. Each person wouldn't have to pay so much.
That's true too. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Volume does create cover expenses a lot better in many ways than does a particular movie and having to rely on just that movie. So, okay, I just destroyed my smart plate line here because I don't need it any longer. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. One Metal Fist says, Hollywood has now fully entered the Chinese market. For a long time, China's film market was closed, but once it opened, studios realized they could make millions there. Since then, Hollywood has focused heavily on big franchises and remakes that perform well with Chinese audiences. And that's something I've never heard said, but makes a lot of sense. Of course, they're focusing on remakes when they've got a brand new market that they can throw a whole bunch of crap at.
Oh, wrong tape.
Yeah.
Are you making encased industrial beams anywhere?
Yes.
Where?
They are on the floor just above the concrete.
Okay, cool. One other quick question. Where are you making the concrete? No, I know what the concrete is.
Yeah, because you asked me that earlier in the stream. Of course you know where that is.
Limp Noodle says, I made a two-way loop train blueprint that's on a pillar. Made an autocorrect easy, and I could partially bury it to help with elevation changes. The maps online showing roads help too.
Yep. The online map that shows roads really, really helps.
Lexi
with
says,
trains.
Yeah. Back in 1997, Titanic came out having cost $200 million and almost bankrupting two studios. Now $200 million is normal for a movie.
Yeah.
$200 million seems low for me.
Yeah.
Like $200 million is what you pay for a, buddy cop comedy show, right?
Yeah.
I am going to just take a quick stretch break.
The hard part is, I like sci-fi fantasy. Those almost demand a huge budget because so much of it has to be done with CGI. And I mean, Star Wars, they made massive sets. And that's going to be 10 times more expensive to make today than it made back then to do the same thing.
Well, today they've been able to make it less expensive. I mean, I was watching a video on how the original Star Wars videos were made when they've got those flyby scenes and so forth.
With actual miniatures?
And they added actual miniatures and stuff.
So
yeah.
cool.
That would be, difficult today, that's for sure.
Alama Cannon says, as a first-time pioneer, I just unlocked miners at tier 3, which can expand my production rates. However, my factory wasn't set up for much expansion. How do you solve that issue? You just rebuild?
Yeah, you have to a certain degree.
Is this a university question?
No. You do have to some degree, just rebuild. and a lot of what I've got going on in the bottom floors of this side of the factory that I'm pointed to is going to be the same situation. I created small factories, and then I created the next factories next to them, and I basically boxed them in. I illustrated one of them earlier where I had an impure node with a Mark 1 miner and level 1 belts, Mark 1 belts. And so I serviced from that, I did only 3 smelters. Well, I can put a Mark 2 miner on it and Mark 4 belts on it, and I could expand that to, several. I'd have to go check the math to see exactly how much I could expand that. The point being that if I can expand it, I would have to have more space to do so, and I didn't leave myself space around that to do more expansion. That's the rub that ends up happening when you are early starting out. Yes, you just have to either sacrifice another factory. You have to put them on different floors. You have to use lifts or something to take it to a new floor where you've made more space. Like this new floor that I'm pointing at right now is so that I have more space to build more items. And I've got a lot of floor space up here to build more items. And the whole idea is that I just need to keep expanding those so that more items can be built on every one of those floors. So yes, it's a definite challenge as you continue to expand. Very seldom do you leave enough actual room to do what you need to later in the game. You've always got to make sacrifices somewhere.
First time chat from ZOSD. Pure nodes for the win.
Pure nodes for the win.
Oh, and
yes.
first time chat from Little Guys Club says, "Hi, hello. I used to work in film. The new Star Wars stuff utilizes filming in new spaces called volumes, the stage where the cameras are linked to digital backgrounds. Without knowing the investment into the tech and who exactly owns the tech licenses, we can't be sure about the cost. Filming this way could be more expensive now, but much cheaper down the road." And Megan Meaty says, "Are you showcasing today? I posted something some days ago."
Oh, Robert.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be showcasing today?
We were supposed to showcase last week.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh, there's an interesting monument right there. An egg with a circle around it? That's interesting.
Yeah, you have to watch out here because there's a fairy circle, and that one here nearby.
A fairy circle. What does that mean?
Yeah. It's a circle of mushrooms with a summer sloop or a sphere, a Mercer sphere in the middle.
Okay.
I just leave that one. I don't touch it.
You don't touch the fairy circles.
I don't touch fairy circles. Sorry.
What are fairy circles?
They're in mythology, they are a portal to another world, or they're a protective circle, or they're...
It's fairy magic stuff. You just don't touch it. You just
fairy
don't.
magic is very unpredictable.
Okay, so you're not going to give me a good explanation of why I should not go collect the Mercer
I told you
sphere.
exactly why.
Because
Many
it's a fairy
potentially
circle.
dangerous unknown problems.
Well, I'm going after this Mercer sphere that's in my gun sight right there.
That one's fine.
Okay. One Metal Fist says, like I said before, Hollywood realized there's a huge amount of money in China. They started pushing the same creations that already succeeded in the West on the Chinese market. Since Chinese audiences were largely closed off from Western films for years, studios remake, reboot, and repackage familiar franchises to cash in on that market.
Absolutely.
Really
That just
sucks.
makes economic sense.
And Adrestea says, as a horror fan, I really enjoy the BW era horror movie, where a lot of what we do now is just insert special effects was done with acting and camera angle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the hard part is, I would love to just go back and do what they did back then. But what they did back then relied on Hollywood gathering.
Here, no harmony. It covers the temple in bones and organs and limbs, yet ignores our bleeding wounds. Scriptures needed. Consume.
A familiar pattern is emerging in your brain. Please assess
Come on, Gary.
yourself for
It's
signs
okay.
of concussion. If necessary, a
Skip.
replacement pioneer will be dispatched. Work must continue. Replacement delivery schedule estimate. Error, years.
Anyway, I would love to go back and just do things the way we used to, but Hollywood relied on being able to draw all the film talent and acting talent to one place, to be able to make something good. Something that would be very difficult to make nowadays, because what local town has good actors? You're gonna kill yourself.
Yep, I was.
Um,
So I decided to abort. Abort mission, abort mission.
AMPTV says people also got hurt more with the old Hollywood stunts.
Yeah.
And Andersea says, for acting talent, start with some of the blacklisted people.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
And Andersea says, you could still do what they did back then, but there's not enough audience willing to see that. I disagree. What
Welcome
we're seeing,
to YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. And what you see with indie games. Indie games have none of the production value that AAA titles have, yet we have seen a half a dozen indie games that outperform most AAA titles at lower price points and worse graphics, but they actually made a good game. People like good games, people like good stories, and they'll deal with things being poor everywhere else.
And Hollywood still makes it because they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on advertising to make up for genuine word of mouth interest.
Andersea says, YouTube and indie games are not the same as the movie theater audience, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, everybody went to the movie theaters. Just like so many people played games. I don't see how you can say that they're different audiences. I play games. I would absolutely go back to the movies if I could, if we had good stuff. I am part of both audiences. And first time chat from Nacho Taco says, just got into this game about 5 days ago.
Oh, cool.
Started playing a new game called Star Rupture, which is like this.
Yep.
Got recommended this game and haven't looked back.
Well, Star Rupture is different.
Star Rupture's good too.
I like Star Rupture, yes. Okay.
Okay, Doc, I see you
Yep.
have one big vertical wall that goes all the way up to the top here.
Yep.
But then the top platform does not go out to that big vertical wall. It actually stops short.
And that top, okay. The intention was to fill to those vertical walls on the four sides.
Okay.
And then it goes beyond the vertical wall on the east side.
Okay.
That was unintentional, but we can leave it that way.
Okay.
Silver Creek Stretch says, both my local independent cinemas are always sold out, but they sell a much better experience than the corporate theaters in the area. Okay, so maybe cinemas aren't quite so dead a concept than what we thought.
Well, and I like finding those dollar theaters. You know, you get older movies that don't cost the dollar theater as much, but a lot of times they'll end up showing an old movie that you'd love to go see in the theater. And then it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg to go see it.
Yeah, I think there's a value proposition both at the dollar theater level, as well as at the super nice, I'm sitting in a recliner with, you know, food and everything else. I think there's a market for both of them. Where the market isn't is paying a $15 ticket with $20 worth of popcorn, you know, or whatever else, So you're paying 30, 40, 50 bucks per person to go watch a movie. That's the market that's missing. If you're going to spend 50 bucks and you're going to sit in a recliner and have a really good experience, or if you're going to spend $5 and sit in a theater and have a really crappy experience, both of them, you'll love it because it's worth it. You know?
Mm-hmm. The product is equal to the price.
Yeah.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Yeah, because some of those old theaters are pretty grungy.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you don't care because you only spend a few bucks.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Slippery Moon says, I spent 253 hours on Satisfactory and I only just got to oil production.
Yep. Welcome to learning the game. That's definitely your learning curve right there. Speaking to you.
Yeah. And he says, I think this game is amazing, with the most amazing alien world that I've ever seen in any video game. They go above and beyond for just a factory game.
I would say that's true.
And Adam the Man asked Doc if you played Planet Crafter.
No.
It's not a factory game. Yeah. It isn't a factory game.
What is it?
It's if you handcrafted everything in Satisfactory. It's not nearly as complex, but you have to handcraft everything. There are buildings that you build, but you have to gather the resources for each building. The whole idea is that you're terraforming a planet and exploring it as the world changes as it gets terraformed, which is it's pretty cool, but it's definitely not a factory game.
All right. I've got to get to some serious stuff here.
Doc said, or in your face camera says, Doc, I want to say that I started this game about 2 weeks ago, and your content has improved my gameplay 100 times over.
Oh, very good.
Huzzah.
That's the way it should be. Okay, I need some pipes.
Slippery Moon says, the same people that have been making fun of gamers watching other gamers play are the same ones that watch someone else play a sport, which is a game. I've had to put up with that kind of hypocritical thinking ever since I owned the Atari. Okay. Pillow Joel says, the thing about indie games is that there's just so many of them. Success rate is vanishingly small, and there's just enough that some are bound to succeed.
Yep. Which is exactly the same as early Hollywood.
Yep.
There were so many defunct studios, so many that didn't succeed, so many that were terrible.
Same with YouTube.
Tons. Yep.
And One Metal Fist says the problem with AAA studios, they try to squeeze as much money out of you as possible. You buy the game, then they charge extra for skins, weapons, and all kinds of add-ons. Smaller studios usually do the opposite. They focus on making the game itself interesting. Big companies often design the game around monetization. Smaller ones say, here's a good story and a solid experience, buy it if you like it. They make their money because people actually want the game.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the... I've got no problem with people selling their game and making money. I think capitalism is a great thing. But when you take a money-first approach to a lot of these things...
it ruins the art.
Yeah, it ruins the art. And, yeah, it's big company comes in saying, we want to make a lot of money on this. And so they just make whatever statistically is supposed to make the money. And they don't actually make a good game. And I recently played a game, I can't remember what it's called, but it was a parkour zombie survival game.
Parkour?
Yeah, parkour.
Okay.
And
Zombie survival?
a parkour zombie survival RPG.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's a AAA title. I don't remember the name. It wasn't a very big AAA title, but it was a AAA title. And it's just what the game sucked. The game sucked so bad. Little Guys Club says Star Rupture also made me wishlist Satisfactory instead of buying Star Rupture.
Oh, okay.
It's
Star
definitely
Rupture is definitely different,
yeah.
and it's in a lot of ways it's more difficult. So,
And it barely came out versus Satisfactory has successfully released an incredibly good game.
yep. Yeah, the big deal is that they've released basically into their a pre-release status. What do they call it? Early access status. And Satisfactory. Oh gosh, I didn't get it in the right direction. Satisfactory went through the same routine, so obviously they're following the same model, but Satisfactory started with very, very little in the way of decent mechanics. And like Garrett said earlier, he says he still has a hard time with the fact that coal power plants require water, because that was one thing that they did not have at one of their early release phase.
In fact, they were pretty against the idea of having water, against the idea of having lipids in them.
Interesting. So, all right, I needed this. Oh,
People are suggesting Dying Light as the name of the game. That sounds familiar. Not familiar enough that I could say for sure that that's what it is, but sounds about right.
Okay.
The
Gonna take all
You know,
of those.
somebody talked about how many indie games die and never get anywhere, and yeah, you're absolutely right. I follow a guy on X, Sandy Peterson. He worked at Ensemble Studios, so he was one of the lead designers on a number of the Age of Empires expansions, and so he talks about a lot of the game design process. He also worked on Doom before that, and the way he talks about Ensemble Studios, which is as it operated like indie studios do today, where they work on projects and they see what they can release, they see what's possible, and some games don't go anywhere, some games do go somewhere. That's the opposite direction from the James Cameron side of, I'm going to spend $1 billion on a project and see where it goes. It's we're going to try to build something that's fun and see if people like it, and then we'll continue it and build it bigger if people like it more. And that's something that indie games can do. That's something that smaller Hollywood studios can do. It's something that YouTube channels can do. Something that major Hollywood can or won't do, because they want the assurance that every movie will be a hit because they spent $1 billion on it. They can't afford to have a flop.
Yep.
We've got a first-time chat from Sholo Dolo.
Okay.
Coming from Manor Lords and Foundation, Satisfactory really feels like the pinnacle of world builders / resource management. 90 hours in and just finished a 50 megawatt or a 50 oil power generator plant.
Okay.
And couldn't be more happy with my 13,000 plus megawatts. Excited for nuclear. Gotta finish phase 3 first.
Yep.
First time watcher. Love your content, Doc.
All right. Good. I need plastic.
One Metal Fist says, you mean Dying Light. An apocalyptic game set in a quarantine city. You play as a covert agent sent in to search for a cure to a zombie outbreak. But as you move through the city, you uncover the real story behind what actually happened. You see, there you make it sound like a halfway decent game.
Only halfway, obviously.
Also, anytime I see anytime I My brain's seriously crapping out right now.
Oh gosh, and Robert's putting a pole on top of this. Robert, are you building something around me? You
Yep.
are.
In fact, I was coming here at the same time you were.
Okay, I need this plastic, so I'm gonna pull a. Wait a minute, I've got plastic coming up. What happened to my plastic line, sir?
Sorry, I meant to put a splitter on here. I will rectify.
Please.
I won't rectify.
You can just take it from the top up there. I will get out of your way.
We have a Doc University question.
Yeah, how about if we do that before Robert really frustrates me too bad?
By the way, I filled your extractor with shards. Your oil extractor only had enough oil for one of your 5 refineries you had here.
Yes, because I ran out of shards.
Okay, well
So
I
thank
charted
you.
it, so it's now fully functional.
Good.
We have tons of plastic here. We have almost a full industrial storage container here.
Yeah,
So
what happened to all my rubber though? Do I need to flush? Do I need to flush?
Yes.
Yes, I need to flush.
Limp Noodle asks, did we just witness a blue screen of death live on stream? Nope.
Not for me anyway. Robert's had one already this stream. So
Yeah. Man.
Okay. Do you want to do the Doc University now?
nope. I want to go get this Mercer's Fair, and then I'll do the document.
Oh gosh, I still not did all
Our blood
Oh,
effigy veins
his
are
brain,
restless.
it crashed.
Oh.
Becomes composition. Defile our temple and
His
threads
brain.
Well, that was Garrett's brain who crashed, not mine.
Pattern
So that was
analysis
the blue screen
continuing.
now?
New instruction. Repeat Pioneer exposure to alien artifacts. Brain damage compensation packages may be available on successful completion of a special claims form. Our expert Fix-It medical staff are impartial
Partial
and
and
always
always
open to assess your
assess your
claim.
Really? Fix-It claim staff. Huh? Okay, let's. We've got Jay Fallen, who's subscribed for 2 months and on a 2-month streak. Yes. Huzzah!
Okay.
Huzzah! In unison. Okay, Niall has a question. Went for the British approach with the YouTube title, I see. Yes, I like it. Any tips for moving from fuel generators to nuclear power? You leave your fuel generators hooked up and you start building out your nuclear power plant. You're going to need quite a bit of infrastructure to build out your nuclear power. It, of course, takes a lot of different components to get it into uranium cells, so that your uranium rods, so that you can feed those into the power plant. And then once you get done with the waste, it takes quite a bit to get those into plutonium rods to either sink or go to the next level. Lots of infrastructure there. You're going to be working on it for 2-3 days to get that done. Make sure that your fuel power plants are beefed up enough so that you've got some headspace in your power grid, because your construction for the building the rods, uranium rods, and building the plutonium rods is going to be fairly substantial before you get your nuclear power plants really up and running and functioning 100%. Now, that being said, it's incredibly worthwhile to do so, simply because it's an increase of production quite a bit high. Now, you've got 2 options. You can either sink the plutonium rods, or you can go to the next level of production. If you go to the next level of production, each plutonium rod creates twice as much energy in a nuclear power plant as what the uranium rods do. But the downside of that is that you then need to take the waste from the plutonium coming out of those power plants and put them and create rods of fixonium rods in order to put the fixonium rods into the next level and burn off all your waste. and the next level doesn't really produce a whole bunch. So you've got this benefit of getting a lot of production out of that second level using the plutonium rods. But the downside is that you've got to build enough to make the next level, which is the Vixonium power, to burn off all that waste. So I chose in my last build to just stop and sink the plutonium rods, because sinking the plutonium rods creates a ton of points in the awesome shop. So there's your choice, and good luck. Good luck, because it's quite a jump and quite a leap, and you can build an awful lot after that. But you'll find that that your new machines that you build in Phase 4 and ultimately to get ready for Phase 5 take a lot of power. So it's well worth it to not have to continually try to develop more and more and more, fuel-based power systems. So hope that helps. Let's go back to the game. Well, I'm not going to quite make it. Okay. Okay, we got rubber being produced again.
We have fuel and concrete and plate all being uploaded to the depot.
Okay.
Don't, you
Don't
jerk.
flush. What? Well, I only did this buffer because I forgot to click on the full pipe
okay.
network. So, do you have this being used over here now?
I just hooked it up.
Oh, you did. Okay. Another packager. Okay.
Yep. Just to keep this other guy running.
All right.
So-
Okay. Just to keep the other guy running.
One Metal Fist asks, is my factory already scaled enough for tier 8 to 9 in terms of production? Per room, I'm producing 180 reinforced iron plates per minute, 270 circuit boards per minute, 72 modular frames per minute, 216 encased beams per minute, 144 rotors per minute, 180 stators per minute, and 180 motors per minute.
You, based on your list, you're missing the heavy modular frames. So I would make sure your heavy modular frames are available so that you can then build fused modular frames and several other modular frames that go after that. Okay. So of that list, the heavy modular frames would be your weakness at this point that I can see right off the top of my head. So otherwise, yeah, your motors per minute, that's great. Because you use those a lot when you're creating manufacturers and some of the more exotic machines. You use a lot of them. So yeah, you're doing pretty good.
Okay. Slippery Moon asks, or really, David Binkowski asks, how's your day going?
That's doing good.
And
here's
Slippery
Mark.
Moon asks, would you ever want them to add something like disasters, like tornadoes or floods that could damage your factories? Just curious. The only place their wonderful environment fails to me is the fact that it really has no actual weather.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to have the weather there, just like for the same reason that I basically turn off the hostile creatures. I play on passive mode. I want to focus on building and not really into battle. You know, with a broken wrist on this side and with getting older and slower. I don't do battle games very well. In fact, I won't play Star Rupture unless I have a couple friends coming with me, namely Robert and Garrett. So, also, look what Mark got for me.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I'll take a purple
Interesting. So we
slug.
do have infinite slugs.
If your doggo can collect them, yes.
Well, if your dog was as good as Mark is, apparently.
Yep.
First time chat from Sim with Dawn. Picked up Satisfactory in the recent sale. Found your channel shortly after.
Cool.
Great content, Doc. I'm impressed with the depth of this game.
Yeah, it is quite a deep game, yes. It is so interesting in this packager how sloppy it is.
Yeah, I keep on saying that they should add
What is going on?
So, like, the packager should slowly build up a pound of shredded plastic around it.
This is
sky
interesting.
should
To kind of
darken with smog.
what are these packages floating out of here?
Garrett, look at that.
What?
That's
Instead of liquid, it's getting
gotta
these
be
square
an error.
blocks.
You see that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Huh?
Oh,
Whatever the program is supposed to make it that makes it look like liquid falling, it's making blocks fall like they're mini storage containers.
And bits of Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
What?
That's too funny. Yeah, that's too funny.
Yeah, it's like confetti, says MTV. Yeah.
So, what are you going to do with the output here, Robert? Should I put a container over here and put it into it?
Yeah, I was out of iron rods, so I went running back.
Oh, okay. I'll
So-
just put a storage container there to collect it.
Yeah.
One Metal Fist says heavy modular frames weren't included because they're being produced in separate base elevator factories.
Okay.
I'm building that line right now.
Cool. Okay.
And Schwanger, first time chat, says, I keep the hostiles on only because it brings the realism back when I grind it for hours and forget that I'm actually in a real world, not just a fact based on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, I'm with Garrett. Give me smog.
Give you smog, huh? Okay. I need plastic. Okay, I've got plastic. Now.
Yeah.
Now I can make circuit boards, which will allow me to make the computers. So I'm going to go to the top level of my factory and build out a line for circuit boards and then computers.
Cool. Doc, do you have enough summer sleeves to make a shard?
I don't
You
have
can
any
factor.
summer sloops.
Okay. Because I have 16 yellow and 12 purple slugs.
Yes, and I've been reluctant to make power shards out of them because I wanted to wait for the sloops.
Yeah.
Wanger says, by the way, I just came back to the game. I've literally spent like 3 hours relearning your YouTube videos, only to discover you on Twitch today.
Fantastic.
Glad you're here.
Yes, I'm very glad that you're here. And we are streaming now on Tuesdays all day long, and on Thursdays for 4 hours. So I'm wondering whether I should bring all this equipment up a level instead of having this big hole so that the cargo freighter can go up there. I'm wondering if we should just move it. I think I will, but not now.
Yeah. Lexi says, I think the biggest problem with movies is that they need to make over $1 billion to be considered a success, and it's hurting the movies as a whole, since it really is blockbuster success or bust.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, is that what the audiences are demanding? I mean, it has to be a super fantastic, keep you entertained all 2.5 hours or 1.5 hours, whichever the length of the movie, or it's not good enough. I mean, a typical romance movie is like 82 minutes long, okay? A typical adventure movie is anywhere from 2 hours to 2.5 hours. And the reason for that is because the adventure movies keep you on the edge of your seat. It doesn't seem like the time is evolving as fast. But the big question becomes then, is that what the audiences out there are demanding? Therefore, you have to have CG. You have to have all of this advanced tech in order to make it happen. I don't know. Our discussion is centered around the fact you'd like to see some more inexpensive movies so that you have a better selection of movies, so that one of those could move out on their own and become a blockbuster themselves. I don't know. The NBA seemed to think that if it's not a blockbuster, like Adrestea said, or Lexi said, a blockbuster or bust. No, I don't. I guess I don't buy into that idea. I'd like to see more indie movies.
I think that a lot of the people on YouTube need to ditch Hollywood entirely and expand into movies themselves. I think that YouTube is the place where people can learn to make good movies. Learn cinematography, learn stuff like that.
Yeah, but they do it in not a professional environment. So making the leap like, Mr. Beast did from YouTube to the next level. I mean, how many people can actually do that?
Well, I mean, a lot of these channels are already small studios. And small studio, it is well within the ability of a small studio to make a movie.
Yeah.
They just go from making small videos frequently to making a bit larger video less frequently.
Yeah. I didn't quite make it. Darn it.
And Astro Cryptic first time chat says, good writing solves a lot of that.
Yep. Oh yeah. You have a compelling story. The compelling story is going to carry a lot forward.
Mm-hmm. And it makes me wonder, once I've got a few books under my belt, if I can't try my own hand at that, because I don't know how much different movie writing is from book writing, but I have to imagine that the same principles apply. Some of the things that I've learned come straight from books about movies and plays. And a lot of the content that I watch on YouTube is about movies and plays, mostly movie. Like, let's be honest about that. But
yeah, but then you got to get the funding, and you got to get the actors.
yeah, and we live in southern Missouri.
Yeah.
We are
First
a
off-
bastion of good movies out here.
Oh yeah, Bastion.
Yeah. Exactly. Question mark.
This is where people go. Actually, the big thing that Southern Missouri is known for, among other things, is rabbit breeding. That's what we're known for. That's what we're known for.
Well, we're also
Rabbit
known for
breeding.
the Vegas of the Midwest, and that is Branson.
And the Vegas of the Midwest is exactly what you imagine the Vegas of the Midwest to be.
Yeah, mostly entertainment. Mostly vocal and instrumental entertainment, to be
Yeah.
specific.
I actually watched a fun video. I watch quite a bit from the channel on YouTube called Corridor Digital and Corridor Crew, and they do visual effects breakdowns. And every once in a while, they'll bring in a really old, like, black and white movie and say, okay, so how do you do this? How did they do this effect back then when there were no computers? You couldn't do computer graphics. And they showed a really cool shot in this last one. There's an old horror movie called Svengali,
Svengali, huh?
where all it was a dolly zoom. Okay, a dolly zoom is where you have the actual camera itself be pulled backwards to zoom out. Okay, and it goes from really close up showing this guy's face to backing away from him to going through a window and out and showing the whole building. That's not possible because they didn't have huge super telephoto lenses. They don't have the CG to build in the house later, whatever. How do you actually do it? And so they showed off, that their technique was they had a little miniature model of the house, but it was attached to the camera. And so the camera was actually right in front of them. And then as they pulled the camera back, they got to the right spot, and they detached the house and continued to pull the camera backward. So it looked like it was going through the window, but the window was attached to the camera from the start. And they continued to pull back farther and farther and farther. And so, through the use of an actual miniature, they were able to accomplish this really cool looking shot way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
It's always neat to see these weird things they had to do back then, and made decent movies. They don't hold up today.
Well,
But
and I wonder how many of these. Well, first off, I think that they would hold up today if you simply had a movie with a good, with a good storyline to attach to to use these techniques on.
yeah, modern acting, modern writing, good writing.
Yeah,
Good writing, not necessarily modern writing.
people will love them just as much. People will be willing to overlook the problems if the writing is good. I had more to say, but then I forgot.
Oh, isn't that terrible?
It is.
Okay, so we got some more power plants coming online. Our usage is clear up here. Obviously, I need to do more out here. I need to upgrade the lines and get them divided up between the two. I've got 4 lines coming in. And I've got more, and I've got to divide those 4 lines coming in from those mines amongst all of these, and I haven't done that yet. So, okay. I can put one more here. Then I need to start turning the corner with them.
First time chat from Lightzin says, "Hey, your conversation is saving my boring paperwork day at work. Thank you so much."
We have a lot of people who just keep it in the background while they're at work. We have one guy that says he's working on spreadsheets. Yeah, that's, I remember that. Gosh, I drank so much caffeine trying to keep myself awake when I was in finance working on spreadsheets.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I loved it when they found my IT acumen and started pointing me towards IT to develop their finance systems rather than me working on spreadsheets all day. Because I did plenty enough of that financial forecasting. That's for sure.
But then you just did IT stuff
Yep.
to make financial systems.
Exactly. Using all the knowledge I gained to create financials. To make a system that created financials. Which later became my claim to fame, so at the company.
Big mustache guy says, "Evening, Doc. How are you today? I'm watching the stream while working on my smokeless black powder factory."
Smokeless black powder. Yeah, that's cool. I've got so many things to start building and start working on that gosh, it's nice to see this.
Lexi says, "A good set has longevity over technical effects. Look at Titanic, for example. The effects aged horribly, but the set parts are still amazing."
Yeah.
Yep.
So true.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I'm all for independent studios starting to make movies. And I hope that that a lot of those movies can go to cinema. I know that there are some YouTubers, I've never seen Has Been Hotel, but the creator of Has Been Hotel was a YouTuber first,
Oh, really?
from what I understand.
Oh.
And Has Been Hotel has gone on to receive a lot of just to be rated very highly.
Cool.
And so I'd love to see a lot more of that. There's no reason why YouTube and the movie making industry should be separate. But so much of the movie making industry has been very, very tightly gatekept for a very long time. And that monopoly is going to have to be broken a bit in order to keep going. In order to make this happen. I mean, it already happens to some degree, but how cool would it be if YouTube became the place where people went to experiment with a lot of the more traditional methods before they had the money to use heavy CGI and stuff?
What? What
Grab
did
the
I?
wrong thing, Doc.
Yeah, I must have grabbed the wrong thing, exactly. I'm gonna go for a swim.
Under your factory.
Yeah, hopefully I can get out.
If you turn around... Oh, there's a hole.
I knew where there was a hole, Garrett. I fooled ya. By the way, that...
I was just pointing out that there is a ladder on the side of the extractors that were right next to you.
Oh. Darn, I missed it.
I'm not quite as... I don't know. YouTube is an ad-driven platform. And I don't think as an ad-driven platform it's going to be all that good, because you have to get really big to get the kind of money that you need to actually fund a studio project, right? As a audience-building platform, maybe. I think as an audience-building platform, that's probably a good way of, at least part of a good model. But it takes a lot of people to wield the kind of money that one small Hollywood studio can.
Yeah. I will also say that that those Hollywood studios don't actually wield that kind of money because they're necessarily any good, but because they have the authority to pull investors.
Mm-hmm.
And One Metal Fist says the problem with TV studios is they take one successful show and stretch it until it breaks, instead of letting new ideas grow. This happened with Teen Titans, which later became Teen Titans Go, a much more childish version that lost the original tone. And the same is happening with SpongeBob, which keeps getting spin-offs until the original creative vision is barely recognizable.
Yeah. And the original vision wasn't all that good anyway.
Or Star Trek.
I've actually looked.
Stargate.
I actually looked into some of the documentation around the original SpongeBob SquarePants, and there's actually a whole lot more lore to that series than what you would think.
Mm. Yeah.
Just say whatever you want. I'm not a SpongeBob enjoyer.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Sholodolo says, haha, I'm an architect, so during the day I design buildings, and at night I design factories. But you make it so I can think about factories all day.
And that's a good thing.
Oh, we've got a question from Wartoad that would be good in Doc University. Let me know when you're ready to go there.
Hey, I managed to get the nighttime length down to 1 minute for night and 59 for day. So I'm gonna turn it back on so we can get more flora. All right, we got one. Go ahead. All right, the Wartoad has a question. Hey, Doc and Sons, I'm struggling with keeping my coal plant supplied with water. 3 basic water to 8 plant ratio, but failed to grasp the needed pipe layout to keep the factory fed. the biggest issue is if you're just now unlocking coal, you probably have Mark 1 pipes still. Mark 1 pipes don't deliver enough water for all 8 if you've just got it fed from one side and going that way. So what you have to do is merge 2 of the water pumps, the water extractors together, and go in one side of the pipe. Then you've got the length of pipe going along to the last coal power plant. Route the 3rd water extractor to the back end of this and put it into the back end of the pipes. So you've got only 240 coming in the one side. You've got an additional 120 coming in the back side. The total is 360. So you can't get it through one side of the pipe because it can't handle 360. It can only handle 300. So bring that last pipe from that last extractor to the other end so that you end up with it coming both directions. And as far as water goes, you should keep all 3 of them running just fine. The math works out fine at that point. Might take them a little while to fill up, but they'll eventually start showing that they're not missing water anymore. So let's go back to the game. If that helps.
There, that's the
Now it's
diagram.
3 to 8. Yep.
Yep, you loop it so it goes this direction and it fills this direction.
Yep.
Extractors, generators.
Yep. Okay. Well, I just
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says set both times a day to 1 minute.
You
Anytime,
can't,
anytime.
unfortunately.
you would do that.
You can't quite do that, but what you can do is you can come close.
All right. What am I? I'm missing the concrete encased beams.
Why is it letting me change it?
Why isn't it?
Yeah,
Why are you changing it again? After
I wanted to do something funny.
I was able to change it, and now you're mucking it up.
Yeah. My philosophy on most creative works is that we need more people making more of them. When you
More
have,
creative works.
Yeah. When you have more of them being made, it gets rid of a lot of problems. So at every level of budget, more creative works need to be made. Whether they're small YouTube videos, big movie productions, whatever, we just need to make more. And the lowering of the barrier to entry in a lot of creative pursuits is, in my mind, only a good thing, because it means that more is being made. And eventually, the best will rise to the top. And a lot more good stuff will rise to the top because so much more is being made.
How many stacks can we put in the depot at this point, Robert? Only one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where do you have silicone stuff?
I don't have a factory making silica yet.
Okay. Where do you have it being harvested? Do you have any?
Yes,
silica?
I have down at the big coal plant.
Yeah.
It's coming out of the cave, and it didn't make it all the way home yet because I kind of got stalled. In fact, if you look at my screen straight ahead, where my cursor's faced, is the 4-stack conveyor pulling SAM and 1 SAM ore and 3 quartz coming out of there.
Kind of crazy, Doc, because I'm literally right next to you.
Okay.
Look left. Oh,
There you are.
Yeah, we were both flying the same way.
Okay. I'm just gonna end up down here at the
We have another Doc University question.
Okay, can we allow me to take a quick break so that I can...
Sure.
And I will come right back and answer that question. Okay?
And Easy J is sorry, we missed your question before. We're just about to get to it. As soon as Doc's done with his break.
I guess I'll take over. What Doc left us with is 3 quartz lines and 1 SAM line right here. I don't know exactly what he wants to do with it. I want a bit of that quartz. I don't want to build a full factory though. I want to be lazy. Let's see.
Let's see, so Doc, when are we going to start the next community game? And Undertale says, no, Minecraft first.
¿Por qué no los dos?
We are working on both.
We got word back from Ping players, so the next game will probably be starting beginning next month, which was coincidentally the same time we wanted to start the new Minecraft thing. So, you know, next month will be an interesting one.
So yeah, the new Minecraft server. I don't think Doc is going to be directly playing the server, but he will be coming on to do frequently to see what people have built, and to participate in any games or activities people built.
Good enough. Okay, so what are we looking at production-wise? We need constructors.
And Mark is here. Unfortunately, Doc is out on a break for a minute. But Mark says, "Hey Doc, what happened with Monday? Did you get the jitters, or were you scared of the challenge?"
That's probably what it was. Scared of the challenge.
We are moving to Tuesdays permanently, though we forgot to update our schedules. So that's caused quite a bit of.
We apologize profusely for not getting the schedules updated for you guys. So, oh, my graphics still low, aren't they?
And Mark continues to say, "Elio, do you do, Mr. Beaky Preacher Man and the infamous AI? How's your been doing?"
I've been doing pretty good. We finished a recording session yesterday for a new series on the second channel, which will be out soon. That's been taking my extra time for the last week or so. I don't know what the rate is for these. It just says it's okay if he only builds in the events or something, and it just comes to tour for the rest of us. $2.40 a minute. Oh my gosh. These all pures. Oh, four. Okay, Doc. This is a fact.
Mark says, "Excuse me, Mio, but Robert, you have to build at a height of 500 meters on this map. Otherwise, you will cause a challenge for Doc that you will never come to terms with."
Well, excuse me-o. That was a challenge for Doc, not for me, so I can do what I want.
Also, if you pay, you can punish Robert by making Doc play Satisfactory Plus.
Garrett, why do you put such evil into the world?
Alrighty.
No. No. Gosh darn.
So, what you doing? Going exploring in my?
I'm seeing how wickedly fast all these are going, and I'm going to cause troubles.
98 Act says, I don't know if anyone else seems this way. Their voices are a bit quiet compared to the rest of the game.
Interesting.
Huh. I know Garrett turned me down because it was a little bit too loud. By the way, the reason why I'm building this is specifically so I can build windows for this factory. Trying to make this thing not this way
Not open.
is what I've been working on today.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So,
And I actually had to turn Robert down a little bit more because he was peeking into red.
So you created a manufacturing plant, just outside the.
yeah, it's
oh.
right there.
Okay. That works for me if you want to do it that way.
Good.
Okay, I'm sitting down here thinking that.
And one Melphis says, guys, when Doc gets back, tell him he asked about my heavy frames. I built them separately, haven't turned them on yet.
Okay.
They're meant for the smaller space elevator parts factory. For now, they're built outside the main factory in a smaller setup.
Okay. Yeah, I remember. Remember you making that comment. So, good. You're going to need a lot of heavy modular frames. In my first playthrough, I didn't emphasize heavy modular frames. I made just the minimum I needed on the first thing I needed them for, and I grew with that pain forever. It seemed like everything pointed to a lack of heavy modular frames. So build it out, build it healthy, and you'll be grateful for that. Believe me. All right, we have a question.
Yeah. No, we do.
Okay, there we go.
Highlighted.
Easy J says, any tips for scaling for phase 3 and 4? Also, how does it resist the okay, how do you resist the urge to start a new save after learning something new? Sometimes I don't resist it. I just go ahead and, I could do that a whole lot better if I could just start over. Otherwise, I deconstruct and restart the factory and build it better. Either way is fine. It works, and there should be no feeling bad about doing that. Literally, do whatever makes it work for you. And really, I think that's the whole philosophy: is do what makes it work for you and enjoy the game, whichever way you want to play it. Deconstructing can be a bit discouraging, absolutely. And because deconstruction is a lot of ways starting over, the advantage to deconstructing and building it bigger is that you still have all the things you've already unlocked. And that can tend to propel things forward a lot faster. So a lot of people choose to deconstruct and rebuild it bigger rather than starting over, because you start with level 1 Mark 1 belts again. You start with Mark 1 pipes. You start with Mark 1 of everything. And that can tend to be pretty frustrating. So that's kind of my take on it. When I get to, after phase 4 or phase 5, I've started over at phase 3 and 4 a lot, simply because I want to do it better getting up to that. But I did go and we unlocked phase 5 once just so I could see what that was all about. So sometimes you want to push all the way through just so that you see the end. But a lot of times I enjoy I enjoy unlocking tiers 6 and 7, and then 8 and 9. And those are fun tiers there where you build more complex items. And I'm slowly getting to where I can do that. So, that's kind of my take on it. Hope that helps. Well, let's go back to the game.
Did you let the cat?
I did
No.
not.
No. It's Callie.
No.
She's crunching very loudly, but it's just Callie. I will say that there is some advantage in building a modular factory. because it means that every factory can be deconstructed and expanded without bumping into other factories.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as impressive, but
It's not as impressive. Yeah.
it does make things easier.
Yep, it does. Okay, and see here I've got a situation where I've got this factory. I made it down here because I was creating a lot of pipes, and basically the pipes needed, copper sheet. Well, now I need copper sheet for circuit boards, and thus going into my computers, and I'm going to need those computers for a lot of things afterwards. And now I've got this boxed in little factory filling up one storage container. So what do? Well, I think what I'm going to do is build up and kind of build the same thing that Robert's building up there. I'm just going to build up a floor here so that I can have more space and move this whole little factory up to where I can make it into a much bigger factory. And so that's kind of the tact I'm taking there. Put some walls here and get started to build that bigger so that I can build a decent that I can go ahead and build a decent factory for plate. So I am going to put a door in here. And automated gate here. Go ahead and put that there so that I can go in and out. Okay. There gets me in and out, and I need to leave these coming in and out so I don't disturb these, but I could easily build a wall structure here that with some wall holes in there, some wall some hole conveyor wall holes to house these and bring them on over to here just fine. So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Mark says, hello, Doc.
Hi, Mark.
Are you prepared for the punishment for failing to follow build parameters?
I guess. Am I deserving of punishment?
He's in another comment he said it's obviously it's my fault because I've come on and I'm not following the parameters. He thinks that I'm subject to your restriction.
He does now. Okay, let's see what that brings us.
One Metal Fist says, when I moved up the tiers, the frames didn't seem that important. Almost no recipes needed except for heavier frames, so they didn't look critical. I focused on other recipes that now I'm realizing they're actually very important for their own dedicated.
Okay. And thank you for building on the world grid, Robert. My wall is connecting just fine to yours. And I think I'm just going to go ahead and build it at the same level that yours is. And if you didn't understand that world grid comment just now, basically what it means is that there is a world grid. And if you put down a foundation and hold control first, holding down control first allows you to build it on what they call the world grid. So these platforms were built totally on the world grid. Now Robert did the same thing, and we could seamlessly connect to each other on that same world grid. Okay. So I'm going to connect to him like that, and my floor will be on that top item. Yes. I will put a floor starting right here.
So your coal power will go more using belts.
Okay.
Which is only 270 per minute.
Okay.
and it 300. Oh, come on.
You betcha.
Address says, I cannot stand things being built outside the world grid. The pipes do not align well.
Yes, that is so true.
That's an interesting change that Star Rush made, where everything must be on the world grid. Everything just has a grid, everything's on. Mark says, unpaid punishment due to lack of following build parameter. All colors of the build will be pink and yellow and shiny on every stream. I'd say that's a fair punishment for misdirection of your crew, failing to follow build parameter.
Unpaid punishment? I'm kind of contrary to that. Oh, look at this. Look at this pole just sticking up here. That, even as high as it is, that is the pole from the
sink?
the sink. And the sink tends to be a very tall building at this level. And it's probably your tallest building with the exception of these power plants. And yes, Robert, it will be more consistent. It'll also be more consistent when I divide the belts up properly. So thank you for the upgrade. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Did you upgrade it all the way back?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to go put some... first off, I'm going to put a way to get down there. Then I'm going to reroute these into wall holes.
Wall.
Conveyor wall holes. Yes. Well, why could it stick over there but not stick over here?
Oh, okay, Andrestea, you're right. Andrestea says, nah, space elevators.
Okay,
Fine.
I'll give you that one.
Harry says, I just started watching you. I'm new to Satisfactory. Irony to the same exact spot. And then they ask, is this a common spot in the map?
This is where he had me start my buildings was clear up there on top of that cliff. Okay. And I've built down from there, so.
Yeah, I mean this is the closest coal node to Northern Forest, so I would absolutely say that it's common. You start in the Northern Forest. Oh boy, Doc.
What?
Donation from Mark.
Oh, Mark. Mark.
Those are the colors.
Oh, gosh.
They're gonna be terrible. Everybody, I'm sorry in advance.
I'm sorry for all the eye strain and the eye abuse you're going to get here.
Doc, I think I'm done playing for today. It was fun.
Really?
I think I'm going. Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate that.
Okay. 358. 1. You. Oh, we got red. That's not too bad of a red. 56. 1. Make it shiny.
Oh gosh. McDonald's.
And foundation swatch. What is the default foundation swatch? Could somebody look at their dashboard and tell me the default foundation swatch?
You can turn it back to.
So I can turn it back when I'm not on stream. And 56. So this is McDonald's colors, huh?
That's what I call it. We have a great question from Murgath. I think Doug will have something good to say about, but I have an additional comment
Okay.
from one of our old viewers, Oliver. But
You have an additional comment from him. Okay. Okay. I'm going to put a conveyor wall hole. I'm going to put it there. That's not where I told you to go. I told you to go up there. Right there. And we're going to cut off fuel here for a minute. The fuel, not the wall. Okay.
oh, okay. Okay, Doc. I have that university question.
Okay. Can I just rehook up the...
Yeah.
From the inside then. I want a...
98 says, I bought myself a 5090. Was this a dumb idea?
Bought yourself a 5090. What's that?
Video card?
Oh, an NVIDIA 5090? Did you
Holy
check
crap.
the specs on it?
It is. How much do you pay for that? Half a car? At least?
Okay, I can get in and out up here. Okay, let's go to the university. And it says pipes deliver six.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's.
Okay. Oh, just thinking of a niche question. I figured why railing and signaling must always bug out, but any clue on why, especially when building a huge power plant, you almost always have fluid problems? Go ahead and with the next second half. Pipes deliver 600 at the beginning, but then jam at 595, 588, etc. And 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 power plants remain unfed with fuel. I'm not sure quite what your configuration is, but generally the problem with them being unfed is that they are that the plants before them use it all up before it gets to those plants. Let me just use my water system for my coal power plants as an example. I have those feeding in at various parts. Okay, it's a whole lot more water than what they need because I only need 3 of these to do 8 of these. But literally, I have 2 feeding 1, 2, 3. Okay, and part of the reason I do that is simply because water pipes are buggy. You can't ever, it seems, get a whole 600 In a Mark 1, you can't. In a Mark 1, you can't get a whole. You can't get a whole 600 in a Mark 2. You can't get a whole 300 out of a Mark 1. There's always issues and problems. But you need to make sure that you're feeding the pipes at two ends all the time. Or if you've got a long string, make sure that you feed it intermittently along that full long stream. Simply because not feeding them in the long stream almost guarantees that you're not going to get water to the end of it. In fact, I don't know that I've even powered up my pipes at the end over here. Yeah, these aren't fed up, and they're still getting some water. But notice, even though there's plenty of pipes feeding in over here, these pipes are not staying full. And you can see that they're just not quite there, and they're not filling up, and they're only getting, 100 meters cubed. Okay, they can flow 300, and definitely those others down here don't need that much. But until I get these extractors feeding it at the end over here, they won't get it. So it's simply a matter of you have to keep feeding the pipes intermittently along the way. You can't just rely on the one end getting it all fed to this end. Unfortunate, but that's the way they do. And I overcompensate for the pipes being buggy at this point by just having more water extractors or having more refineries making more fuel than I need so that I can feed them intermittently. I never feed it from one end and expect it to get all the way to the end. I always feed it intermittently and feed it from the end usually. And then it works magically. Don't know why, but it does. So hope that helps, and good luck on getting your fuel-based power plants up and running. I just barely... excuse me. I just barely unlocked fuel. So with only barely unlocking fuel, I don't have a fuel-based power plant example to give to you. But there's the example on water for the coal, and I hope it helps. Let's go ahead and get back to the game.
So I have a couple comments to make about that.
Best decision ever by Shoho Dolo. Interesting. He has a 5080. I haven't upgraded yet. But
That's okay.
I'm looking at it.
You promised Mama Doc your current computer last minute. So.
I did not promise her that. I promised the one I made her is going to be her last one ever. I mean, when I get a 13th gen i9 CPU in hers, that should do her a good long while. So, anyway, what else?
Okay, so the couple comments I was going to make is, yeah, a lot of sloshing ruins the perfect 300 or perfect 600.
Yeah.
However, there's another there was a conversation I had with Volocrum last year, back in July. He was looking at his big conference, where he shared some cool details that I hadn't heard before. And it hasn't made it to one of our shorts because I was kind of letting him take it. He was looking at it. He wanted to make a short out of it, but I haven't seen it pop up yet. But what he noted is that, specifically, he says, with fluids, it's tracked with a 8-bit -1 resolution. Okay. What that means is, if 600 is the maximum amount of fluid that can push through a pipe, and this is also for valves, in other words, what 8-bit resolution means is the number 600 is divided by 254, which comes down to 2.36. The game can calculate any number that is not a multiple of 2.36. So you can actually see when flow is limited at 100, the actual flow rate that goes through that is 99.2, or the closest, the nearest multiple of 2.36 to it.
Or of a multiple of 8 bits.
A multiple of 8 bits.
Uh-huh.
Right. When you're trying to limit the flow with your valves, or when you're trying to run 600 through your machines, you can skip the math just by adding water to it. So what you're actually seeing is when it's trying to do 600, it's not doing 600. It's doing very, very close to 600. It'll always be a tiny bit off. And you can imagine that same error as it's sloshing from pipe to pipe to pipe.
As it multiplies.
That error multiplies and you lose a little bit of here and there.
Yep.
How about that for brand? Yeah.
That's great. Well, is Volcrum going to make that tip, or are we going to go ahead and...
I'll check it with him.
Yeah, check with him.
And Murgoth says, yep, makes sense. Good tip. Thank you. I'll game it out tonight.
Game it out. Why did my power grid go down?
Because your production went up and met your capacity.
Your production went up because I haven't changed anything, folks.
Oh, I did just build like 20.
Oh.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops.
Oops. My bad.
All right. I'm going to madly continue building.
Sigma G hydrate. Take a sip.
I did.
Oh.
After I saw the hydrate, I took a sip.
Oh.
Thank you. Appreciate the reminders.
98 spent $2,500 on X.
Wow.
50. That's awesome. I hope you really enjoy it. That's a like monster that you can do.
In the channel afford 2,500 for me to upgrade now, Robert? Or is that a question for me to answer and you to weep over? You're not answering.
Well, the thing is almost. Well, we have to get pink players back on board, which is coming.
Yep. We do need to get pink players
We appreciate
back signed up again. And they're only in an interim role. I need rotors. Got it? I'll go get rotors and throw some in the depot.
Yeah, I'm going back to the table.
So that you can do more. Yeah, every time we have to go back and get more, throw a stack in the depot, okay?
Yeah. My personal uploading has been kind of going on.
Yeah, I need more.
So
Bet you we need frames. Bet you we need rods. I'll bet you we need.
Nope.
I'm just gonna put some things in the personal upload there.
98 did say earlier, did I hear new Minecraft server?
We'll restart the Minecraft server here shortly.
Yeah. Details to come, beginning of next month.
Yep.
So around about there, we'll announce our new community project, Satisfactory, and that. Yep. Bunch of stuff. Oh, it's so hard to see things with everything. Mark did modify the color a tiny bit.
And he anything Intel is currently making for gaming.
Oh, thank you, Metalfist, for reposting. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Is there okay?
What Metalfist said is an alternate recipe for a heavy grain that is require 4 parts.
I'd have to
factory started with 4 recipes.
I'd have to pull up my spreadsheet. So let me. I built a spreadsheet of every alternate recipe in the world.
We want to take this to Doc University if you're going to go to the full spreadsheet.
Sure. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, 20 pounds. And what's he going to do? Train depot must be set at 250 meters, where you will build a mall for all goods in and then extrapolate any materials to the 500 meter mark. That was Monday's challenge. So there it is. The train depot 250. Good luck. Not good luck. Good luck.
Oh, okay.
Good luck. Okay.
We have trains unlocked.
No. Yes, we do. We just barely unlocked monorail.
Okay, 200 meters. Okay.
And any materials to the 500 meter mark that was Monday's challenge. Now, you said the mall. So the mall has to be 500 meters up. I haven't built a mall yet, so I hadn't got to that one yet. I haven't built a train station yet, so I had not got that yet.
It's on the list, though.
So
Very long list.
at 500 meters. And how do I know that I'm 500 meters in altitude height?
I think you just didn't measure the ground.
At 250 meters. I wrote it down. It is written down. It's on paper to be thrown away right after the stream. Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
We studied extensively.
Studied extensively, trying to figure out how in the world am I going to get that high.
Okay, Doc. Let's take this chat from
Okay.
One Metal.
Okay. Is there an alternate recipe to build heavy frames that doesn't require 4 different parts? My factory struggles with four input recipes. Absolutely, every factory does. Most of my production is built around assemblers. Yes, I already did this with my computers, so I'm wondering if I can do the same with heavy frames. Well, let me. I did some extensive research on that. And that extensive research was compiled into a spreadsheet. So let me magnify this spreadsheet so that people can actually see. Okay, and okay, so the product it's creating here is and I'm going to search for heavy modular frames. There's heavy modular frames. Okay, so it looks like there are, for heavy modular frames, there are 3 recipes. And the heavy modular frame, the regular one, the normal recipe, is for a modular frame, steel pipe, encased industrial beam, and screws. I do not see an alternate. There are only 2 alternates for that, and this alt recipe, one alt recipe requires less screws and rubber instead of encased industrial beams. All of them include modular frames. 2 of them encased industrial beams, and then steel pipe and rubber. But all of them are going to be done in a manufacturer. So no, there's no way to slim it down to an assembler to get heavy modular frames. You're going to have to use a manufacturer. So that is tough. The one that gives you the best output is what they call the flexible modular frame that has the rubber. rubber, less screws. Rubber instead of encased industrial beams in this case, but it takes 3 encased industrial beams rather than 4, which is a benefit. Less modular frames, less industrial beams. It includes rubber and less screws. So this is really the winner here, but you don't get out of doing it in a manufacturer. So, okay. That's the way it goes. Okay. Hope that helps. It didn't really meet the requirement you had to try to get out of a manufacturer, but hopefully there's one that will help you to lessen the impact of some of the ingredients. So let's go back to the game. And let's lament over the fact that a donation has just been made that I do the 308 by 56. Let's see what the 308 does. I'm going to close that and go back to the game and see.
It makes the red a little less balanced.
It makes the red less obnoxious. 308. Oh no. It makes the red pink. I actually wasn't too bad with the with the red color, but yuck. Okay. All right. Now I've got my daughter's factory. Now what am I running up here for? Oh, what was I missing? I was missing something to make the water extractor.
I'm having a hard time looking at the screen.
I needed rotors. You're having a hard time looking at. Oh, that's because I'm all stopped because I can't.
Yes, Murgath, thank you. Murgath posted the regular, the original.
Oh, thank you. Where is it, Murgath?
I had already saved it at one point.
Okay.
5D, 5D, 5D.
5, 5, 5, 5.
5D, 5D, 5D.
What's D?
D as in David. It's a hex code.
I don't know 3 places to put a hex code in.
Yeah, there's a spot for the hex code.
Okay.
And then FA9649.
Oh, it's just the fact that it's not separate 5Ds. It's 5D all in one string. Right?
And number 5.
D as in David.
Then D. Then 5. Then
Yeah, it's all in one string is what I'm saying. It's not 3 separate 5Ds. It's 5D all in a string of 6 characters repeated. Right? So that's the normal foundations.
So the reason why everything crashed is because the coal was disconnected from the coal power plant.
Oh,
Take a
yeah.
Look up.
Okie doke. Can you reconnect those, please? I hadn't got that far yet. I'm sorry. My apologies for messing everything up. I'm trying to find my rotor production. There's my rotor production. Oop.
I'm gonna just watch this, babysit it for a bit until they're all full, and we'll all.
Okay, here I've got rotors. Okay, now if I go to my inventory, I'm going to go ahead and put rotors, 1 stack of rotors in here. Interesting that the dimensional depot continues loading even though we're out of power.
Yeah, it's not a powered thing, which is nice.
Yeah.
Blood Metal Fist says, yeah, I have a heavy frame recipe that uses rubber. But I'm hoping there'll be more uses for rubber later on. I have so much rubber that I don't know what to do with it.
Okay.
Most of it I just convert into points. It's basically sitting in storage.
Okay. Okay.
Mark says, you'll get used to these colors in time, Doc. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm already getting sick to my stomach.
Okay, Doc, I think we're at a spot where I gotta turn it on now. Okay? Let's
All
see
right.
if it works.
See if it works.
Eh? There
Yeah?
we go.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, what?
Okay, it's stabilized. It came online and I was watching the total capacity continue to fall.
Okay. Well, I
think we're fine.
okay. It says that these have no power while being hooked up to a power pole.
No, our production's hitting our capacity already. Come on.
Okay, why do these have... It says it has no fuel.
It's gonna crash.
I don't know if I can help it.
Lexi says, take your stomach, Doc. You might need that paper handy. You might need it.
Yeah, so I can barf in it?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep. Single Mark III belt way at the beginning.
Okay, good. You found it. Upgraded it. Okay. That's why it was running sporadically. Are there... There's Mark II miners on each of those mines, coal mines, isn't there? I think I upgraded that.
No connection.
Yeah. Okay,
Have you been building more?
I'm building more what? Power plants?
Yeah.
Yes. I am building more power plants, yes.
Sorry guys, I'm not ready to chat because I'm trying to stay back. Dies. Being blinded by Mark.
While being blinded by Mark, yeah?
There. The luckiest llama says, this channel's been a lifesaver for my factory. Just finished a turbo fuel power plant thanks to the channel's device.
Well, I'm glad. I am very glad of that. What I'm not glad of is having to see this orange constantly.
Wow. Hey Doc, we just had the Melissa King here. And
We just
gave
had
him
what?
10 subs.
All right.
With a first time chat with a thumbs up.
First time chat with 10 subs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. those of you who got a sub, if you're here, it's thanks. Awesome. Boost points. Those went to Gibbo, All Things Impulsive, Spinner, Ganem, Anthropolid, and My Name Jakes, Jakey, Pinzo, Irontail Factory, and Pass.
Alrighty. And right now we have 41 viewers in Twitch and we have 34 viewers in YouTube.
YouTube. No.
Thank you.
And first time chat from Signac saying hello.
Hello to you. And Samos. Samos? Oh, okay. That's the one that gave us all the... Hey, I saw you. Okay, cool.
And Mark just donated again.
Okay, 10.
All pipes.
Okay.
New color for all the pipes. This is gonna be
Equally obnoxious, I suppose. Okay.
258 fun.
I'm gonna write down the
original.
The original. So, can somebody look up the original for the factory swatch?
I bet you it's that same.
As for the foundations?
Yeah. No, that color of orange you have right there is the same.
Okay. Will somebody please confirm that for me?
And
Okay,
a random
250.
Korok says, "Hey Doc, how's the stream?"
It's getting more and more difficult as Mark continues.
It becomes more and more difficult with more and more Mark.
Oh, by the way, we named our pet doggo after you, Mark.
Yep. And Robert Smalla says, "Always love seeing your YouTubers. I hope you enjoy your guys' day."
You bet.
Very much.
Purple and blue, huh? So, the pipeline is now purple and blue.
Oh, let's see those. And Mark gave us the default factory watch, which I just... So we have a copy.
Okay, I can't see my Discord right now.
That's fine. But
Oh, I see that.
default.
Okay. And it's FA9694, and your supposition was absolutely
96.
spot on.
49.
Yes, 49. Your supposition was right on. It's what I stopped saying the number because I realized it is the same as what the pipe default was.
Gotcha. Cool. Appreciate it, Mark.
Okay. Okay, the reason why I initially went back was to get enough stuff to do these. The manual uploader is a lifesaver when you don't have enough Mercer spheres yet to put an uploader on every one of your machines for each different product. because the manual uploader here, just to give you an idea, the manual uploader here has 5 different slots in your own bags. So whenever you go back to get a product that you need, oh, I need that, let's make sure that it's in the depot as well. All you have to do is fill up those 5 slots. Now, what's neat about that is that it looks like I need, more rotors in there too. I think, yeah, I can go ahead and put rotors in there. I probably used a few out of the depot just a while back when I made those, made these new water extractors. These are all powered up now. I'm going to go ahead and get the pipe moved around here and get, oh, that's awful.
It really is.
Oh,
It's so bad.
yes, it is bad.
Lexi says this factory looks like a 5-year grew up. Yes. Yes, it does. Just like Mark likes it.
Yep. Do you have 5-year-old grandchildren or something?
He misses them greatly and just wants to,
Yeah.
Live noodle, don't worry about it, okay? Just don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the color.
Yeah, he says, I've been audio only. What fresh neon hell am I looking at? Looks like a horrible 1980 sci-fi movie. Tron 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, Tron 2, that's right. I didn't get to watch Tron 2. I enjoyed Tron back in the day, of course. But Tron 2 is I've never watched.
Anthropologist says, what am I missing? Why are we developing eye cancer?
I what?
Why are we developing eye cancer?
Because Mark said so. Just, it's the name of the game.
We allow people to torture us to some degree with... And Mark is our chief torturer. Yeah.
Chief torturer. Torturer in chief, huh? One way to say it, I guess.
Adder says, I would never. And there would be no pipes.
Okay, can't she see what I'm doing right now? Robert, come. Does that mean no pipes for everybody?
I think she can see what we do. I think that's the reason why.
That's part of the point, huh?
I think she's punishing you for what somebody else did.
When somebody says no conveyors, it does make you look and see what you can do. Looking for the no conveyors button. I'm madly building before the no conveyors button ends up coming out.
Some kind soul could always be let man work. Mark said, Mega Meaty Bacon Man is going to love these factory colors.
Although he'll come back and say, they're not bright enough.
Yeah. Oh. Mark said, my grandkids painted my kitchen cabinet pink and purple crayon. Bleach won't remove it. I'm having to use acetone. Gosh.
Oh, look at that.
Let the man work.
Well,
Okay, that's going to override any sort of redemption for the next hour. So, thank you very much, Mark. I really appreciate that.
Yes.
Anthropologist is so full for fun,
Coal for what?
for the fun of it.
No. Coal because we haven't developed any fuel-based power plants. We haven't laid enough mines down for.
We could stretch to do it with the fact that the power just went out. Just getting something up and running is nice.
Hello.
Hi. Well, the prodigal son has come back.
So Garrett,
What?
stuff happened while you were gone.
What? Wait, what? What am I seeing here?
You're seeing
I see
Mark at his best.
Mark is doing a let the man work. Like,
Well,
what?
scroll up.
Yeah. See a bit more. All pipes to be 258 by 1 by 1 by 192 by 1 by 1.
That's that purple, garish purple color.
Oh.
And then previously he decorated the entire factory and gilded enough that's going to last for a couple of days.
Couple streams, I think
Couple
he
streams,
said.
yes.
Oh my.
So if your eyes are bleeding now, I'm sorry, everybody.
Oh my gosh. Did you read the comment by Random Porok?
Nope.
I did not.
Okay. It says, well, this actually looks like a university
That's
question.
a perfect question. While I go take my break.
He's gonna go ahead and put band-aids on his eyes, stop the bleeding.
Yes. I'm going to go grab the acetone because I'm sure the bleach won't work. Stop whenever you're ready.
Okay. One more T connector here. And okay, all the pumps are working. All the pumps are powered. It's just a question of getting enough coal to these power plants here at the end. And which means I've just got to reconfigure. I've got to reconfigure where the coal lines coming in are hitting each one of the conveyors here, because obviously it's not going to reach the end. At least not very well. So, okay. Okay. Let's see. A random K-Rock says, "Hey Doc, I just need help. I just finished my turbo fuel factory that powers around 70 generators, and I made 2 lines of refineries, one line making fuel, the second turning it into turbo fuel. The fuel line produces 600 fuel per minute, and the turbo fuel line requires 600. So the math is correct, but the refineries at the end of the pipes, the pipe manifolds, aren't filling up. What should I do?" You have Mark II pipes, I would assume. what you need to do is instead, okay, are these lines facing each other? Because if the ones producing the turbo fuel are facing the ones using the turbo fuel, like mine here, you know, I've got the ones, the plants using the water and the extractors feeding the water. I have the extractors feeding the water in at various intervals, okay? So that I've got a situation where it's coming in and it could go two different directions, okay? So these extractors are feeding in at various points rather than just the end. Now, so the math works out, yes. But with sloshing and the crazy math that they do in Satisfactory, the pipes don't work beautifully perfect, okay? So as soon as you can, feed the fuel in. If you can't do it intermittently like this, have it do it from both ends, okay? Instead of just expecting it to go all the way to the end, because it won't. Split it off and feed at the two ends, you know, half and half at the two ends, or feed it intermittently here if you've got them facing each other. The suppliers with the users, if they're facing each other like mine is, just push it in, okay? And that should solve the problem. So let us know if you can do that while we're on the stream. Let us know if it worked, if it helps. So let's go back to the game.
Okay. Spencer Wright asked, how do you grab the existing item and build them without going to build them?
How do I what?
Grab existing item and build them without going to build
Oh,
them.
okay. Your middle mouse is the key here. If I want to build a pipe and I point at the pipe and I hit the middle mouse key, it gives me pipes to build. If I want a junction, I point at the junction, gives me a junction to build using my middle mouse button. Okay. So that's how you can do it. If I want a platform, I click the middle mouse button, and lo and behold, I can build platforms. Okay. The nice thing about that is if you have a machine that you need to configure, like an assembler or and this should have been a university question, really. An assembler that has a recipe in it, if you middle mouse click on it, it will make a copy of it with the recipe in it, which really, really helps you build faster. So hopefully that'll help you. Okay.
Mark
All right.
says, my PC is getting an upgrade. New
Cool.
keyboard, mouse, pad. Keyboard is better than the original and a new graphics card. Looking at RTX Pro 6000, as will help both my gaming and the business.
The RTX Pro 6000?
Apparently.
They've got a 6000 out now? I thought the 5000 series was the latest they had, and they had the 570, 80, and 90.
I think that the Pro series stuff like
Interesting. RTX Pro. Okay.
like the Pro video cards are the ones using the chips that they sell AI,
Interesting.
if I understand correctly.
Okay. Well, that is cool.
And he says, I'm now at 15 gigs of music videos of a grandkid. It's only using 3% of my 24 gig hard drive. Being
Okay.
proud of my job is trying to buy what I want and keep memories alive. Oh, and messing with documents.
And messing with doctrine. Okay.
In-your-face camera says Satisfactory is more CPU heavy than GPU heavy.
Yeah, that is true.
And he says the Pro Series is ahead of the game stuff, but it's not really faster game.
Oh, it's not really faster at gaming stuff. Interesting.
I don't know. Oh, he says more memory, better driver.
So I can fuel 20 of these coal power plants with this one line. Okay, it's it has a Mark IV belt, and of course the Mark IV belt, if we go look at that, Mark IV belt can carry 480, so it could easily handle the 300 without a capacity issue. So I can put this through 20 of these machines. So I'm going to go look. I'm going to climb up on top here. And so I can have this bottom belt feed 20 of these in a row. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I've got 10. I've got 10 in a row here. I fell. Darn it. I have 10 in a row, and it'll feed 20. So I am going to go ahead and make sure that bottom belt is feeding 20 of these. Okay. So I am going to cut off this belt coming down, and I'm going to continue this one. So I'm going to do away with that one, and I'm going to feed that like that. So I've got a belt and a machine that'll fill all 10 of those. So I'm going to then take the one up here, and you need me to stop talking for a bit there, Garrett?
Oh, I do have a couple of comments to read.
Alrighty.
Dolo says, I've gotten into the habit of making sure I have a buffer right for the manifold, and I'll fill that up fully before turning this to the pipe full.
Okay.
Interesting. And Troubleshooting says, I also do a buffer with valve pressure builder before I feed something.
Part of the challenge with a buffer is that the buffer creates sloshing until it fills all the way up. So it'll go in, it'll slosh back, it'll go in and slosh back. Sometimes that creates enough back pressure that you don't get the kind of throughput that you want. So the fluid buffers, I've had mixed success with the fluid buffer. You might want to try doing away with the fluid buffer and see if it helps. If that's what you've got at the beginning, so that excuse me, so that you can check that issue out, troubleshoot that issue. Okay.
Unfortunately, fluid buffers don't provide pressure on the system to keep everything else full. It just tries to equalize everything else.
I forgot to power up the individual power system here. So now that those are all full,
Signac says, talking about the middle mouse click, says it also copies scoop and overlooking when you use middle mouse.
yep,
Scoops and overlooking.
overclocking, yeah.
My autocorrect hates me. Sloops and overclocking. They're casting trick.
Okay. Yeah, overclocking. Don't you hate autocorrect sometimes? It does away with your. Okay, so that's got 100 coal in it, and it has no water in it. Okay, that's the problem. Why is this thing got no water? Because it's never been hooked up. So let's hook it up. Let's give it some water. Okay. That's the nice thing about putting power to these is once you have power to it, they all should turn green. If it doesn't turn green, you got a problem, and you need to go potentially fix it. So That's always a good indicator that you need something to fix.
Mark says that he has a 8 terabyte backup hard drive. Only
Yeah.
in your face camera says, I need more space.
Yep. I've got an 18 terabyte. And that gets filled up by Robert all too frequently.
We've got another person.
We do we? Okay. Just a second here. I'm going to hook up these last two. Then I'm going to see what my power pole looks like. Because it should be starting to look pretty good. Look at that upward swing as I was hooking those up. Hey, man. Woohoo! Yay! Now I've just got to get the pole divided on the other side, which I'll do right after this question. Go for it. Okay, one metal fist comes up with a question, says, I know you don't like screws, but my issue isn't the lack of screws, it's belt capacity. Absolutely, because when those recipes need a lot of screws, you've got to divide up the belts in order to feed them, which is a challenge. Right now I have a single belt moving 480 screws per minute, and back to my main factory. Would upgrading to a Mark V belt fix this? It would be good. It would be well on its way to fixing it. Yes, yeah, definitely. I need it to move screws much faster and in higher volume from my screw factory to the main one. Absolutely. And if your screw factory is producing more than a Mark V belt can handle, which I believe a Mark V is 720, if your factory is producing more than that, split it into 2 belts and move even more. Build yourself a conveyor tower, a conveyor stack, and move 2 belts worth to your main factory if you have to. Yeah, your screws are a problem, not necessarily because of the machines needing a lot of them, but what needing a lot of them means is that conveyors are limited to feed very many of them because of how many they need. So yeah, multiple conveyors will get the job done. So start tackling it with that and see what it gets you.
What about train?
Or you could move them with trains. Yes. Also, but by the time you get Mark V belts, you should already have trains as well too. So yeah, you could fill up train cars and move them with train cars. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing huge fluctuations here, and then I'm suddenly seeing the fluctuations go away. So I'm wondering, what got powered up and what was going on and off for a period of time here. So, and look at this up here. How nice and sweet does that look? That is nice.
The max consumption is still above the production, but it's unlikely to ever get that.
Yeah, with this down here, I've got a lot of machines. Running idle. I don't have sinks set up on my ones that have full containers there. Mainly because I haven't built an adequate mall yet. That I've got to go build a mall at 500 meters above sea level. So that might be a challenge. But I do need them all, and I need better depots as well. So we'll see how that goes. So if I look at my inventory, rotors is full, but I'm going to leave them there, and plastic is full, but I'm going to leave those there too. Let's see, what else can I put in? Concrete is always needed, but it is full of concrete at this point. Reinforced iron plate. Reinforced iron plate is at 0, and you need that occasionally too. So come on down here. Oh, it doesn't have a full bunch of hard drives yet. Oh gosh, darn. Hatcher remains. You can put the hatcher remains there. And yeah, putting those at the end probably is better choice. Okay. I always like to take my hatcher remains and my food items that I pick up and put them. I'm going to go ahead and replace that. I'm going to go ahead and put those in there and that in there because I've got these now that I can use. And as soon as it gets those things done, we'll go ahead and probably put some motors. Plates are good. Packaged fuel is good. Encased industrial beams. Let's get some encased industrial beams in. Okay. We've got mycelia in there. I need to take that mycelia out and get some more fabric being made. Okay.
Mark, question.
He does.
Doc, me being a noob to these games, what game would you recommend? Satisfactory first game. And I have 6 world stays at 20. Didn't see the point around the bill.
Okay.
I ended up watching your stream shorts and finding a long and it's in.
Yep.
But I'm looking for other games as well. What would you recommend that you find?
At $14.99, if the sale's still on for Star Rupture, I would get that game. I would get Portal. That was an enjoyable game if you like just basically it's puzzles. If you want to stay in the factory genre, Factorio is an interesting, different game. It's two-dimensional, not as pretty as Satisfactory, but it has its value too.
It definitely has some complexity.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a more complex game than Satisfactory.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, because of only the 2 dimensions, you have a lot more problem solving to it. Okay,
There's also a lot of depth. Tier 9 doesn't approach, but Factorio does.
Okay. Now, all of these are staying green by virtue of conveyors being, the conveyor pulling in 300, and it can keep all of those running. So, okay, I think everything's a go here. I can go back to creating my, to moving my copper sheet factory.
I'd be careful.
You be
Because
careful.
Mark says, looks like you've been busy with this build. Maybe I need to up the ante. Make it harder for you to get materials, machinery. And give you ultimate issues for you to build. What do you say, Doc?
No. I don't want to say I don't know how you would do that because, I just said it.
Please don't.
Yeah, please don't.
But also, please do. We like the money.
We don't like the money that much, do we?
I know I certainly do.
Okay.
Narendra says, talking about other factory games, I'm currently having a blast in Alchemy Factory.
Alchemy Factory, huh?
So a fantasy themed factory game. Interesting.
That is interesting. Okay, this will come up right here is where I can put it. Okay, so
Now, one Metal Fist says, as referring to his previous comment, I don't really have a use for a train here. Everything is right next to each other. Small factory, basically one big main factory.
okay. Then yeah, multiple conveyors. Yeah, no need for a train if it's just a short distance, definitely.
In Your Face Classic says, Portal is short, maybe 2 to 5 hours, but worth
Yeah, it's
one
fun.
of the all-time.
Yeah, and you get a good snarky AI to boot.
And Limp Noodle says, the Satisfactory Calculator website gives you heights of things in the map. You can do that to figure out starting height to get your 500 meter height.
Thanks for the help. I don't know that I want the help. I don't know that I want to build a mall 500 meters in the air. Well, that's it.
Signac says the last Clockwinder is a VR puzzle game where you make clones do tasks. It's factory basement.
Interesting. What kind? What is it called?
Clockwinder.
Clockwinder.
You're using time clones.
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting.
Portal is really good though. Definitely worth the time to get through both Portal 1 and Portal 2. Especially since they're such a staple of the gaming now. You really want to try them at some point.
Yeah. I am going to
Mark says maybe once this one is completed, he'll pay for Satisfactory Plus and even a build height limit set at 16 meters. That's the maximum height you can ever build.
Oh, maybe in the next build. Okay, so I've got to build everything at sea level, basically. That would be kind of interesting. Not that I necessarily want to restrict myself like that.
Adam the Man says, Doc, what do you like to see / think is needed in update the game and why?
Hey, just a sec. I'm ordering lunch.
Did you already have lunch?
No,
Took a long break inside.
that wasn't. You consider that a long break, huh?
Nice long break. And I had to wait for
I didn't take a long break. Wow. Okay. Long break.
Lexi says, Doc, be grateful he hasn't donated to have every item go to the mall first before being allowed to go to the next production phase.
Say that again. He hasn't donated to have every item go to the mall first before being allowed to. Don't give him any new ideas. Oh.
One Metal Fist says, if you like Satisfactory, here's some similar factory games I enjoy. Factorio for deep automation, logistics, fluids, and massive production shipments. Hydroneer, a more hands-on factory game focused on water pressure.
Hydroneer. Okay.
Dyson Sphere
Oh,
program
yes.
for large-scale factory building across planets with advanced energy systems.
I've been meaning to get to Dyson Sphere program for a while. So
Can we just schedule one day a month to look at new games like this?
yeah, in the Doc and Sons one.
I was thinking just one of our regular streams. Just once a month, we go and we look into other games like Dyson Sphere program.
Yes, as long as we do it in Doc and Sons.
Why? Doc & Sons is going to be Minecraft stuff.
Not all Minecraft stuff. That wasn't the agreement.
Has to be the vast majority of the content.
It can be the majority of its content, but I also wanted to explore other games on that channel.
Well, I was specifically thinking other factory games, which is definitely Doc.
Yeah, it is definitely gaming with Doc.
Okay. Mark says, first off, he says, you think yours is hard? I'm at 1,600 meters and still building it. It measures 360 blocks by 240, so it's plenty big enough, and each floor will hold many machines. I have full and iron to run.
Okay.
And it says oil and water being shipped via train, and next to the stand copper. Oh my gosh.
So he's having me do what he's doing. I'll just say doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I need to check on.
Yeah, what he wants, really what he wants is Satisfactory Skyblock.
Satisfactory what?
Skyblock. So in Minecraft, there's a mode where it doesn't actually create a world. All it does is set you on top of a small cube of dirt above the void with nothing in all directions.
Okay.
And you have to survive with just that.
Okay.
And it's a tough challenge, but people have built some pretty crazy things in Minecraft one block.
Interesting.
And he's basically looking for one block of satisfaction.
One block, huh?
Signax asks, Doc, what is your current not factor?
I play a fair number of mobile games. And so my current mobile game that I've almost beaten is, I think it's, what's it called? Okay. It is called 2248. It's a number game that you match numbers to build the next higher number, and then you match strings of numbers to double it with each one you put in the string, and so forth. And you can go from one number to the next highest number to the next highest number. So 930 is the highest level, and I'm at 890 something. So I think it's 930. Let me see.
In Your Face Camera app says Deep Rock Galactic, published by Comics State as well. Same as Satisfactory. Wars, Mining, and Killing. I do not recommend Deep Rock Galactic if your goal is a factory game. Not one bit.
So I'm at currently at level 906, and the final level is 923. So I almost beat that game, and the play style is basically a grid of numbers. And if I get it close enough, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to see the numbers on that. But you know the numbers, and you match the numbers and get bigger numbers, and when you build the next higher number, you go to the next level. So as far as non-factory games, that's what I do when I'm waiting for appointments and so forth, so on, that kind of thing.
I play Minesweeper.
Minesweeper? Okay.
Yeah.
I did play Idle Planet Miner for a long time, but it got to the point where it became a pay-to-play, and I said, no, I'm paying too much money for this. You know, those pay-to-plays, good grief, they can suck the money right out of you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I stopped playing it.
And Out of the Man asked, what would you like to see / think is needed in the next update?
I think I mentioned earlier in the stream, I would really like to see a monitor to monitor all of your factory, a way to put an indicator on a particular factory or factory area and see what the output is, and see it from a distance. You know, like putting on your final output, putting an indicator like what you can on the conveyors, but be able to see that from a dashboard somewhere else in the game. That's one thing I'd like to see. I'd like to see underwater machines and underwater abilities and underwater resources, so that I could play that way. Those are my two biggest ones. Thank you so much. Ooh, some newfangled fries. That's cool. Okay, so I have 300 divided by 15. I think these take 30. So I need 10. 10 of these because they take, for copper ingots, they take 30 each. Okay. Thank you, my love.
You're welcome. Metal Fist says, I have an idea. Every time the story shifts to Doc's university scenes, it can be done like an old Batman TV show. His face on screen with clouds and things spiral behind him. Feel retro, dynamic, and recognizable.
Feel retro, dynamic, and recognizable.
Yeah. And Lexi says, thank you, Lady Doc, for being Doc.
Yep. I needed it. After 45 years, she still loves me.
And Regenerated said, oh wow, you're alive. I just became sub about a week ago. Great
Fantastic.
to see someone my age playing such a work.
All right. Yeah.
I am the physicist. Says, hey Doc, there's also a great tool called Satisfactory Mod Work. I'm unsure if you're aware of it, but it's really useful when playing Factory.
Yep, I am aware of it. And yes, I've used it. And I just flipped these the wrong direction, so... And there, and there. I need 5 on this side, and I didn't have enough room to create a single-sided manifold. Darn. So I created a two-sided manifold. And they all have the recipe in them. I really have a hard time calling them recipes. I really do. But, you know, that's what they're called in the game. Okay. Well. Okay. Didn't have a good middle on that. I like to make sure I have a good middle on those, but I didn't this time. And
Taking Majik says, how many times have you finished the game?
once.
Really? Only once.
Yeah, only once.
And Constant Conrad said, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Mark says, hey Doc, there's something you could do that would showcase build ethic. Doc University. Now, where do I get you to build a Doc University? Or you have to walk through a quick conveyor before. So I go check and see where I want to build a Doc University.
Okay.
Don't know what you're. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Where you have to walk through or put conveyors into the floor. Oh, okay. Not going to leave the top on that one. Okay.
That was
Sandwich in hand.
G. I've only seen your shorts. Didn't know you straight.
Yeah. Tell them about our schedule.
Yeah. We stream Tuesdays and Thursdays now. It was just Mondays and Thursdays, but it is. We have changed that. We will change the schedule on Twitch and our Discord soon. to reflect that. But yeah, so Tuesdays and Thursdays. Godfather asks, how many different saves?
How many different? What do we have?
Saves.
Oh gosh.
Different worlds.
Oh, how many do I have? Oh gosh, I don't. It's a few. Definitely a few. I don't know exactly how many.
Gullis says, cool beans was our narrator. And the narrator is Garrett. I am Doc's second son. And usually you'll hear Robert with us, but he is currently on break. And Robert is my other Doc's first son.
Yep. Two. This is kind of a Doc and Sons production. It always, always has been at the beginning, but we've kind of emphasized it of late, just because they play with me so much, and they add so much to the channel.
Savin Majik says, morning. I'm in France and it's actually 9:48 p.m. for me.
Well, it is now afternoon where we're streaming from, so I can understand it being late for you guys.
Yeah. Great North 5 says it's 3:50 p.m. here in the Greater Toronto area in Canada.
Yeah. It's
it looks like you're one time zone ahead of us.
Yep.
Godfather says, I'm working on one save, but rebuilt the same factory 9 times.
9? Oh boy.
Ghost says this stream is truly something beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, well, unless you're calling beautiful the challenging colors that we have, I don't know that those would be considered beautiful, but you know.
Oh gosh, Godfather, why would you use 24-hour time? Please.
Well, a lot of times that'll let you know better whether it's AM or PM, so then I don't fault that at all.
I think that translates to one. Yeah. And Jay Fong asks, when is the channel being renamed to Gaming with Doc and Son?
Well, we do have a new channel called Doc and Sons, and that's going to have content that will be mostly us playing together, and the Sons playing all together. So we'll have the two channels. That allows me to play some other games without confusing the algorithm for Satisfactory. When we roll out Satisfactory content here.
Godfather says, I'm a first responder and a veteran, so military time.
Okay.
Okay. And Stignac, your suggestion is utterly denied. Completely and utterly denied.
Oh dear. Oh dear. What kind of suggestion would that be?
The mascot for Doc and Sons could be a Dachshund.
A dachshund?
Yep.
See, Garrett doesn't even know how to pronounce it. It's so foreign to him.
I'm sorry,
Sometimes
our
affectionately
mascot's
called.
not going to be a wiener dog.
Sometimes affectionately called a wiener dog. Okay.
I've met a decent number of dachshunds. They're perfectly friendly. They're great dogs, but no.
Oh dear.
We don't put up with ankle biters.
You don't want an ankle biter here, huh?
Nope.
You're sad. You're so sad.
What's sad about it?
Okay, so I want to make copper sheet with this one. And I need, here's one of those things where I'm producing 30 per machine and they input 20 per machine. So I have 10 machines over there producing 300. So then press the N key. 300 divided by 20 gives me 15 machines. Okay, 15 machines it is. So this will come over here and feed into here, but I can't. I'm gonna have to work around this obstacle here.
Adrestea says, my neighbor growing up had a dachshund before with me, and I'll never get one. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of shapes your attitude toward a particular breed if they're
A lot of people, because their dog is small and cute, let the dogs get away with far more than they should. And it gives those dogs a bad name. Chihuahuas. Chihuahuas are reasonably intelligent and just as trainable as most other dogs. But so many people let them get away with whatever the heck they want. And so most Chihuahuas end up being absolutely horrible. And that's sad. It really is sad.
And of course, Garrett has the definitive opinion on those subjects, so can't argue with him.
My opinion is neither here nor there. I'm just speaking truth.
Okay. If I overclocked this, I think I'm going to do some overclocking to keep the number of machines down to 10.
Mark says, okay, Doc, I found the perfect location for you to build at Doc's University.
Okay. And
You realize that if you tell
where
them
would
to build
that?
it, all they will. Godfather asks, is the rapid building of foundations a mod?
Yes, I have a thing called infinite zoop. So that allows me to start building here and zoop in 2 different directions. If that's what your question is, yes, it's a mod.
Understand says, I call Chihuahuas Parkinson's Terrier.
Parkinson Terriers.
It used to be an entertainment environment, and there was a poet who had one. She was so cute. They're too small for me, but a well-trained one is fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, mostly, I don't like small dogs. I like big dogs. The bigger the better. But I will say that a lot of my prejudice towards Chihuahuas is the fact that most Chihuahuas are poorly trained. Or I should say, most Chihuahuas I have ever met, no, like nearly every Chihuahua I have ever met has been poorly trained. Undersea says, I'm all about big dogs, but whatever dog. Yep. You're exactly right.
So what did she say that she was exactly right in?
She said she's all about big dogs, but whatever dog needs to train.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. They do need to be taken care of.
And Mark says, we'll need an auditorium, a mess hall, and a lounging area, as well as a games room, and each will have to be on their own floor. So you can use the rest of the floor for producing product.
Say that again.
He's outlining the requirement for the document.
Oh, okay. Sure. Is this something being built or built?
You might be paying for it here pretty soon.
Well, we're gonna have to make sure we put in a custom color because while we're changing everything else in colors, it's gotta look good.
Yeah.
Gotta be
It has to. Okay, if it's gonna be Docs University, it has to be a proper Docs University.
Yeah.
You need to create some output for your silica.
Yeah. I see I got some of my packages in.
Some of your packages, huh? I'm missing cable,
Oh.
of all things. Oh.
Godmother wants to see Doc play Overcooked.
What's overcooked?
That could be fun. The restaurant simulator.
Ah,
I haven't played Overcooked. I've played Played Up, which I'm told they're similar. And I think Played Up is fun. It is a factory game, Doc.
plate up.
Plate Up, yeah. It's a restaurant sim. You know, you're building up your restaurant to serve people, and over time you get better and better machines, do more and more, to do more and more automation.
Yep.
But instead of being Satisfactory, where you're doing it at your own pace, but in Played Up, it's you're racing against your restaurant being shut down in case you don't serve any one person in time.
And the person that you may or may not be serving in time is probably a restaurant critic.
Funny enough, it's just any given person who comes to the restaurant. It has a Twitch plugin, so we could even have our own. Anybody who comes and watches us on Twitch could join. It could come to the restaurant. It'll have their Twitch name on it, and they can even place their order, so they order whatever they want. I enjoy the game quite a bit, but I can't convince anybody else to play with me. Bacon says, I'll come to your restaurant.
We'll be serving bacon on the menu.
Yeah, and Bacon says, guess what? I'll order.
Yeah.
No. Well, these are very narrow restaurants. You're a coffee shop, or you serve pizza, or
take a look at at a power pole when you get a chance.
oh yeah, has it
It's
improved? a
it's
little?
nice and healthy.
Oh, good. Oh, that's so much healthier than before. Wow, that actually looks good.
Yeah.
Hot dog.
Come on, get down.
So Satan says hello from Russia.
Uh-huh.
Hello, Satan.
Gosh, knew Satan lived there.
Oh, dear.
Mark says, it won't be built this stream. I need to work out what I require and create the terms of the build so it will be a university-worthy box.
Okay.
I think that would actually be a whole lot of fun. In fact, that might be the kind of project I'd like to see on the members server. Building out it, not so much a traction build, but a full creative build. You know, where people are trying to build something really awesome, building Doc University.
Okay.
That might be. But yeah. And we'll make sure we can name a wing after our benefactor here. As they do in universities.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they do. Okay.
Will it be the Danum wing or the Mark wing?
I think we could give him the opportunity. Right?
Yes.
Sure.
Godfather says that Played Up is considerably more silly than, Overcooked is considerably more silly. Oh, okay.
Yes.
And Bacon's he's almost at 2 million megawatt use.
How does this world even load still?
Yeah.
Rebuild it again.
One Middle Fist says, if Satan lives in Russia, it means hell finally froze over. It even has snow now. At this point, anything is possible.
Nice. Oh, gee.
Godfather says Overcooked is made by the same makers of Moving Out 2 as well. I don't know if you're familiar with that series.
I'm not. Are you, Garrett?
I am vaguely familiar with the series, and it is a very similar type of game. If I understand correctly, you have a pickup truck, and you have to stack things in the pickup truck, and then drive the pickup truck without losing stuff in the pickup truck.
Oh, gosh. Doc would love that.
Right.
Nope.
No. So, Doc, what are you making here?
I'm making a line for copper plate, copper sheeting.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, it's not quite a spy show, but at some point, maybe. But the factory must grow, and the spaghetti must flow.
Well, I hope that in 1.2 there's some further optimization so the factory can continue to grow.
Yes. We would hate to see it have to be stopped because of not having the program optimized well enough to handle it.
Godfather says it's just a really silly, somewhat stressful game, but a funny type of stress. Yeah, that just kind of reminds me of Dark Souls.
Fun kind of stress. Yeah, Dark Souls does have that.
The one thing about Dark Souls is that as much as frustrating as it is, in the end you know it's your fault. And that you had complete control over everything that happened. You're not getting screwed over by game mechanics. The gotcha hasn't gotten you. It's entirely up to you and your skill. And so there's a certain amount of motivation to conquer it anyway, because every time you do it, it's entirely your fault. It's entirely on you and nobody else. Godfather says Dark Souls is next level stress. Yeah. I wish that they'd just keep on making Dark Souls games. We don't need Elden Ring. We don't need any more of that. We just need more Dark Souls.
Yeah, sorry. The world is going towards Elden Ring.
Elden Ring is easy.
Going towards Elden Ring, huh?
Here it says Elden Ring is easy, yet he's 100% of Dark Souls 1 and 2 hasn't finished Elden Ring.
Elden Ring is boring. It's so boring.
Wow.
Okay, so
Boring
here's the
because it's
issue.
not hard?
Here's the
Because
issue.
it doesn't
The
kill you?
combat itself is the same combat that you get in Dark Souls 3. The combat is exactly the same. The problem is that in Dark Souls 1, they carefully measured how much you were able to do, the weapons that you were able to get, the upgrades that you're able to get, to harshly limit the amount of power that you're able to get, and force you to rely on skill. With Elden Ring, you can go, if you go and you explore all the map that's available to you at any given point, you will get so much more powerful than all the bosses in the game that you'll just run over them.
Is that what happened with you?
Partially, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that's what happens with a lot of people in this game. People optimize the fun out of the game. That's what players do.
See, the strange thing is Elden Ring sold more, and generally it's not as good for the hardcore players, but generally got a higher rating.
Because it appealed to the casuals.
Because it appealed to more people, yes. So, they didn't optimize the fun out of it. They found the fun by being able to grind more levels, so they weren't just killed all the time. If you want to play it hardcore, you can, but you can also play it as
That would frustrate me to no end. Just having to constantly die and start way at the beginning constantly.
But yeah, it's the feeling of most people like combat games. So we're gonna take Satisfactory, remove tiers 7, 8, and 9, and we're going to now make it, and we're gonna add a whole ton more creatures, and everybody's gonna fight creatures for half their resource.
No.
It's the same. It's a similar situation.
I don't think it's anywhere near comparable to that. The genre stayed the same. You're talking about changing the genre.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about reducing the factory aspect to make a more combat aspect, which is appealing to more people.
That's nowhere near what Elden.
That is exactly what it is.
Elden Ring stayed in the exact same genre.
No, it didn't. It became an open world RPG. That is an extremely different genre.
An extremely different genre that is almost identical to the first genre. Yes.
You don't play Dark Souls at all. It is not the same
So
genre.
when you're wrong, you're just going to rely on, oh, but I know better than you because I played more than you.
Well, you're just wrong. You're just plain wrong, and I'm trying to tell you that.
The exact same person made it. The exact people who enjoyed the first one played the second one. They called it a successor. Everybody refers to it as a successor. It is the same genre. It is made same game made for casual. Okay, it's the same game made for more casual players. Period.
No, it's not.
Satisfactory is very, very much like Factorio, but with added elements and removed elements. Right? It's Satisfactory and Factorio are way closer together than the idea of removing half the factory and adding combat in this game. What? Adding combat?
We're just rebalancing things
All
to
right.
make it worse for the current players and better for new players.
If
That's what both of them is.
if you're not willing to talk it and discuss it, let's move on.
Yeah,
Okay.
the idea of rebalancing by adding a completely different function to the game is different than rebalancing.
They
by
added a
making the
completely
game
different
easier.
function to the game. They
So-
added the entire open world to the game.
Okay, open world is new. How does open world change combat? The main feature of the game is the combat, right? The brutal combat where you have to be perfect.
It changes the brutal. It takes away the brutality.
Okay, how does it change the function of combat? So the weapon timing is the same, the eye windows are the same, the combat styles are the same. The difference is in one you can grind, and the other one you can grind not. Right?
The open world utterly changes the game, Robert. You are utterly underestimating the single most massive change that they possibly could have made. They
No.
turned it from a linear game into an open world game, and those are completely different genres.
You're
Okay, can we
No, they're not.
move on?
a puzzle game is a different genre. Okay, this is a minor sub-genre shit. This is a sub-genre.
That completely changes how the game is played.
Yes, it changes how the game is played by removing as much brutality or difficulty. We agree on the difficulty change. We completely agree on the difficulty change. You're just trying to claim that it's the same as taking Satisfactory from a factory builder to a
I'm not.
open
I did
world
not
RPG.
say it wouldn't be a factory builder.
Hey, how many times have I said let's move on?
Sure.
Man, I think Mega Meaty Bacon Man has the right icon there, facing one way, the other way, the other way, other way. Yeah.
I think they're dancing.
They're dancing?
They're
Oh,
dancing.
Is that what it is? Okay. All right, so I'm sure we got to catch up on some text there.
Yeah, you can read physicist chats. No, we're not going to because he's continuing with our current discussion, which
Okay,
we've been
well.
instructed to leave behind because he agrees with me. So.
Okay. Garrett, are there some
Yeah, the down
messages?
Nope. Nope, they're not.
Okay.
They're all about the about Elden Ring.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
And on the Satisfactory side, that both Bacon and Signac have turned off aggro as well on creatures,
Uh-huh.
just because they don't. It doesn't add anything to the game. It's not really part of the game. It's added, as some people said, they took it on just kind of for the atmosphere of the game,
Mm-hmm.
and that I totally agree with. The combat here is just for atmosphere, and the only thing it gives you is DNA points, which is the same thing as coupons, which. Yeah.
All right. There's where I can catch a car.
And Signac says, new topic, how many hours does Doctor Satisfactory?
last we checked, it was about 2,900, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. It is getting up there.
Bacon says, I don't mind at all. I don't mind it, but all I care about is building now. Some when you play the game the first time, once the game's complete, they can just become passive.
Yeah. Definitely.
One Metal Fist says, with the progress of genetic modification, my biggest fear is pigs starting to fly. Because that would mean way too many impossible promises actually came true, and none of them in a comforting way.
Oh.
Wow.
Pigs would require very big wings to fly.
Yeah. Can you imagine what a pig would look like if it could fly?
Very big. I think we're pretty far away from breeding like flying pigs. We're really far away.
Yeah.
I don't want to be clear over there.
We should try actually making walking pigs.
What? You mean pigs that don't waddle?
No, just pigs that can do exactly what pigs do. I mean, even the cloning of sheep is hardly real cloning. They just managed to turn to trigger some cells to become an embryo, and implanted it into an existing sheep.
Yeah. It's not true cloning. It's not like I'm gonna stick a needle in your arm, pull some of your blood, and then create a dude. Not that. Yeah. But like you know, like with we'll talk about chickens because we've already been modifying chickens for a long time. The current best breed of chickens that are being made into meat chickens for meat birds gets so big that by the end of their life they can't really walk anymore, and they're harvested at that point because if they were let to grow any bigger, they would not be able to move around and eat anymore. Right? Genetic modification that could cause them to grow better legs or bigger wings or something so they continue to move around, so they grow bigger would be better. And I think a lot of genetic modification will end up in that first. You can imagine the amount of money that a company would make if they could have a bird be twice the weight before it had to be harvested, you know.
Interesting thought.
Also, they would have to focus on thigh meat rather than breast meat, and which is much better anyway.
Oh, to make them walk better?
Mhm.
Okay, so making them walk better would have the byproduct of having better legs and thighs.
Sure.
Okay. I could go into that because I get into that because I like dark meat more than I like white meat, so.
Yeah, there are chickens that are better at producing dark than white meat, but they're not as good as certain chickens are for just breast meat. One out of us says basically learned this naturally takes bred over time from tougher, scarier animals into the cute, mostly hairless ones we know today. That's essentially natural genetic modification resulting from breeding.
Yeah.
Humans have been changing genetics without actually following that. The difference is now that we're doing it directly intentionally using technology and chemicals instead of natural selection.
Yeah.
I will also point out that natural selection is a safer process than what we call, or than the chemicals that places like Monsanto.
Safer in what way?
In the end, the goal is still to create a full and complete creature with the ability to survive. And so it preserves a lot of things that chemicals would just destroy, or things that we don't understand have a role, but actually do. A lot of genetically modified organisms from Monsanto, specifically the crops that grow a whole lot bigger, end up being less nutritious because they are designed to do more with less nutrients in the soil. But it's those very nutrients that get turned into what we need to eat. Which means that we have to consume more in order to get the same nutrition.
Which is
Yeah.
so.
And so that's one thing. We don't always make the wisest decision. And I'm not categorically against genetically modifying things. Just that the natural way is a little safer because it'll include things that we might otherwise overlook. One Metal Fist says, with the natural way, you never really know what you'll end up with. You hope and pray that the results turn out right. With modern controlled methods, you know exactly what you're changing, how it will work, and how to do it in the least harmful way for the animal or plant. And that's actually what I'm arguing with. You know what you're changing, but you don't necessarily know how it'll work or how to do it in the least harmful way. And because science, we just don't know that much about genetics.
Can we answer a couple questions? We've got one from I Am the Physicist and one from Mark that I'd like to address.
Okay. I'm the Physicist says, how did you get into gaming?
I retired. Before I retired, I didn't have the time. And so, literally, I retired and was able then to have the time to actually play something. Now, getting it by Mama Doc was kind of hard. Basically because she said, "You're doing what? You've got a channel doing what?" And she was embarrassed to tell people. Then when it got successful, she's far less embarrassed to tell people now.
She's still embarrassed, but far less.
It was just this whole channel is just so preposterous. Mark says, question, Doc, the uplifters that you have, are they separate, or is it one continuous connection from the ground support to its heightened location? I'm curious.
Are you talking about in my main factory? Over here, like these lifts? Because if you are, basically what I did was just a game mechanic in the... Dev Coco is coming with a party of one. Yay, appreciate that.
Appreciate you coming, Dev Coco.
Okay, so I used a plain vanilla mechanic in the game. I built a little floor out here that you can see, and I put a floor hole in it, and I drew it from that floor hole up to that platform that had another floor hole in the same position. And just, yes, I drew it one continuous hole. That exists in the plain vanilla game. No mod required to do that. So if you ever want a tall conveyor like that, a tall lift like that, you can easily just put a floor there with a porthole, a floor there with a lift hole, and draw it on up, and you're good. And they work really great.
We have a first-time chat from Dev Koku, who says, hello, the factory must grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, these are all yellow, which is, why are they both yellow? They're not getting enough ingots yet. Why is that? Because... Because they're not getting any. Okay. Oh, starting, all the way down the line. Okay.
I also want to say that the natural method of genetic manipulation through selective breeding is quite reliable. It just happens on such a large time scale that one person will never see the results.
I honestly don't think that's true. I honestly think they happen a lot faster. Just depends on the plant, plant or animal. I
Sure.
said this to Garrett Spencer recently, and Adrestea actually I think was there when we were talking about it. How there are some scientists looking to name a new species or genus or whatever, I don't know, of raccoons, because the urban raccoon now is distinctly different from a feral raccoon. They have bigger eyes, they have rounder ears, they are very much more young in appearance, they become friendlier looking, and their behavior is significantly different because they've learned if you act cute, people give you stuff. And therefore the cuter ones get stuff. And I absolutely believe that
They're self-taming like cats.
yeah, like cats. No matter, I don't know if it's going to be 100 years or it's going to be fairly soon, but I'm fairly certain that raccoons will become pets just like cats.
Interesting. It'd be a very interesting cat. Mr. Zafuro says hello from Ukraine. Hello. Glad to have you. It's late there. I love Satisfactory, he says. That's great.
I
love Satisfactory too.
I will point out that the raccoon has been in cities for well over 100 years.
Yeah.
And we're only just starting to see the change.
Yeah, it
And
takes a while.
that the foxes that are being bred in Russia to be companions, they've gotten to the point where they are okay with humans, but they don't care what humans have to say yet. And
Aww.
it's been...
You can't talk to
50
the
years.
animals?
Well, it's very hard to train them to do anything. They're incredibly willful. They're comfortable with humans, but you can't get them to do anything.
Yeah. Now that is a little bit different from the raccoons, which appear to be more willing to take some direction because they're very, very food driven, scavengers, right? As opposed to the foxes, which are hunters. And I think that might be part of the difference. Is one, we're talking about a hunting carnivore scavenger. Right.
And I'm the physicist says foxes are so cute, and yeah,
Uh-huh.
one day I'm going to have some foxes of my own. They won't be indoor pets. They'll have their own enclosure and stuff. But yeah, one day I'll have some. And Adresea says shorter lifespan equals faster evolution as more generations take less time. Now I did skip over something from One Metal Fist. He says that's why CRISPR could make genetic changes faster and more stable. It works like molecular scissors, cutting and editing DNA precisely instead of randomly. It's powerful and risky, but if we learn to control it, it can change medicine, agriculture, and the whole stuff. Yes. I will say though, risky is the way to put it. Risky. It depends on our understanding of genetics, and that's not perfect. Our understanding of the situation is not yet perfect. If we're able to get to that point, then great. Uh-oh, I think built them the wrong way around.
Yeah, you
I
get
have.
splitters.
I have. Built them the wrong way around. They need to be consumers.
The consumers, brother.
Can I show you real quick, Doc, a little what Plate Up looks like? The
What?
factory side.
What looks like?
What the factory looks like in the game Plate Up.
Oh, sure. Is it one where you've got to run around and you've got to serve people and all that
You
stuff?
do, but here, take a look at this. This is a fairly advanced game. This is specifically just making pizza. Okay, so this is the dining hall with all the people. Okay, the game isn't currently running at this point, but here you start out with making dough. This mixer makes dough. It brings it over here. It has tomatoes being pulled by this mixer, which makes the sauce and places on it. This is pulls the cheese, shreds the cheese, puts it on. So this is all automated, which pulls it down here to being cooked, to being sliced, to being teleported over here, to being frozen, ready to be delivered.
Okay.
So this is the factory aspect, which admittedly it's fairly small, but you know, over the course of I've probably spent about an hour, maybe 2 on this game. You then pick it up from here and deliver it to all your different customers here, right? So you're still manually washing the dishes in the dishwasher. You're still handing out, taking orders, whatnot. But the idea is balancing the hectic taking care of customers with the, you know, between days of operation, trying to improve your factory, produce more and more pizzas, more and more food for people,
Okay.
and trying to improve it over time.
What is that area to the right?
This area to the right,
Yeah.
a bunch of unused equipment that I haven't been using. So here are my old ovens. I don't use ovens anymore. I use stoves.
Okay.
Some old plate dispensers I'm not using right now. Some decorations to make my place pretty. They don't care where you put the decorations. They're just here.
Okay.
And then my research area.
Yeah,
So,
interesting. Okay.
Anyway, it's a factory game, but a very different kind of factory.
We have a Doc University question.
Okay. Alrighty. I am the physicist. It says suggestions for a nuclear power plant utilizing every uranium node. Oh, and also, at what rates do you think I should produce all the standard items, plates, rods, etc., being at phase 4? Plates, rods, all the etc. items, you pretty much can't get enough of. So I would just keep the production lines, keep upgrading your old production lines. I would put, I would upgrade them. I would upgrade those lines with power shards when you need to increase your production. You don't have to destroy and rebuild, but I would continue to upgrade the conveyors and upgrade the machines with power shards so that they can meet the demands of your production. So if what you had when you first started the game through probably phase 2 at least, if they met the production level for phase 2, they would then be able to be upgraded continually to meet your later production. And now, what do I think of utilizing every uranium node? Well, one uranium node fed 20 of my power plants when in another version before this one. And that was one impure uranium node. It doesn't take much uranium to be able to get a lot of nuclear power plants up and running. So I would do one at a time. I would leave your lines open so you can add more when you get more uranium in. But I wouldn't go get all the uranium first and then bring it all there. I would just do it one at a time and then increase and go for there. I made a huge one in my 1.0 save that we started on the release of 1.0. And I went all the way from, uranium to plutonium to fixonium. It was a huge task, and the factory was incredibly large, with just a couple mines. And that was it. We had it droned in and functioned just fine on those. So Don't cold collect them all at first. Get prepared for it, and then add one, and then add another, and then go from there. And you could eventually make a power plant that'll never, you'll never be out of power. Really, you'll never be out of power. So I hope that helps, and let's go back to the game. And I'm going to take another bite of my sandwich.
Hungry Little Artist says, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. But he says it's bon appetit in Dutch.
All right. Thank you, Hungry Little Artist.
Tell me if you think this is a Doc University question. Taco King Nick says, how can I split 60 rods per minute into 2 different belts from having 10 rods and one having 50?
I can get that.
You want to answer that one?
You overflow the 10 rod per minute line
No, that's not what he asked.
into the 50.
That's not what he asked.
It's the easiest way. One Metal Fist says, look at the apes and monkeys. We're already seeing behaviors that resemble humans. Tool use, learning patterns, social awareness, early problem solving, and even signs of fashion preferences in basic greater exchange. Their understanding of value and social signaling is growing. Their brains seem to be accelerating faster than we expected, both in the wild and in captivity. Evolution isn't always as slow as we once thought. I both agree and disagree. Because most of those we saw with our first documentation of them. Most of those qualities we saw with our very first documentation. But at the same time, evolution isn't always as slow as we once thought. There was another example of fish in a lake that was drying up, and suddenly one day the fish just flopped across the road, and a bunch of fish died. A bunch of fish got across the road, and they looked at the fish that died and the fish that went across the road, and they were genetically different. The ones that went across the road had a gene that they didn't have before that allowed them to process air better without water.
Really?
Yeah. And it's just that quickly, half of them changed genetically so that they could survive in that moment.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, I don't know where I would find that to corroborate that or show you guys, so don't ask. But if anybody else can find the story, that would be helpful.
Great story.
An undocumented assertion. Okay, got it.
I'm actually pretty sure Robert was the one who told me the story.
I would never.
Hey, Robert,
Yeah.
do I need to put a container on this factory of yours? Actually, you've...
It happened.
Can we, can I put the conveyor between this,
Do it.
between the dimensional depot and the storage container?
He did it.
He did what?
You added the nothing.
I just added a conveyor between there so that it would stay full rather than get full and stop.
I should have taken a little bit more time to make this pretty, but it's not. But here you go. There's your 60 yen. Split it to 30-30. One of those 30 lines, split it to 10-10-10. Gonna get 3 ways. Take that 110 off, merge those other 2 10s with 30, and you have your 10. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
There's your intro to load balancing, which we don't like around here.
We don't like this. Hey, you know what, guys? Don't do this. Don't do this. This is bad. This is bad.
Yeah.
Lexi says killer whales at one point were land dwellers who were at the bottom of the food chain. However, when dinosaurs died, instead of giving up, they fled to the sea, and thousands of years later, They're now at the top of the food chain.
All right. We have plenty of plate coming. Now I've just got to get this plate to the factory.
Those are sheets.
Sheets, pardon me.
Okay. Just making sure you know what you're looking at.
It's flat copper. Just like iron plate or flat iron. So
That's not flat copper. That's rolled.
when you unroll it, it's flat.
Probably not. It
Picky,
probably has
picky.
a lot of weight to it from unfolding it unevenly.
We got a
Picky,
documentary
picky,
question
picky.
from Rizman.
Yes, please save me. Okay, hey Doc. From Rizman. Says new face here. Just got the game and got a basic steel setup started. Good. Would now be a good time to begin overhauling my basic factories? I would look at your basic factories because by now you've at least unlocked higher level conveyor belts, and you've probably unlocked higher, at least the Mark II miner potentially. I would look at taking your basic factories and then upgrading the belts and then expanding the length of those factories, because at the very beginning when you can only output 60 on a Mark I conveyor, that can only support 2 smelters and a couple constructors. Now you can, if you have like a Mark III belt by now, you can support, I think, what is it? Mark II belt goes to 120, I believe, doesn't it? Now you can support more machines. So overhauling, yes, by upgrading each of the individual items, making those lines longer. Now, if you've constricted yourself to where you don't have any space, like I did with this copper sheet factory that I just rebuilt here, sometimes you have to take and rebuild it from the bottom and just start over. I'm going to go ahead and delete my other one and just feed this one totally 100% and let this one be the predominant one. And sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to just let your old factory go and build new. It depends on the situation. But that should get you going. And let's go back to the game. And that reminded me that I needed to dismantle from downstairs. Yeah, this is the little factory downstairs that I needed to rebuild. I need to dismantle. And I'm going to get a lot in my bags. All this purple. Purple is not really my favorite color. Although I know some granddaughters that probably love it.
It's just too bright.
Too what?
Too bright.
Oh, okay.
Too much.
One Metal Fist says, if you look at it over time, it's pretty wild. In the 1960s, we discovered apes-eating tools. In the 1980s, scientists realized they have different cultures. Around the 2000s, we saw self-recognition and empathy. In 2010s, it became clear that they passed knowledge between generations. In 2020, we're seeing complex tool use and advanced communication. By 2023, even problem-solving and basic trade. For 2026, there's real acceleration in learning and behavior that increasingly resembles humans. And I think that that's the people looking for things that aren't actually there.
Oh boy. I don't think so.
I think that there are some traits like that. Like, I watched one funny video. Can't remember what the broader context was, but they were talking about sharing behavior with species, and some species share and other species don't. Like one was monkeys. If you put two monkeys in a box right next to each other, and they have the ability to pass things between each other, and you feed one monkey extra helpings, and you feed the other monkey nothing, the monkey with extra helpings will just eat it all. But if you give the parrot extra helpings, and one parrot extra helpings, one parrot none, they'll share the food. So I think that's just there are animals who have that trait in general. And even down to parrots, which are very intelligent birds.
And also apes are very intelligent. And apes, especially the ones in captivity, are around humans and learn from humans.
Yeah. So I guess the question I asked there, we've seen raccoons change, we've seen dogs change, right? Humans have developed these other species of dog, right? Mm-hmm. How much of this is evolution, and how much of it is learned behavior when it comes to apes? What I haven't seen, but I'm not sure, is have we seen physical changes amongst apes, or are we observing the fact that in a more stable situation that they're able to pass knowledge more effectively, or they learn more? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know. That's a great question. Yes, I just asked a question that called myself great for, but it's just my general showing.
I am Sans Me says, oh dear, that is a violently magenta platform.
Yeah, it's Mark's favorite color.
That says, Mark says, Doc, you getting used to that coloration, or you want it to change?
I don't know. Do I want it to change? I don't want it to change to something even worse.
Yeah,
so do I roll the dice?
How much worse does it get?
That might not be a good question to ask.
Address data says, isn't evolution coding of the DNA with learned behavior? So learned behavior is step one in evolution.
Yeah.
Depends how loosely we define learned, I guess. Right?
So why did you change it back and pause it again?
I'm sorry, that's what you had it at. I tried to mess with it and I couldn't get it to do anything. So I couldn't get it to do anything. I struggled to mess around with it. So.
There we go. And I want to save setting.
One Metal Fist says, so yes, even monkeys that live near humans learn from us. Learning from others doesn't mean you're not intelligent. It means your brain understands that you can do things better by observing someone else. An unintelligent animal wouldn't copy or wait to learn. It would just repeat instinct behavior. Learning by observation is actually a sign of higher intelligence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
One thing that's commonly cited is, humans have grown taller over the last 100 years. And the question is, are we just taller because we're getting better nutrition than 100 years ago? Or are we taller because of some selection mechanic that we've been preferring taller and causing a natural evolution of humans become taller over time? That's more what I'm questioning. Which one is happening? Are we talking about...
Which is the cause, which is the effect?
Yeah. And I just don't know.
Now, okay. This might be slightly controversial, and I don't want to...
Oh,
That's why you're
nothing you've ever said is controversial.
I want to point out that white people in the United States and African Americans both have had similar nutrition for a extended period of time. Yet African Americans have a significantly higher,
But
are significantly taller.
and have a higher athletic ability too.
And
If
white
anything, they've had some worse nutrition in some areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark has new colors.
Okay, define what you want me to color. Platforms and machines? Or platforms, machines, and pipes? Or...
So, yeah, it's white people have gotten taller over the past few years. And Adresea says, I dare to say they do not have the same nutrition. And
If anything, they're not getting better nutrition. African Americans are not getting better nutrition in general than European Americans.
And they're taller. They're still taller.
Okay, but what's the point that you're making?
My point is that there is obviously some genetic difference between the two that allows black people to get so much taller than we do. Our height increase could very easily be attributed to nutrition differences, but I don't see that for African Americans, not with such a difference. Because I mean, the original African Americans that were brought over on ships weren't taller than us, but African Americans today. Did I call them African Americans that were brought over on ships?
Yeah, we understand.
The Africans that were brought over weren't taller than us, but the African Americans that are their descendants are taller than us today. So, and then Adresea says, then there are the Dutch, the tallest country in the world. So, obviously, there are some differences in genetics that are creating real, visible differences between groups of people.
I'm not sure what we can make. I think we've all been agreed that genetics.
Yeah, I was just illustrating the difference between environmental factors changing, creating a different outcome, and genetic factors changing.
Okay. Sure. And a Yum Yum says, "Good afternoon, everyone. My dog, you're looking handsome as always today."
Okay. Hey, Robert, are you still working on getting Windows?
No, sir.
Have you exited the game and preferred to
Yes,
read
sir.
chat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is better.
We went from Pepto-Bismol to mustard.
I have to say this is better than the purple.
It's
I'm not
still
a
better.
fan. I'm not a yellow fan,
I'm not a fan of this.
but this
at
is
all.
better.
Adresea says, "We have to be tall in case our country floods again." Well, we have a good question for you, Doc.
A good one, huh?
Oh, we have a good question because it's not this current topic.
Yes, that would be a great topic. Okay, Mashius, or Macius, asks, hi, is there any possibility that you could help me or give me some tips on power plant building? Well, coal is the first power plant you come up with, and here's an example of the way I lay out my power plants. Notice they're all in a nice row. At this point, I have Mark IV conveyor belts and I have Mark II miners. With a combination of those two, I can keep this many up and running. I put them in a row, and I try to make my platforms out over the water so that I can put also a row of water extractors right next to it. Now this is more water extractors than it needs. Three machines can handle 8 of those. But notice I've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 extractors. And I'm not sure exactly how many power plants I have, but with 10 extractors, I could do at least 3 1/3 times 8, which would be 24. And I know there's not 24 here. Okay. Same is true on this side. I have 5 extractors on this side and another 6 over there. Plenty of water. Plenty of water for the number of power plants. So I line them up and I build a manifold out of it. And I just keep the coal coming and keep the water flowing. And that's basically, you know, what I do is I just make sure that everything has enough goods. And everything has got enough goods all the way down to the end of this manifold. Now, yeah, 100 coal here, so plenty of coal, plenty of water, and I just keep them running. So build a manifold, take care of your math, make sure that the machines that you have getting at coal can provide enough for the number of power, coal-based power plants that you put, and then expand the number of power plants as you get better belts and better miners, and just keep expanding until you finally get your power pole looking like that, where my total max production is clear up here and my current production is there. The difference, by the way, is my biofuel power plants that are still available. I haven't deconstructed them yet. If all of my machines were running, I'd be up here. And so I'd be using my biofuel power if it was up here. But my actual usage is clear down here. So I'm not too concerned about it until I start getting my other machines back at the main factory over there and get those all running. So hope that helps. And let's go ahead and go back to the game. Lexi? Yes.
Lexi says you can make a 1 terawatt rocket fuel power plant with 7,200 coal and sulfur, 8,600 nitrous, and tons of water, and 5,200 oil.
Tons of water. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, yeah, tons of water. That would be the case.
1 terawatt.
Yep, that's 1,000 gigawatts, by the way.
Gigawatt.
Oh, okay. All right, Doc.
Let's make sure that we're saying things properly.
Yep, Doc. What was his last name? We're talking about Back to the Future, Doc.
Why did you ask me? I could have told you.
If I hadn't asked the question, huh? Okay, I have plastic. What else was I needing in order to make a circuit board? Well, I'll get up there and start making a circuit board line, and yeah, I'll see.
Doc Brown, of course.
Doc Brown, there you go.
Emmett Brown.
Macias says, okay, thank you so much, Doc. I'm trying to build a power plant that has 34 coal generators, Mark III conveyor belts, and Mark II miners.
Okay. Yeah. Get those Mark II miners a producing.
Emmett Brown.
Yep. Yep, you're behind on that one, Garrett. We figured it out.
Doc Brown.
I said Emmett. The Doc Brown, and then Emmett.
Oh. He must have been quiet.
Oh, or you had something in your ears. Your ears were flapping. That's right. I heard your ears flapping.
Right. First time chat from the Copper Fox. I'm on the space elevator phase. My brain shut down on trying to figure out the best way to get the parts.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the space elevator phase. Which phase?
Yep.
At the end of every phase, you'll be uploading stuff to the space elevator.
Yep.
So, is it right when you're first building it?
And Extra Juice asks, Where would you recommend building my first nuclear power plant?
My favorite spot is just right out over here. Okay? And the reason it's my favorite spot is there's a lot of water and there's a lot of room. The falls are over here. All this over here is off the map. But you're really far north. This is the edge of the map here, and the edge of the map is going to kind of go down through here too. So I like building my nuclear power plant over here. The biggest thing you need with nuclear is a lot of water, and so you need to make sure, in fact, each power plant running at a fully clocked, with fully overclocked water extractors at 300 meters cubed. It takes 2 of those in order to keep one power plant with enough water. So it's tough. It's tough. It needs 600 meters cubed of water. So I do it in a place with a lot of water. I made the mistake in my 1.0 playthrough of putting it in an area where I didn't have a lot of water, and that created a lot of piping and pumping and all kinds of headaches that Robert worked through, actually. And we finally made it, but good grief, it was a mess. It was difficult, very difficult to figure out. So
where is the uranium and sulfur in relation to that?
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to pull a better map over here than that. Then let me go ahead and pull over the. So we're talking about up here, okay? Up here in this area here. And that's where I like to build my map. Notice this is that no man's land I was talking about, and there's that big space. Now, if we show the uranium nodes, turn off all the other things, and by the way, uranium is an odd duck. You only have impure nodes and normal nodes. You don't have any pure nodes of uranium, okay? And so when I wanted to feed this one, I had already unlocked drones by then, and I think you probably will have that unlocked too. I went ahead and put a mine up here, mining the uranium up here, and flew it down to my plant down here. That does mean that you've got to go and tap into an oil well here or something and get some fuel for your drones and bring it on over to your power platform. But a pure uranium node is crazy radioactive. Did you use the?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll bet you did. Used a mod so she could place a node anywhere she wanted, and she placed a pure uranium node. Could you even walk close to it? I'll bet you couldn't. So if we zoom out, we can see other places where there's uranium. There's uranium over here, and it's an impure. That is an impure. I went ahead and powered 20 uranium-based power plants on this one impure node, just to give you an idea. There are 3 more nodes here, here, and here. And that's all you get. That's all you get on the entire map, just those 5 nodes. And notice this one's not even very close to water. Possibly you could build it over here, but I'd fly it over to an ocean, or I could build out over an ocean. This one's the most convenient by any stretch. You could build it here.
That's one of the few resources where drones are actually the most ideal form of transportation.
Yeah.
Because trains will irradiate your entire track and be a incredible bear to set up over such a huge distance.
And what's interesting about it is most of the time, with the exception of this one over here, most of the time they're in a tunnel. They're in a cave.
That's what we did in our Release 1.0 world, and I was the one doing all the water, and I filled that lake below it completely and then still had to go elsewhere and put more extractors all around all the lakes, all the rivers, and
Yep.
it was a bear.
Yeah, that was really tough. So this uranium node is not in a cave. Let's look and see what this one is. And this one is not in a cave. But these two over here are in a cave. And that's a normal.
It's good.
And-
Drums go straight through the ground.
And so you're that's an impure node. Yeah, and that is one aspect of a drone that's really, really odd, is they like to go through things. They'll go through your buildings. They'll go into this cave from above it, go straight down into the cave, and dock and load up and go straight back up. So it's really, dare I call it awesome, Robert?
It's called ridiculous.
It is called ridiculous. I would rather not have them go through my buildings, but I was sure glad in this case that it went through the walls of the cave. I would hate to have it fly all the way out here to go to my place. But see, this is where we built our nuclear power plant before.
And those yellow areas are caves, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So you can show where the entrances to the caves are.
Yep. Those are
And how
the.
to get down into it.
Yep. An entrance shows up like this. And notice I'm in satisfactory-calculator.com. And the entrance is over here. So you can look at every cave and find out where your entrances are. This entrance is here and there. It goes under all this stuff, which is kind of neat. And in fact, where we are currently playing at, where we're currently playing is right here. And if I turn on quartz, and I'm going to turn off the uranium for a minute, and SAM, you'll see that the nodes that we have put miners on are all in the cave here. So we've got, 2 pure quartz in a cave, and we conveyored it out to this entrance, and Robert and I built a factory right on these cliffs. And then the coal power plant that I showed is right here. So, all right. That's the nickel tour of the map. All right.
And the Copper Fox says that he's at the same exact space elevator phase as you are.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And his brain is shut down on trying to figure out the best way to get the parts made.
Okay. The turbo motor and the analytic control unit or something, adaptive control unit. Yeah.
He's actually already got the frames made as well.
Yeah. Well, the frames, you had already built the line for the previous phase 2. So all you have to do is keep that line running. And so that's all I did. I haven't actually done anything for phase 3 yet. But I could start building the modular engine and the adaptive control unit. Right now I'm working on railway signaling, so I can start building railroads. And so I could start building that wonderful train station in the sky that Mark wants us to build at 250 meters high. I don't know how high this is.
That wonderful train station in the sky sounds like a really poor euphemism for the afterlife. When we all go to the great train station in the sky.
Yeah, sounds
Okay.
sounds like Autist Heaven.
So basically I could put another level up here that gets me up to 250 and put my train station right there and then conveyor all the stuff down to my factory. So, but then I have to go twice that high. Can you go twice that high? I have to go twice that high in order to put the my mall. That's going to be a really, really useful mall, Robert.
Yeah?
Yeah,
That high up?
that high up.
It's going to be a great mall.
Yeah, lovely. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like.
Yeah.
We'll see what it looks like. Okay. But see, the mall's going to have to be kind of in conjunction with my my tower here that's only half built. A lot of the floors are only half built because the first requirement was that I had to build my project parts up here 250 meters high. So, anyway.
It just works. Subscribe to Prime.
All right, it just works. Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
the subscription. Appreciate you having anybody out there that has a Prime. You're allowed to give one free Prime subscription to one streamer every month, and so I really appreciate it, since you got only one choice, one give. When somebody here, like it just works, giving the Prime subscription to us, that really says a lot, and I appreciate that a lot. So, all right, I need to start building a first of all a line for computer circuit boards. So of course all computers are built with circuit boards, right? And I need to have a constructor that uses the copper sheet that I just embellished over there. So I've got to conveyor that on in, and the plastic that I already have up here. So let's go get it. Okay, we've only got 45 minutes left. Now the rush begins.
One Metal Fist says, if you look at the liquid tanks, you notice that they have an electrical box on them, but there's no actual power connection.
Interesting. An electrical box. Wonder what that looks like.
Lexi says, we need Caterium circuit boards.
Yeah, the Caterium mines are just not very close.
One Metal Fist says, the biggest problem is the 4 inputs. If I didn't have to deal with 4 connections, everything would be much easier.
Oh, of course. Well, wait till you get to the next machine that requires you to put connections with conveyors and connections with pipes into the same machine. You'll be really thrilled about that, I'm sure. I was not. I was not thrilled. So, anyway. Okay. Conveyor time. Okay, let's change that straight. Okay, yeah, it came out straight. Good.
I think
Go all the way to the
Rally
edge.
Enjoyer perhaps. Rally Enjoyer perhaps. Has some need of manifold education. He says,
Okay.
hello, I got Satisfactory recently and I stuck at ratios of having everything go without producing too much or too little. I think
Uh-huh.
this might be a good question.
Yeah, let's make that the first hit.
Okay. And you'll meet my kitty cat. Those of you who haven't met Callie yet, she doesn't like to get picked up, so she'll complain. There's my beautiful kitty cat. Okay, fine. I'll hold you. She's great when she crawls up in your lap and goes to sleep, but she doesn't like to be picked up and put on your lap. In fact, you pick her up and put her on your lap, she'll hop off, and then 5 minutes later she'll come up and hop on your lap. Go figure. Alrighty. Rally Enjoyer, perhaps. So you might perhaps enjoy rallies. Okay, I like rally cars. I got Satisfactory recently as second ratios. Oh dear. That was one math class you did not like, obviously. And having everything go without producing too much or too little. Any tips? First of all, I'd never worry about producing too much. If you're producing too little, then you just need longer manifold line. So here's the suggestion. I'm right here at a place that's producing copper plate or copper sheet. Okay, so this is the finished product, copper sheet. Now here, when I work out the math, I first look at the amount of production coming out of the miner. Put that in my memory banks. Then I look at how many machines that conveyor can support. Then I put that number of machines and I hook up a line to them. The ore comes in the center here, and I have 6 12 machines. Okay, so with 12 machines, and I can see that I probably forgot a conveyor right there. I sure did. Okay, so I have 12 machines in a row because I know that 300 can support 15 machine. 300 coming in on that conveyor. Because I've got a Mark II miner that can produce 300 right now. So I just calculate the number of machines. I don't worry whether it's too much or too little. I just put it in a manifold here and have the splitters go in the middle. 300 is actually too much for the 12 that I have to produce. So with 300 being too much, that's fine. I'll just run it down the middle and I'll just make sure that these machines stay running 100% of the time. Okay? The same is true over here because 12 machines is going to produce more copper ingots than what these machines ultimately will consume. It's still fairly young in the process, and so this line isn't backed up yet. But eventually this line will get backed up and these machines will stay running 100% full time with the other machines over here cycling on and off occasionally. Okay? So I just build the line and I build it. You need to go look at manifolds. I did a whole long video on manifolds and I've done several tips on manifolds. I would not worry about trying to balance going into the machines. I would just make sure the machines, for the total number that you have, get fed with enough to stay full. And then I let the machines work it out. Because that's what a manifold does. The machine just works things out for you. Okay? I hope that helps. And maybe, if we're really, really nice to them, Robert or Garrett can go find the link to those two videos, to the short and the long form video, so you can go catch up on manifolds and you'll see how beautifully they work. Okay? So let's go back to the game. Hi again. I like that little character. We've got other characters similar to him that
And first time chat from 8254,
okay.
who says, "Hello Doc, how are you doing? First time watching your stream. Real excited to see you live."
Fantastic. Fantastic. 8254. How did 254 taste, by the way?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, I thought I'd ask. Is that okay?
Osroy says, "Wouldn't it be cool if they added hydrogen that could be processed into BT fuel to make fusion power as the true endgame power? Surely it would be less pollutant as well."
We don't worry about pollution. This is an uninhabited planet, and with the exception of the animals, we can pollute all we want.
Yeah, that's fine. The animals don't care.
I have been hoping that they'd add pollution to the game for a long time.
Yeah.
Because he's sick. Garrett is just sick. He wants to be challenged by more things than he ought to be challenged.
Look, I can't do it to the real world. Gotta live there.
Okay.
And one Metal Fist says, "Doc, I've already reached that stage of both physical products and liquid,
Yep.
physical and liquid inputs. You're forgetting that rubber and plastic production use two inputs at the same time, liquid and a solid. Plastic needs solid materials plus fluids, and honestly, it wasn't fun to set up."
Nope, it's not.
Oh,
And of
that's
course,
the
your
same
coal
way for
power plant
coal.
needed both water and coal too. Yes.
Yeah.
But wait until you've got like 4 ports. 2 of them are liquid and 2 of them are 2 of them are liquid, 2 of them are hard goods. And then they want you to fill all 4. Like
In the blender.
well, yes, in the blender. I needed sulfur and nitric acid and water. So I needed 2 water, 2 liquids, and a solid to make an acid that I needed to for the nuclear power plant second phase, getting the plutonium melted down into plutonium rods. So that's not very fun.
Master Daston says, just started playing 2 days ago. What tips you got for a noob like me?
Just one machine at a time and keep upgrading.
Build bigger than you need to.
Yeah, that's true too.
Leave a lot of extra space between stuff.
Yep. There's no iron rods in here. Okay, I'll run back and get iron rods. Yep. Build more floor space than what you think you need. And always on your manifolds, leave room at the end of the manifold to add more machines when your conveyors get upgraded so that you can build longer manifolds. Because at first your manifolds are really short. 2 or 3, maybe 4 machines, and that's about it. And then later on, of course, you're able to do more. Okay.
I like the idea of pollution because pollution becomes a balancing mechanic, right? It's, do I want to spend more effort, go the clean route to reduce pollution, or am I okay with pollution? And then you can have other things in the world react to pollutants, right? You can have certain areas become more hostile if there's more pollutants, or maybe the jungle becomes overgrown if you keep the place too clean, or you can have the world react to you. Then you can decide, do I want to do pollution because the world is changing around me based on how I act?
It could be that solar power is a major power source, a major potential power source. But if you pollute, solar power is no longer a potential option, and you have to use other forms of power.
That's cool.
So entire play styles that you have to choose between. You can go lean and green, or you can go smoggy.
Lean and
Oof. Okay.
$8254 says, what time is it for you, Doc? For me, it's 0.27 a.m.
Okay. So
Is that 12:30 a.m.?
yeah, 12:30 in the morning.
It is 4:28 here.
middle of the afternoon, getting near dinner time.
Yep.
Got a half an hour before it's time for the day to be over, and we move on to other things.
Yep. So I'm rushing to finish building a few things.
No, we're not rushing.
I am rushing.
Oh, scan a hard drive. That was redeemed earlier, and we completely forgot.
Okay.
Those redemptions just really blend into everything else.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Oops.
That's one of the reasons why I like having vocalics around.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah,
helps
you can
out.
hear it. All right, ma'am, it's here, and hard drives. So scan the hard drive and collect it. There we go. Okay. Ooh, we've got packaged rocket food here.
Osroy says, maybe if you pollute the Sam node, you spawn vicious knids and whatnot.
Vicious canids, huh?
Nice.
First time chat from Candyman says, hey Doc, thank you for your deep explanation videos. I just found this game on PS5 and was so confused at first, but you made it all so simple.
Very good. Very good. That's why they're there. That's why I made them for me. And then published them so that everybody else could enjoy them too. All right. I was looking at my inventory and decoupled the camera.
Mark says, don't worry, Doc, the Christmas gifts stop in 3 days.
Yeah, no, that's unfortunate.
But you already destroyed your Christmas factory.
I haven't completely destroyed my Christmas factory.
Ice Cream Puff says, I think you can turn off the Christmas event in the settings.
Yes, we could. But I get a point for every package, every gift I pick up, and you pick up 20 or 40 each time, so I throw them in a...
You got a point?
Yep.
What do you mean point?
Coupon point in the Awesome Shop. Isn't that terrible that I'd be concerned
They're syncable?
about... Yeah, they're syncable.
Are you syncing everything in the Christmas factory you're destroying?
No.
No, it's all going to the infinite dismantle crate.
Yeah, exactly. That's about what's happening at the moment. Yes.
I think that would actually be a fun part of the stream from Thursday. Watching the entire Christmas factory get destroyed.
It's sent to the infinite dismantle crate.
To be honest, it feels like you're just playing Fallout. I think he's just in a post-apocalyptic nuclear wasteland right now. Everything's just yellow and gray and foggy.
8254 says, you're the best Satisfactory YouTuber ever. Whenever you post a video, it always makes me happy to watch them.
Okay, have a great day. Off to get my kid from school. That's great. Well, our channel is kid friendly if you want to let him watch with you. We'll just make sure to keep it good and friendly for him. Cool. Like those Family Guys coming. Okay, I just created power shards out of the blue ones so that when we get the ability to unlock the summer sloops, we can put those in a manifold and increase the production of those. I'm also saving all the remains so we can do the same with the remains and get DNA capsules. Okay.
Mark says, Doc sinking old Saint Nick. Now who's being a Scrooge?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Gosh. I hate the idea that you're taking down the Christmas factory now. After all of that beautiful logistics work I put in.
Yep.
I did.
That beautiful stuff, yes. But I've got to get that world less complex so I can continue with that world.
Yeah. You got one more video to make it, right?
Yeah, we had a couple videos planned in that world.
I mean, he'll continue playing there if we can fix the problem.
Yeah.
The problem being the Christmas factory. The problem being the Christmas factory is...
Oh. Come on, the logistics are so good.
It ruined the game. It's... Doc's 13th gen i9 processor couldn't handle it.
Couldn't handle sharing it. Although I don't do too bad in the game itself.
Not too bad, but it's still dropping frame.
Yeah. So, we get it to where it's not dropping frames. We'll go back to that world once in a while.
Yeah.
Oh, there's all the rods being made. Oh, that's right. I should have some mycelia in here. Yes.
Lexi says, I would love if they added gravity to the game and you had to support your floors with foundation.
That's a little bit more realism than I want.
I mean, I sort of get that.
Yeah.
I sort of want gravity, but at the same time, there are some builds that you wouldn't be able to make if it weren't for gravity. Sure, people abuse the fact that there's no gravity, but at the same time, adding gravity would prevent so many other cool things.
Actually, it's just, these walls are strong enough to support a continually infinite floor all the way out. Come on. It's real.
I like games when they have gravity on them. 7 Days to Die, I think, is made because it has gravity on its building. It's a zombie game where you get attacked by zombies, and if it weren't for the fact that the zombies can come and break out the supports underneath your building and cause it to collapse, then the game is that moment is so epic in tension. It heightens and gives you the very experience you're looking for in a zombie.
Address Day
I
is
love
looking to
that.
get banned.
Address Day is what?
She's looking to get banned.
Garrett.
I had to sit through that entire movie, and by the time I was done, I wanted to scratch my eyes out.
What movie is she talking about?
Wicked.
Wicked? I couldn't
I'm
even make it
so
through the whole movie.
Huh?
I couldn't even make it through the whole movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was at a church event. I
And you couldn't
didn't
leave.
have my own car at the time,
Oh dear.
so I couldn't leave on my own.
That does make it
And
difficult.
it would have been rude to walk out.
And
Yeah.
by the way, Doc is a musical enjoyer. Doc loves a good musical, so
Yeah.
that's not the issue here.
Oh yeah, me. She said, FYI, I watched 10 minutes and was done.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
I had Popular stuck in my head for 3 weeks, and I wanted to unalive myself.
Using the term unalive makes me so laugh so hard.
And we've got a daughter, my oldest daughter, that loves that show to the point that she watched the second one, Wicked 2, and has actually bought memorabilia for the movie. So we have to be careful of the mixed company. If she comes to visit, we don't express our lack of liking Wicked, at least not intensely.
Sure.
That's kind of a lukewarm acceptance. Okay.
I mean, oof.
I mean, if somebody was gung-ho about Avatar, I'd roll my eyes and be like, okay, you don't got great taste, but I can accept that.
And at least Lexi, she acknowledges she loves it because they did such a good job with the graphics and the tech.
Yeah.
And that she knows that the storytelling is in the right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You recognize it. You just care. You enjoy the spectacle more than you dislike the bad story. Okay, I'm on the opposite side of that. Cool.
Yeah.
That means that I'm just checking something out here.
Lexi says, Doc, there is always an insane asylum for people.
Yeah, there is. Mama Doc and I have contemplated it, but
Forget that.
rejected the idea.
Nah.
Well, okay. The two actresses that played in Wicked probably need an insane asylum. Like, there is something going on there, and it's not good for either of them.
You're silly.
Well, they have gotten, their interviews have gotten progressively more insane. And we're not talking about political ideals. We're first off, the level of codependence between them is
Very
insane.
weird.
Okay, come on. Let's not degrade people.
Not degrading them, but there is some serious mental health issues going on there.
Okay, I'm not denigrating them, but there's serious mental health issues.
Um,
Oh, Garrett.
Doc, based on just observable conditions, they are it appears to be so badly anorexic that they probably weigh 120 pounds combined.
Okay,
Okay,
that's weird.
it's that kind of thing. It's off, but
Their health might very well be in danger.
which is crazy because they both had successful careers before this. Neither one of them are new to the game. This isn't new fame for them.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah, I'm thinking that their relationship isn't healthy for them.
anyway, we can definitely.
Adjustea says they're physically disappearing. They need a good steak. Yeah.
There you go.
Adjustea says, I have to say though, Ariana Grande looked a lot better in the photos of the Golden Globe.
Looked better in what way?
I think she's talking physically healthier.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably good, but I mean, photos know how to take the best image of a person.
Was she over dieting? Is that the issue?
Yes, it appears as though the pair of them are both have some level of eating disorder.
So who are the two actresses that played the parts in Wiccan?
Ariana Grande is the good witch, and I don't remember the name of the other one.
The supposedly good witch, because
Yeah.
in the story, she's not actually the good witch.
We got a good question from Sergio.
Mhm.
He says, where can I find the raw quartz in the northwest corner of the map?
All right.
Use a left.
All right.
Come on, Doc.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what's the question? I'm sorry.
Can you help me find some raw quartz in the
quartz.
northwest corner of the map?
Absolutely. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to satisfactorycalculator.com, and that's where you should go to answer these questions in the future. And we're looking for quartz, raw quartz. Was that the question, Robert?
Yes.
Okay, so quartz is sometimes difficult to find. There's 2 raw quartz up here in the north, and I'm looking at the what side of the map? Northwest corner. Well, you have the entrance to a tunnel here where you've got 3 mines here. 2 that are pure and 1 that's normal. Okay, that entrance you can find over here.
That one's blocked by rocks.
And you've got to be able to blow up the rocks. Okay.
There are
Otherwise,
4 entrances.
otherwise you've got to go north or to this entrance that we use currently. So as far as the northwest corner, that's your only option, is those 3 mines right there. Now, if the northwest corner is something that I don't even see anything in this area. You'd have to go clear over here or out there just to get an impure note here. Sam. I'm sorry. Yeah, you'd have to go clear over here if you didn't retrieve it from these with one of these entrances. And so this entrance is fairly easy to find. I'm going to go there, in fact. So I'm sitting over here. That entrance is right down there. So if you come to this lake here, which that lake, if you look on the map, if you look on your in-game map, that lake is right here. So the in-game map doesn't make it look like it's very far away. And Robert basically got himself, got out of the game about this same location. And this is where my main factory is. So it's just looking over here. And that tunnel is right there. The tunnel entrance is right there. So then you'd have to conveyor it out back through this entrance, which is what I did. Or you have to go to choose another couple of the other 3 entrances. And then you can get it out of there. Okay? So that's the northwest corner. Quartz is a rather rare commodity again, a lot like the uranium, and like what's another one that's fairly rare? The bauxite. The bauxite is in odd places, hard to get to as well. So, all right, here we are.
There's you says thank you so much.
You betcha. You betcha. Sulfur is another rare one, yes. Sulfur is hard to get. It's kind of on the edges of the map. Okay, so I am going to go from here. And I think what I'm going to do...
One Metal Fist, you already posted that comment and we've already read it.
Oh,
Yep, we got that one.
yeah.
And Doc agreed. Not fun.
Yep. All right, walls is number 5. I'm going to build a wall across here.
And Max Murphy says, hey, Doc.
Hey, Max. Good to see you.
Now you've got me stewing about Wicked.
It's been how long? You're still upset about having to watch that movie?
I cannot tell you how horrible the torture it was. I mean, we can replace waterboarding with a single viewing of Wicked.
He live texted me the entire time. I have a whole string of like 20 texts from Garrett. Just his brain melting and falling apart while watching it. On my end, it was hilarious. But I do strongly empathize. I am really sorry that he had to go through that.
Okay, guys. Robert's gone AFK for the moment.
I was going to, but one of my packages was delivered over there, and it had a certain little kid standing right next to it, and now the package is gone, as well as the kid.
First name B.
Yeah.
Starts with B.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully he knocked on the door and Mom took it, but
Yeah.
that can wait till after the stream.
Okie dokie. Yeah, we've got a overly helpful handicapped child on the property that,
Extremely helpful.
yeah.
Extremely.
As in, not helpful at all.
As in, he is helpful at times, but it's a challenge sometimes when he
It is harder
overhelps.
to get him to the point where he can help than it is to just do it yourself.
True.
Okay.
Lexi says, a 9-tailed cat can teach him right from wrong. Don't know what you're referring to.
Nine-tailed cat was a punishment thing.
Cat of nine tails.
Cat of
Oh,
nine tails.
okay. Yeah.
That would be one way to do it.
I would be satisfied with a good willow switch.
Oh, but he doesn't respond to that. Not well.
Well, name something he does respond to.
Freya. He responds very well to Freya.
Domino Wino, first time chat. Says, hello, Doc. I have a question.
Okay.
Ooh, you know what? Let's just go straight to Doc University for this guy's first question ever.
Okay. Let's see it. Okay, Domino win. Domino Wino. Okay. 101. Okay. Hello, Doc. I have a question. Want to build a bigger factory, and I want to make it look good, but I don't know how to start. Should I first build the factory and then design it? Or first design and then build? I would go to my name Jake's.
Yeah.
My name Jake. He is a designer. I mean, he's kind of an architect by trade, I think. Anyway, he likes to build pretty from the very beginning of the game. If he kind of has an idea in mind and then builds it, so he comes up with an idea first and then builds it, keeps experimenting with the different materials until he gets it looking the way he wants to. I would go watch him for a few of his videos, kind of get some ideas there. But I always start with just an idea, and then I build the factories that I build. Now, I don't build pretty, okay? Don't accuse me of trying to build pretty, because I don't. What I do literally is to build a functional factory. Good, bad, or indifferent, that's the way I work. So if you want to build pretty, if you want to build it nice and designed well, go look at My Name Jake's, or go look at another good one is Whitestone Industries. All one word, Whitestone Industries. He has fantastic builds as well. And then kind of get some examples. Total X Clips also builds beautiful stuff. So there's 3 channels that you can go look at to see kind of what you might want to do there. Okay, let's go back to the game.
So
All
Mark
right.
has a few comments.
Who does?
First, he says, I agree with Lexi adding gravity to the game. It will change the builds. There will be no more sky builds, and many people will be working much harder. And then he says, so I've looked at the Dock University and have configured it out as a point of interest that will have 5 floors.
Okay, cool.
And then he says, hey Doc, how do you save your game to Satisfactory calculator?
Oh, okay. Well, let me go grab the Satisfactory calculator here. And there is a button right here. It says, click for your save game here. Okay? Now, where you find your save game is another matter. If you're in Steam, it'll be a long list, a long string of numbers. If you're in Epic, it'll just say Epic Games. But it's under Richard, under your name, whatever your login name is, App Data Local, and that's the hard one to find because App Data and Local are both hidden folders. So basically, you have to get into this folder, and then you have to put App Data Local Factory Game. That'll get you to the start, and then under Save Games, you'll have your folder for your games. So when you look at it, then you can choose this, and you click on Open, and it'll open your game here. And when I do that, this game ought to come pretty quick. It'll put all the artifacts here, and this is where I'm currently working. There's my my coal power plants. there's my conveyors in to get that SAM node that's here, and the quartz node and that are here, and here. And they're, fed by power lines, which are green, and the conveyor lines, which are yellow, and into here. So Robert took that conveyor line and started building a manifold for silica, and it's producing wonderfully fine. Okay, so that's how you get your build in there, and then it gives you a whole lot of information that sometimes you just can't get anywhere else. Okay, hope that helps.
And I actually think it's time for us to head to back to the office.
Spoil my fun again. Okay. One Metal Fist is being comical. He says, I'd recommend the clay method. Start by building something very thick and solid, then slowly remove and reshape parts to form your factory. That's what I did. I began with a big, rough block of materials and gradually refined it into something cleaner and more sculpted. The result is a really nice looking factory. Okay, so what he's saying, let's translate that. He built whatever in order to get through the first 3 or 4 phases. Then he started working with each of the buildings to make them look decent. Like, for example, Robert built that silica plant so that he could have silica available to start putting windows on the side of this structure that I have. He'll help make it pretty, I'm sure. So that's kind of his intention. I tend to build glass buildings because I don't necessarily like to put lighting everywhere. Lighting tends to be really a sink for a lot of electricity, especially if you do the wrong kind of lighting.
And we like doing mega factories, so it means you need a lot of lighting.
Yep, exactly. So, good comment. And Domino Wino says, thank you. Good. Ginger Prime says, wow, do you normally stream for so long? Mad respect. I do one day where I stream 8 hours. So yeah, that one takes a bit with a few little breaks in between, and Mama Doc feeding me lunch also in between. So that's kind of the way things go. So Mark is saying, Doc, how do you save your game for Satisfactory? Oh, that's the question I answered. What did you say, Robert?
Long stream Tuesday, 8 hours. Short stream Thursday at
4 hours. Yep. So we'll go 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Are Fixmas lights efficient lighting? No. They don't have many lumens to them at all. They're just neat looking Christmas lights. Just neat looking. Well, it's been another fantastic stream, well colored and invasive. You three, be good, be kind, be safe, take care until the next one. I will return with new problems. Doc, enjoy the time. Ta for now. Okay. Thanks for coming. And thank you for all your wonderful donations. Really, really appreciate that. So that's really, really good. We've had an awful lot of people subscribe in Twitch. And that has been really, really cool. So thank you for all of you new subscribers in Twitch. I appreciate that. Fizzy Fungi says, thanks for the videos. I recently got started with the game and been hooked fully into it. Now to go get phase 3 done. Well, you can see that's where I'm working. Phase 3, I'm about ready to start launching into making the turbo motors and the adaptive control units. I believe they take computers, so I have to finish getting a computer line up and running. So I'll be working on those things probably in the next stream. So, okay, get lots done in WoW and Minecraft during the days. I got lots work done. Okay, cool.
And Molten Core.
Molten Core, not Minecraft?
No. Could be. I don't know, is it WoW and Minecraft, or is it WoW and Molten Core? I'm going to say Molten Core because that's more fun.
More fun, huh? Okay.
No,
Okay.
great.
It is definitely Minecraft
You
because
think
she was
so?
talking about
Oh,
she was
come
talking about
on.
getting bees earlier.
Oh, you're
You don't
right.
get bees in molten core, Robert.
I mean, come on. Never
Bee
mind.
farm and a golem
Fine.
sorter.
I'm sorry, I saw WoW MC. I'm like, oh, obviously.
Golems are in molten core, but
Yeah.
probably not the same kind of golem.
Still stuck in Sunwell. Stuck in Sunwell. Okay.
Gosh.
Well, hey, everybody, till Thursday, it's been great. I'm going to sign off now, and we'll look forward to seeing everybody on Thursday or Friday for the members and the new subscribers. Come on and visit with us on Friday when we do some recording. So we'll look forward to seeing you then. Till later. Bye-bye.